Some might wonder why the academy allowed these top students to have attendants with them, but the answer was simple. These attendants would help provide support, assistance, and guidance to the top-ranked students throughout their time at the academy. They would also help to keep the students relaxed while they were at the academy, because an attendant could be a trusted friend, a loyal companion, or maybe even a family member. Moving his attention towards something else, the young seaman nudged his friend again. "Hey, do you see those elves over there?" "Yeah man, and they're mainly girls." "I know, right, and every one of them looks so beautiful. I'm definitely going to marry an elf in the future." Hearing this, his friend shook his head in disappointment before patting him on the back. "Buddy, how long have we been friends?" "Since the day we were born." "Exactly. And do you remember the promise we made when we were little fishes swimming in the sea?" "Yes, we promised never to fall in love with anyone until we became rank 10 mages." "I'm sorry buddy, I'm breaking that promise right now." "What? You're breaking our promise all because you want to fuck an elf?" "Exactly." His friend didn't deny his ambitions. "Elves are the best. I love them, since their queen, Ariel, was a very close friend of the beautiful elf queen." A few seamen had been thinking about the possibility of having a relationship with a female elf. "You're a disgrace to all seamen. I can't believe that I thought of you as my best friend." "Anyways, do you know it is completely impossible to have a female elf fall in love with you?" "What? Is this true?" "Indeed, my friend. Elves do not like mating with other races, especially humans, because their babies become half-elves, and you'll never see a half-elf in the elf kingdom." "But do you want to know the male who all the female elves love?" "What? There's a male all female elves love?" "Yes, all the female elves gush whenever they hear his name." "I also heard he's the husband of all female elves as well." "What? You're kidding." "That's impossible." "I'm serious my friend. I've never been more serious in my life." "Then tell me the name of this god who has unlocked the secret of all lonely men like me." He leaned towards his friend, eager to hear the name of this divine being. The other seamen who were listening to their conversation leaned forward as well to hear the name of this wonderful male. "You really want to know his name?" "Yes, I do," he replied and nodded his head. Every other seaman leaned closer and subconsciously nodded their heads as well. Their ears also grew bigger as they tried to listen closely to what he was about to say. "Okay, my friend. The husband of all female elves is none other than me." The young seaman puffed his chest up as he expected his friend and all the other seamen to begin clapping while looking at him with complete awe. However, none of the other seamen clapped, and neither were they impressed. They simply cackled loudly, knowing that there was no way any man could ever sway the heart of all the female elves in the elf kingdom. The only one who might be able to do that would be the elf queen. But it had never been heard that the elf queen had any interest in women. If this nonsense should ever become a reality, then such a man would surely become the #1 enemy of all men. However, there was no way this could ever become a reality, so the seaman continued to laugh until someone walked into the hall. The moment he walked in, the first thing the seamen noticed was the name and rank displayed by all the crystal balls in the hall. "Prince Orion Goldjur Elfrider," one of the seamen muttered aloud while his eyes remained focused on the screen in front of him, which also had Orion's ranking. "He's an elf? He's also a prince? And he's #1 in the ranking? Do you think he might be Broken Bar?" "No way. It's not impossible." "I refuse to believe in such a reality." All the seamen tried not to believe that hundreds of female elves could be in love with the elf prince. They instantly turned their heads towards the direction of the female elves and their mouths dropped to the ground when they heard what all the gorgeous female elves were saying. "It's Prince Goldjur." "You're right. He's here." "This feels like a dream. I'm actually in the same academy with Prince Goldjur." "I'm so happy right now." "Me too." "Me three." "Over here, Prince Goldjur." The girls shouted in unison as they beckoned for Orion to come sit with them, and Mia waved back to them as they walked closer to take a seat with all the other elves. Seeing the way Mia and Orion looked like the perfect couple as they walked closer to them, the girls couldn't be happier for the two of them, as they had done a lot in improving their kingdom. "Princess Mia looks beautiful as always." "Prince Goldjur is so lucky." "I bet Prince Goldjur is really taking care of her." "Of course, he is." "Prince Goldjur is the best." "I wish one day he'll notice me too." "Of course, Mia and Orion heard what the girls were saying and she simply waved at them, feeling happy and pleased to see beautiful elves gushing over her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was simply amazing. No, he was the best boyfriend in the world and she was happy to see others acknowledging this fact as well. Orion and Mia sat in front of all the elf girls and the elf girls could be heard giggling to themselves as they found it amazing to be seated so close to their prince. A few elves wanted to touch his golden blonde hair that always looked like it was shining, but because they would never want to make their prince angry, they decided to be satisfied with just sitting close to him. Seeing how all the beautiful elves were smiling and chuckling behind their beloved prince, a dark shadow clouded the faces of all the seamen who were watching from afar. All of them were hanging their heads in depression. However, the aura of anger and jealousy could be seen oozing out of their body and they slowly raised their heads to glare at the prince and his harem of beautiful elves. Currently, their faces were contorted into an ugly, comical expression while they talked to each other. "Men," a seaman called out to his comrade. "Yes," all the seamen answered in unison. "Are you all seeing this?" "Of course, we are." "What do you think we should do about this?" "Slice him in half," everyone stated as though they had one mind. "Splendid, and this means that from this day on, the Elf Prince is officially the #1 enemy of the Council of Men." Agreed. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement and the beautiful sea girls who were sitting right beside the seamen couldn't help but shake their heads in disappointment at the odd behavior being displayed by their men. The hall slowly became filled with noise as the number of students in the hall increased significantly. The instructors and professors also entered the hall, followed by the headmistress and deputy headmistress. Orion also noticed Evelyn walking right beside Elena and his lips curled up in a smile. It had been 3 months since he last saw his 2 beautiful women, and they looked as stunning as always. A few world leaders also came as well, like the Lion King and the King of Humans. The moment everyone in the hall was seated, the entrance ceremony finally began, with Lucille Darkwing stepping forward to address the students. "Welcome, students and young leaders of tomorrow, to the Union World Academy," Lucille announced. She applied mana to her voice so that everyone in the hall would hear what she was saying clearly. "Today, we gather as one, representing our kingdom's culture, races, and species as we stand together in our quest for knowledge, understanding, and, most importantly, world peace." More than 2 decades ago, the world was ravaged by conflicts and division. The war left deep scars and many ashes, but from those ashes, we rose to be stronger and more resilient. Our academy was born from the dream of a united future where leaders from all kingdoms could come together, learn from each other, and forge a brighter path. As you begin your journey here, remember that you are not just a representative of your own kind, but ambassadors of hope and unity. You will learn from the best minds our world has to offer, and you will grow alongside your peers, who will become lifelong friends and allies to you. Within these hallowed halls, we celebrate our differences and find strength in our diversity. We honor the dragon's fierce courage, the elves' noble pride, the seaman's knowledge, the human's tenacity, the witch's wisdom, the beastman's strength, and the demon's diversity. Together, you are the bridge builders, the peacemakers, and the innovators the world needs. Let this day be the commencement of our journey towards shaping a world where unity triumphs over division and love conquers all. Lucille completed her speech and everyone in the hall clapped their hands, but Lucille wasn't done yet. She raised her hands, indicating for everyone to stop clapping so she could continue. "I understand that some of you might think that the Academy's ranking system is a bit unfair, but I can assure you that everyone will be given an equal chance to acquire the rank you believe that you deserve. The Academy will be introducing our merit point system, designed to encourage students throughout the semester. You learn points based on greater than attendance and active participation in classes, greater than respectful behavior towards teachers and peers, greater than outstanding performance in club activities and competitions, greater than volunteer work and contribution to the Academy's community. These merit points will be tracked and tallied, and by the end of the semester, the top 7 students with the most points will be appointed as members of our inaugural Student Council. The privileges that come with being a Student Council member will be discussed with everyone in the future. Hearing this, The hall became filled with loud murmurs. So many students weren't satisfied with their rankings in the academy, but now that they had a clear goal to aim for, everyone became interested in being among the top 7 because only students of these rankings would be given the privilege of becoming student council members. With that out of the way, Lucille uttered the last piece of information she wanted the students to know. The academy is a 3-year program, but students will be allowed to graduate as early as their first year if the academy thinks they're ready. Hearing this, a huge smile appeared on Orion's face. Ever since Orion became a rank 10 mage, he had been having second doubts about attending the academy, but now that he knew he could leave the academy immediately after his first year, Orion couldn't wait to graduate from the academy as soon as possible. Once he graduated from the academy, Orion intended to spend time with his mother and aunt like never before. He was confident that he would be doing a lot of naughty things with them every single day once he graduated from the academy. However, for now, he would only be able to be intimate with them on a few occasions because of how busy both of them were. Orion swiftly turned his gaze towards his beautiful mother and aunt, who didn't bother looking in Orion's direction. He had been subtly watching them since Lucille began her speech, and he noticed that both Evelyn and Elena kept their gaze on Lucille as though what she was saying was really of interest to them. Seeing that his mother and aunt weren't interested in looking at him, Orion grinned even more to himself. It seems Mum and Aunt Elena are still mad at me. Babe? Mia telepathically called out to Orion. She was currently resting her head on Orion's shoulder while they listened to Lucille's speech. Why aren't there any undead in the hall? Mia asked as she scanned through the hall one more time to be certain that there really weren't any undead students. That's because the academy is currently focused on registering students in the mortal realm. Only in the mortal realm? I thought the academy was trying to promote peace between all the kingdoms in the world. Yes, but since this is the first time the academy is accepting students, they're trying to maintain the number of students enrolling in the academy. Are they doing this because they don't want to burn out their instructors and professors? Yeah. Something like that. They might increase the number of students enrolling next year once the instructors and professors become accustomed to their roles. So, does this mean the academy will be enrolling students from the Nether Realm next year? I doubt that. What do you mean? Although, to everyone, it seems like the academy is only focused on enrolling students from the mortal realm, there are some within the mortal realm who know the truth behind this decision. And what's that? The angels do not like the undead, especially the 3 undead mages. Did something happen between the 3 mages and the angel race? Yes, but neither of them are willing to openly admit this. They might act friendly and nice towards each other, but deep down, the angels really hate the 3 undead mages. What happened between the angels and undead mages? Do you recall how it was widely known that the 3 undead mages killed the old gods? Yes. That wasn't entirely what happened. It wasn't. Then what happened? Back then, the 3 undead mages cast a dangerous spell on the angels, hypnotizing them to reveal the old gods' weaknesses before they were forced to kill the old gods with their own hands. Every single angel in the celestial realm became crestfallen after realizing what they had done. They were angry at the fact that they got tricked by the 3 undead mages, but most importantly, the angels were disappointed by their weakness and their inability to neutralize the undead mages' dark spell. In the end, as punishment for ending the lives of the ones who made them, the angels' golden wings turned obsidian black, reflecting the anger and resentment they felt towards the undead race. Do you believe the angels and the undead race will ever become close in the future? To be honest, I can't say, but we'll see how things develop between the 2 races in the future, Orion said. Then he and Mia directed their attention back to Lucille once again, listening to what she was saying to the students. Before everyone leaves the hall, I would like to gift this to you all. Lucille clicked her fingers and thousands of identity cards hovered above the students' heads before dropping into their hands. The students held up their cards and noticed that their names were written on the cards. Their dormitory names were also written on it and a few other important information. Lucille also introduced the students to the professors in charge of each dormitory, allowing everyone to know who would be their instructors and professors in charge of each dormitory. The moment she was done with this, She gave everyone half an hour to say their goodbyes to their friends and family waiting outside the hall. Once the students said their goodbyes to their friends and family, they were expected to meet their professors and instructors in their dormitories, who would then instruct them and provide further information to the students. "All right everyone, that will be all. See you all later," Lucille said, indicating that everyone could stand up from their seats to say their goodbyes to their loved ones, and everyone did exactly that. Orion noticed Evelyn leaving the hall while Elena stayed behind. Mia went to talk to Elena while Orion followed after his mother, who still hadn't directed her gaze towards him. Noticing that Orion was walking in her direction, Evelyn's lips widened into a smile and she spread her arms to give him a hug. Orion was taken aback, seeing the beautiful smile on his mother's face. He'd thought his mother was mad at him, but seeing her smiling right now made him think otherwise. Nevertheless, Orion didn't waste a second and he swiftly hugged his mother, allowing Evelyn to smile even more because she was feeling happy and comfortable while hugging Orion. It had been 3 months since Evelyn last saw Orion, but it felt like years since she last saw him. Evelyn had missed him so much and she wouldn't mind remaining the way they were from the next few hours if Orion wouldn't mind hugging her for such a long time. "I've missed you so much, sweetie." "I've missed you too, Mom." Orion hugged Evelyn tightly, showing that he had missed Evelyn just as much as she had missed him. Of course, Evelyn was pleased with this and she giggled to herself. "Today will be the commencement of my baby's new journey in the academy." "Mom, what is it, dear?" "You really need to stop calling me a baby. I'm no longer a baby, you know." Evelyn giggled and stroked his hair gently before pulling back from the hug to look into her handsome baby's face. "Mama doesn't care about that." "You do know that there are other mages and knights around us right now." "Yes, and who cares about what they think?" "My baby will always remain precious to me and that will never change. Besides, Mia calls you babe because she likes it, so Mama is going to continue calling you what makes her happy." Hearing what his mother said, Orion released a sigh as he gave up saying anything else to try to convince Evelyn. He could see that Evelyn was determined to keep referring to him the way she wanted and she wasn't going to let anyone stop her from calling him whatever she wanted. Also, since Evelyn was happy, Orion didn't want to say anything that would bring a frown to her face. He loved seeing his mother smiling and that was what mattered to him the most. Also, it was a good thing he had cast a sound magic spell which prevented anyone from hearing what they were saying. Orion noticed Elena and Mia walking towards their direction, so he cancelled out the sound magic spell. He did this so that he and Evelyn would be able to hear what Elena and Mia were about to say. "What were you two talking about?" Elena asked with a smile on her face while Mia walked behind her. Orion turned to Elena and he replied, "We were talking about how beautiful you looked today, La." Orion smiled and spread his arms wide, expecting his aunt to come into his embrace, but Elena was hesitant to hug him. "What are you doing? There are so many people around." "Since when have the Elfridas ever been concerned about what others think of us?" "As a headmistress of the academy, I have to be careful with the way I act in front of the other students." "Oh." Orion's lips stretched into a smirk. "So, the great Elena Elfrida cares about her position more than her family." "I didn't say." "It's fine, Aunt Elena. Since you don't want to hug me, I guess I'll have to hug another beautiful Elfrida in my family." Orion turned to Mia, but Mia was surprised by what he said. "Me? But I'm not." Mia was about to say that she wasn't an Elfrida like Evelyn and Elena, but Orion swiftly interrupted her mid-sentence. "Nonsense, Mia. As my future wife, you're definitely an Elfrida." Orion caresses Mia's cheeks before kissing her. Mia was happy when she heard Orion calling her his future wife and she wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him as though they were the only ones in the hall. Seeing this, Elena couldn't help voicing out her thoughts. "I hope you two haven't forgotten where you are right now." Orion and Mia slowly parted their lips and he spoke telepathically to Elena. "What's wrong, Aunt Lena? Since when does the academy disapprove of two lovers kissing each other?" "The academy doesn't have any rules about that." "Then it means we aren't doing anything wrong." "Or would you like me to kiss you too?" "What?" Elena's cheeks reddened and she looked away from him, trying to hide her flushed face. Orion smiled as he noticed his beautiful aunt. "Of course, Mia and Evelyn noticed the two of them being awfully quiet while looking at each other. "What are you two talking about?" Mia was the one who asked Orion, but Evelyn replied before Orion could say anything. "It seems baby is flirting with his aunt even though he has two other beautiful ladies in front of him." Orion didn't deny what he was doing, and the four of them continued to tease each other while talking. The four continued to talk and giggle, oblivious to the fact that someone was subtly hiding and glaring at them with rage glinting in his eyes. Orion, Mia, Evelyn, and Elena continued to talk and giggle until Elena noticed that they had spent a lot of time talking. "I think it's time for you to join your other dorm members," she informed Orion. "Do we have to?" "Yes, you're a member of Stellar Hall. Professor Draco will give you a tour of the academy and you're expected to join everyone else." "But what if I want you to give me a tour of the academy instead?" "I don't think a broken bar." "Aunt Elena, it's been months since I last saw you. Don't you want to spend more time with me?" "Because I certainly want to spend more time with you. But I still have a lot of work to." "Broken bar, pretty please see Broken Bar," Orion pleaded with puppy dog eyes, and Mia also pleaded alongside him, clamping her hands between her huge breasts. Of course, Elena couldn't say no to them after seeing their cute faces. It reminded her a lot of how cute they were when they were still little. "Fine, I'll give the two of you a tour of the academy." "Yay, Aunt Elena is the best." Mia walked towards Elena to give her a hug. Orion smiled, and Evelyn giggled while watching all this, and then she raised one of her hands up. "Mama would also love to have a tour." Hearing Evelyn's words, Elena rolled her eyes with a smile. "I knew you would want a tour as well. You fufu ... Yep, and I'll need my favorite sister to lead the way." Evelyn giggled and locked her arms with one of Elena's arms. Mia also locked her arm with Elena's other arm. Now Elena was flanked by two beautiful females, and the three of them giggled as they walked together, leaving behind Orion, who was the only one left without a beautiful girl by his side. "Hey, what about me? I want to have beautiful girls walking with me too." All three girls giggled before turning around to look at the handsome elf prince. "You want a beautiful girl to walk with you?" Elena asked Orion. "Yes, I do." "Well, Mia, are you interested in walking with your lonely boyfriend or with your cute aunt?" "I prefer Aunt Elena," Mia replied with a smile, and an imaginary arrow pierced Orion's heart. Ugh. Noticing this, Elena giggled and turned towards Evelyn. "What about you, sister? Do you prefer that lonely prince over there or the cool princess over here?" Evelyn giggled and replied, "I'll stick with the beautiful princess." Ugh. Another arrow pierced Orion's heart. "What about you? Would you rather walk along with us?" Evelyn and Mia asked Elena, as though their minds were in synchrony. "Of course, ladies. I'll give you a wonderful tour around the academy." Elena strutted forward elegantly with two beautiful ladies by her side, causing a third arrow to pierce through Orion's chest, forcing him to land on his knees. "Ugh. No, ladies. Come back, don't leave me," Orion shouted after them dramatically, and it made his girls happy as they giggled while walking away from him. Good thing Orion was the only one left in the hall, or else this would have been the gossip of the month within the academy. While walking with two beauties by her side, Elena suddenly recalled something. "Oh, that reminds me, I should probably inform Lucille to bring me Orion's smart bracelet." "A smart bracelet?" Evelyn asked, not familiar with what it was. "Yes, it's what every student needs to have by their side." Since Orion was a student of the Union World Academy, he was expected to have a smart bracelet. However, since Mia was his attendant, it wasn't compulsory for her to have a smart bracelet. "Okay, I'll tell her about it," Evelyn informed Lucille telepathically, and a fallen angel brought Orion's smart bracelet to him. Lucille was currently busy with a few things, so she informed Evelyn that one of her subordinate would bring the smart bracelet to Orion. Now, Orion was walking towards his beautiful girls so they could walk together. He collected the smart bracelet and noticed the unique appearance of the item on his hand. The smart bracelet was a slender, white band that had a miniaturized crystal ball on the surface. "And what does this gizmo do?" Orion asked Elena. "It does a lot of things," Elena began to explain. "Not only will it help students to study, but it can also be used to send and receive messages, navigate around the academy, and share important announcements with all the students as well. It also has other uses, but the ones I mentioned are the main ones that you need to know for now. Wait a minute, did you just say it can be used to send and receive messages? Yes. How? Do you recall how the crystal ball was used to broadcast your fight during the Noble Elf tournament to everyone within the kingdom? Yes, I do. The smart bracelet uses a similar mechanism. All smart bracelets are connected to an enchanted magical network called the grid. The grid is a web of magical energies and information that is linked to all the smart bracelets in the academy. It also has a messaging protocol which allows everyone to send and receive messages from each other. Elena continued to explain the features of the smart bracelets and what it was capable of doing, but the more he listened, the more Orion noticed how similar the messaging process was to that of his previous world. In fact, it felt like someone from his previous world had designed this smart bracelet and its messaging protocol while using his or her knowledge of mana. But if this is true, then it means that this world might have other transmigrators and reincarnations like me, Orion uttered in his thoughts as he suddenly realized that there might be others from his previous world living in this world too. Although he had no proof that there might be other reincarnators like him, deep down Orion knew that he might not be the only reincarnated person living in this world. Right after Elena was done explaining everything the smart bracelet was capable of doing, she decided to give them a tour of the academy. As previously stated before, the academy was very big and could easily be called a city. It had 4 main dormitories with the top 10 students residing in one of the 4 dormitories called Stellar Hall. Stellar Hall had a huge fountain with a couple of statues in front of it as well. It also had a library, a dining hall, and a training room where everyone could train together. However, if the students wanted to train alone, Stellar Hall also had a private training room, a private study area, and a private lounge for each student in the dormitory. The academy's main buildings could be divided into 4 quadrants, excluding the assembly hall. Each quadrant signified different aspects of the academy's curriculum. The 4 quadrants were the magical arts quadrant, the alchemy quadrant, the historical quadrant, and the combat art quadrant. The magical art quadrant was the building where spellcasting courses would take place. The alchemy quadrant was where alchemy and potion brewing took place. Historical records about the world's history and the diverse cultures of the different races could be found in the historical arts quadrants, while the combat quadrant was where students could learn combat magic and beast mastery. These 4 buildings were connected to the assembly hall by long winding paths, which also led to other buildings like the Great Library, the Menagerie, the main training ground, and the greenhouse. The Great Library and the main training grounds were available to all students. The greenhouse was where herbs and plants could be planted, and the Menagerie was a sanctuary for magical creatures. These 2 buildings were made available to all the students. These were the main buildings that made up the academy, and Elena made sure to show Orion, Mia, and Evelyn every single one of the buildings. They used the teleportation arrays to know exactly where each building led, and once they were done, Elena showed Orion and Mia the way to their dormitory. Since the top 10 students would be staying in Stellar Hall, their attendants were to accompany them to the hall as well, and this was how Orion and the girls spent their day. Now that they had nothing else to do, it was time for them to go their separate ways. I guess it's time I head back home, Evelyn muttered loud enough for Orion, Mia, and Elena to hear what she said. You'll be coming back, right? Mia asked. Yes, Mia, I will. Since you guys will have nothing to do for a week, I guess I could spend some quality time with you two before classes truly begin, but I won't be able to come here tomorrow. You won't? Orion asked. Yes, I have a few things to do tomorrow, but I'll be spending the rest of the week here starting from the day after tomorrow. Orion nodded his head in understanding before turning towards his aunt. What about you, Aunt Elena? I'll be busy tomorrow as well, but I'll try to spend some time with you and Mia once I'm done with my work tomorrow. Elena knew this wouldn't be easy, but she was determined to work as hard as she could so that she could relax and spend some time with her family. That was all that mattered to Elena. Her family meant a lot to her and she would do anything for them. With that out of the way, Evelyn made her way to the golden chariot waiting for her arrival. She entered, and it took her back to the Elf Kingdom. She intended on returning back to the academy in the next 2 days, and although the academy didn't normally allow anyone to step into the school premises, Evelyn was seen as an important guest, so she was granted the privilege to enter and leave the academy as much as she pleased. Meanwhile, Elena returned back to her office to see what Lucille was doing and found a pile of work on her desk too. Now, it was only Orion and Mia who remained. "So, where should we go now?" Orion asked, and Mia instantly locked her arms with his while they slowly walked side by side. She rested her head on Orion's shoulder while they were walking, then she replied to Orion's question. "How about the dining hall? I'm curious to see what type of food they have there. Also, it's almost nighttime, so we need to eat before heading over to our room." Orion nodded his head in response and the two headed straight to the dining hall in their dormitory. They ate and talked a bit before moving over to their bedroom. Meanwhile, in the same dormitory, a young man could be seen in a different room. He had brown hair and hazel-colored eyes. He was also one of the 10 special students in Stellar Hall. This meant that just like Orion, this young man was given an invitation to attend the academy. In other words, he must have possessed remarkable skills for the academy to have noticed him and specially invited him. However, he had also been the student glowering at Orion and the girls a few hours ago in the assembly hall. His name was Neil Hartman and he was a young noble from the human kingdom. He also had the appearance of a young boy around the age of 18. Neil was currently seated on his chair, with his hands curled up in fists. He then slammed his clenched fists on his desk as he recalled how the elf prince was smiling and chuckling with 3 beautiful women while he and the other students in Stellar Hall had to be coordinated by a tall muscular professor. Who does he think he is, huh? Neil gritted his teeth as he uttered in his thoughts. Just because he is the elf prince, doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants. Yeah. That's it. My mind is finally made up. I'm definitely going to kill him as revenge for what the Elf Queen did to my dad and mum. The prince's head will be mine. Neil slammed his clenched fists on his desk as he recalled how the Elf Prince had been smiling and chuckling with 3 beautiful women while he and the other students in Stellar Hall had to be coordinated by a tall muscular professor. Who does he think he is, huh? Neil gritted his teeth as he uttered these words in his mind and slammed his fists on his desk once again. Why does he get to be taken on a tour around the school by women while we were left behind to be coordinated by a scary-looking professor? Just because he is the elf prince doesn't mean that he gets to do whatever he wants. This is so unfair. The academy needs to treat everyone equally. Also, the female elves were gushing over him as though he was the only male in the academy. What's up with that? They must have been charmed or something. He refused to accept that the female elves truly liked him. Stupid CNTS. Those fucking retards. They were clearly trying to get into the prince's pants. I hate those ladies already. I hate the elf prince too. In fact, I hate this entire academy. Not only were the female elves fawning over him, but I could also hear the girls from our kingdom whispering about how cute he was. I bet he likes being the center of attention as well. I'm certain he's been living this way since the day he was born, not knowing how it feels to be despised by hundreds and thousands of people. He clearly doesn't know how much I've suffered before getting to this point of my life. I lost both of my parents when I was 5 years old while he's been living a life of luxury with his mother by his side, not knowing that his mother ruined my family. During the war, Neil's father had been a strong battle mage who was famous for winning battles, and he had also been the general of the royal army. His father had been well loved and respected in the human kingdom, and he'd had a strong desire to help the human kingdom become the greatest kingdom ever. During one of their raids to subdue the elf kingdom, Neil's father led an army of 5,000 men. But their opponent hadn't been the army of the opposing kingdom. Instead, they had fought against just one individual. Back then, Evelyn hadn't become an apex mage, so very little was known about the young female elf who stood against thousands of men, and with little more than a wave of her hand, Evelyn wiped out more than 4,000 knights and mages. It had been absurd and unheard of. No one in the mortal realm had ever heard of such a thing happening in a battle before. Even the demons from the demon kingdom weren't crazy enough to send just one mage or knight to fight against an army of 4,000 mages and knights. However, the elves were able to accomplish something that had never been done before. More than 4,000 knights and battle mages were killed, and the remaining few hundred soldiers were either badly injured or had their mana core destroyed by Evelyn's attack. Niels Further was one of the few battle mages whose mana core was destroyed, and he was never able to manipulate mana again. This led to him losing his position as the general of the royal army. He was also blamed for being a coward and not being able to protect his men against a single mage. The shame of having more than 90% of his army wiped out by a single mage continued to haunt him, and he was seen as a disgrace to the nobles and ministers in the kingdom. The wives and mothers of the dead soldiers also blamed and hated him for being unable to bring back their sons and husbands from the war alive. Niels Further continued to live a life of solitude in the woods of the human kingdom. He became no different than a walking dead and was simply waiting for nature to take him away as well. He had no reason to live anymore, and he felt this way until he met Niels' mother, which happened a few years after the war had ended, and the kingdoms decided to live in peace with one another. Niels' father and mother decided to live peacefully as a family in the woods where they would be alone. They continued to live this way until something terrible happened to Niels' father and mother when Niel was 5 years old. Soldiers from the royal family marched into the woods and killed both of his parents. Niel was lucky enough to survive because his uncle protected him while his father and mother stayed behind to confront the soldiers and distract them. It turned out that Niels Further had been training a group of mercenaries who had lost either a father or a brother during the war. They were training very hard to seek vengeance for the death of those they lost, but the king found out about it and ordered his men to kill every single one of them, because if he didn't do this, it would mean that the king was in support of this, and it could clearly be misinterpreted as a declaration of war to the other kingdoms in the mortal realm. Niels' uncle, Phil Hartman, protected Niel and managed to raise him on his own, but just like Niels' father, he also had a strong desire to kill the Elf Queen. The Elf Queen ruined the life of his brother and forced his brother to resort to things like creating and training a group of mercenaries. Niels Further only decided to train these mercenaries as a way to redeem himself in the eyes of society. It wasn't like he had wanted to do it, he had just felt like he had to do it. Although the world was at peace, there were hundreds of mages and knights within the kingdom who still harbored the desire to take revenge for the loved ones they lost. Niels' father capitalized on their desires and decided to give them a chance to seek the vengeance they wanted. Too bad the king noticed this and ordered his men to kill every single one of the rebels. Just like Niel and his uncle who were able to escape from the king's men, a few other rebels were able to escape as well, and they secretly formed a dark guild with the goal of ending not only the Elf Queen, but also the nobles, ministers, and finally the king of the human kingdom. I'll make sure I have my revenge on all of them, starting with the Elf Queen. She destroyed my family and I'm definitely going to ruin hers as well. It's a shame the Elf Prince is a rank 10 mage. If he wasn't a rank 10 mage, it would have made things a lot easier for me. However, since he's a rank 10 mage, it means I will have to settle on a different approach. I'm a rank 7 mage, so there's no way I'll be able to win against him in a fight, and I'm not stupid enough to try to ambush him in his sleep or anything like that. Unlike me, he's a transcendent being and this makes it impossible for me to win against him in combat. But there's still a way for me to win. There's a way for a rank 7 mage like me to win in combat against a rank 10 mage, and this means I should be able to have my revenge. I should be able to have the Elf Prince's head if I can just. Niels' thoughts were interrupted when he heard a knock on his door and he swiftly turned his head towards it. He realized that it was his attendant, and Niel ordered him to come in. Come in. Just like every other student in Stellar Hall, Niel also had an attendant with him. His attendant was a rebel who worked for his uncle in the Dark Guild, so they had known each other for years. Young master, your uncle would like to have a word with you, The attendant handed Neil a small crystal ball. The crystal ball allowed Neil and his uncle to communicate over a long distance while seeing each other's faces. Neil nodded his head in understanding before grabbing the crystal ball. Then he ordered his attendant to wait outside while he talked to his uncle. Neil could have asked his attendant to return to his own room, but he didn't because he still had a few things to say to him. The attendant could easily guess what their discussion would be about, but he decided to wait to hear what Neil had to say once he was done talking with his uncle. Ever since Neil noticed Orion in the hall, a fraction of his rage, which had always been suppressed for so long, got released, and he had been unable to think of anything aside from ending the prince himself. This was all for the sake of his revenge. Neil's attendant waited outside his bedroom for half an hour until Neil ordered him to step back into his room. The attendant politely opened the door to find Neil standing before his window while staring at the stars in the night sky, his hands clasped behind him. Neil seemed to be contemplating what he and his uncle had discussed, but he didn't ponder over it for more than a minute before returning his gaze back to his attendant. "Young master, what did Lord Phil say about the prince?" "He wants us to focus on our main objective." Phil's orders were simple. He understood Neil's hatred towards the Elf Queen and everyone related to her, but he didn't want this to cloud Neil's judgment and distract him from what he should really be focused on. The main reason why Phil allowed Neil to go to the academy wasn't because of Orion, rather, he wanted Neil to help the Dark Guild by causing chaos and mayhem within the academy. No one could enter the academy unless they were one of the students, but with Neil's help, the guild would be able to successfully implement their plan. If all went according to plan, the world would return back to an era of war, and then Neil would have more than enough reasons to kill not only the Elf Prince but also the Elf Queen as well. One could only wonder why a small organization like the Dark Guild would feel so confident about taking the life of an Apex Mage, but the answer was simple. The Dark Guild wasn't the only one interested in returning the world back to an era of war. Even Neil wasn't completely delusional enough to believe that he could face someone as strong as the Elf Queen, but he knew his uncle was secretly working with another organization that shared the common goal of returning the world back to an age of war and bloodshed. He heard his uncle telling one of his subordinates about how the unknown organization seemed to be headed by one of the current Apex Mages. However, even his uncle didn't know who the Apex Mage was, but one thing was certain, and that was the fact that one of the Apex Mages wasn't interested in living in a world of peace and tranquility anymore. In a nutshell, if everything went according to plan, all the kingdoms in the mortal realm would begin to wage war on each other. But only time would tell whether it would truly happen in the future or not. Neil clenched his fists tightly as he decided to let go of his hatred towards the Elf Prince for now and focus all his attention on his primary objective. He and his attendant began to make plans on what they needed to do, but while Neil and his attendant were busy racking their brains on how to cause chaos within the academy, Orion and Mia were sweating profusely as the two of them embarked on a steamy exercise in their bed. Right after they were done eating, Mia and Orion returned back to Orion's dorm room. Orion's room was spacious with large windows and high ceilings. It also had a private bathroom, a small kitchen, and a bedroom with a door that separated it from the living room with a few pieces of furniture in it. Since they had eaten and rested in the dining hall of their dormitory, Orion thought now would be a good time for him to get some sleep, so he strode towards the large four-poster bed at the center of his bedroom. "Ugh, I'm stuffed." Orion yawned and stretched his arms while walking towards his bed. He sat down and laid back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Mia also laid down beside him, before saying, "The room is really big." "Yes, it is." Mia turned to her left to look into Orion's eyes before asking him a question. "So, this is going to be your room for the next 3 years?" "Yes, but I won't be staying here for that long." "You won't?" she asked, moving closer to snuggle up with Orion before removing a few strands of hair from his face. "Nope, I'd rather graduate as fast as I can," Orion replied. There was still so much he wanted to do, and exploring the world was certainly one of them, hence why he wanted to graduate as fast as he could. "If you want to graduate very fast from the academy, you'll need a lot of merit points, right?" Mia asked, resting her head on Orion's chest. "Yes, and that's what I'll do," Orion replied before noticing Mia raising her head to look into his eyes. "Don't worry, your cute attendant will help you accumulate a lot of merit points." "Don't you mean my cute girlfriend will help me to accumulate the merit points?" Orion asked with a smile, and Mia giggled. "Yes, I'd be happy to help you." She slowly twirled her index fingers around Orion's lips while humming a song. Her tails were wagging excitedly while she was staring at Orion's lips as she enjoyed using her finger to trace the soft texture of Orion's captivating lips. Even though they weren't kissing, Mia could feel her nipples hardening just by playing with her boyfriend's sexy lips. Of course, Orion had noticed what his cute vixen was doing, and he understood why she was doing it. Still, he decided to ask. "What are you doing?" "I'm humming a song," Mia replied with a smile, knowing exactly what his question was about. "I'm talking about your fingers." "So, what about them?" "They're invading my privacy." "Is that bad?" "Yes." "Nope, it isn't." "My boyfriend's lips look sexy, and I couldn't help myself, so I had to touch it." "Are you satisfied now?" "Nope, I wanna keep doing this." Orion smiled and leaned closer to her. "If you want to kiss me, just say it." Mia giggled and bit her lower lips. "Yes, I'd like that." "I knew you would." Orion smiled and leaned closer to her lips. Now his lips were mere inches away from hers, causing Mia to giggle at how close they were. She pecked Orion's lips and held his gaze while crawling back to the center of the bed. Orion crawled towards her as well, his eyes locked on hers like a wolf's gaze locked on its prey. Mia smiled and giggled, loving this new side of her boyfriend. It wasn't the first time they had been intimate like this, but she liked it whenever the two of them did stuff like this. She stopped moving once she noticed that she was at the center of the bed, then bit her lower lips as she watched Orion slowly approach her. The two exchanged brief kisses a couple of times until the desire within them reached its limit. Within seconds, they were both exploring each other's mouths, twirling their tongues around each other while flinging off some of their garments. Spittle drizzled down the side of Mia's lips until Orion separated his lips from hers, with the both of them breathing heavily due to the intensity of their kiss. Now the two of them had their eyes locked onto each other with a smile on their faces. It wasn't the first time they had kissed so passionately, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Orion noticed not just the smile on her face but also the lust shining in her eyes. He kissed her lips once more before moving to her beautiful milky white thighs. Noticing the wet patch on her panties, a confident grin appeared on his face, and Orion pulled her closer to him by the waist before swiftly pulling down her panties. The brisk move caused her heart to almost burst, but she giggled at how eager her boyfriend was to have a taste of her. Her heart, body, and soul already belonged to him, and she wanted nothing more than to see Orion shower her with love in more ways than one. Meanwhile, Orion noticed that her honeypot was completely drenched, with her juice dripping down the bed sheets. He went down on her pretty-looking snatch, kissing and nibbling on her thighs, before moving to her dripping entrance and spreading her pussy wide open for his lips and tongue to dive in. Mia moaned as Orion's tongue continued to savor the taste of her juice. Her hands clenched the bed sheets tightly and her eyes widened in disbelief as her legs twitched when she approached her first orgasm, filling her mind with a conflicting feeling of fear and pleasure. Mia couldn't make sense of it. Before now, Mia had felt that something was different about Orion, but the moment he inserted his tongue into her cunny, she became certain about it. His cunnilingus was nothing like before. It felt a million times better than it used to be, and more importantly, it felt a lot more intense as well. Mia clenched the bed sheets again, moaning loudly as she approached another orgasm. Less than a minute after she experienced the first one. "Babe, wait." She begged Orion to stop what he was doing. However, it was too late. Orion was too engrossed in sucking and twirling his tongue inside her cunny while trying to introduce her to a new realm of pleasure. Her thighs rose higher and she moaned loudly as her love juice overflowed into his mouth and splashed against his face, but Orion didn't stop. He was eager to introduce Mia to new heights of pleasure, a new height that proved too much for the spirit guardian to handle. And the reason why he could easily do all these things to her was because this was the first time Orion actually activated the lust aspect of his elf god bloodline. The lust aspect was one of the 7 cardinal aspects of the elf god bloodline. Orion was able to unlock this aspect right after he became a rank 10 mage. However, he was only able to unlock 4 abilities of the lust cardinal aspect. There were still other abilities aside from the 4 he had already unlocked. But if he wished to unlock the remaining skills associated with the lust cardinal aspect, Orion would need to increase his mage and knight rank. Orion knew about this and he had made up his mind to increase his rank so that he would be able to see what other skills he would be rewarded with aside from the ones he had obtained already. One of the 4 skills he had acquired was the ability to increase the sensitivity of any woman he was with. This was the reason why Mia felt like something was different from before. She could feel her body becoming more sensitive by the second, and this was because Orion had decided to activate the lust aspect of his bloodline in the hope of making the night an unforgettable experience for Mia. And Orion was definitely turning it into a great night for Mia as she continued to moan loudly while his tongue slipped deeper into her folds, causing her now heightened sensitivity to dive into new realms of unexplored pleasure. "Babe, wait." Mia gritted her teeth while tightening her grip on Orion's hair as she felt her body approaching yet another earth-shattering climax. Yes, right there. The pleasure soon reached a new peak and Mia screamed out her pleasure as her eyes slowly rolled back into their sockets, her toes curled, and her hips rose above the bed. A torrent of fluid gushed out of her snatch and onto Orion's face before Mia's legs finally grew weak from the intense orgasm and her hips dropped back to the bed. Breathing heavily, she desperately tried to catch her breath. She had never imagined screaming from an orgasm, and especially not as loud as she just did. It felt surreal. However, it also felt good and she wouldn't mind experiencing it again even though she had orgasmed a couple of times already. Meanwhile, Orion raised his head to see Mia's chest slowly rising and falling with her gaze locked on him as she anticipated what he would do next with a smile on her face. He slowly moved up her body to her erect nipples before sucking, licking, and biting them, sending waves of pleasure throughout her body. Mia moaned before mustering the little strength she had left to call out Orion's name. "Orion," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper as she tried to get Orion's attention. Orion pulled his head back to take a look at her face. The both of them didn't need to say anything for Orion to understand what she wanted. His lips curled upwards into a smile and he moved towards her neck. He kissed and sucked her neck until it left a hickey, which caused Mia to moan. But she was now feeling impatient, so she slipped her hand into his briefs to grab a hold of his raging hot rod. But her eyes widened with surprise when she felt the length and girth of the monstrosity hidden between his legs. It felt a lot bigger than usual. Instinctively, Mia began to stroke his cock while their lips fused together once again, too hungry to let go of each other's mouth as she continued to naively stroke his rod. Meanwhile, at the same time, Orion's fingers teased her clit and breasts respectively. Mia's muffled moan grew louder. The raw pleasure proved too much for her to remain focused on their passionate kiss or what her hand was doing to Orion's rod. But Orion didn't let go of her lips. Instead, his hands played with her enchanting body, causing her to shudder repeatedly under his ministrations. Leaning back to take a look at the mess they'd made, Orion could see her love juice drenching the bed sheets. She was ready for his penetration and her eyes signaled to him to do whatever he had in mind. Seeing this, Orion leaned forward and aligned himself with her entrance. Then he moved in slowly until he pushed through her hymen with a gentle thrust, causing a jolt of pain to course through Mia's body as she hugged Orion tightly, her sharp claws protruding out of her finger and piercing his flesh. Mia moaned as a brief pain assaulted her body. Then the pain was instantly replaced with an indescribable feeling of pleasure, thanks to yet another skill of the lust cardinal aspect. Mia's moans became louder than ever, but Orion seized her lips with his once again while giving her a moment to adjust to his girth. Then slowly, he began to thrust his hips, and when it was clear that she was ready to receive him, The pounding began. The sound of flesh hitting flesh soon filled the air around them as Mia moaned her pleasure into his lips. MMM. The more he pounded, the more aroused she became, causing her to instinctively wrap her legs around his waist while urging him to delve deeper into her undiscovered pleasure spots, and he did just that. His pounding became a fierce hammering that caused her inexperienced body to scream with pleasure. She kept moaning and the sounds kept slipping through their fused lips. As much as she wanted to free her lips from his, she couldn't bring herself to do that, and Mia could only succumb to the feeling of pleasure building up inside her. The intensity of their sex reached new heights, allowing Mia to sense Orion's rod increasing in girth within her folds. A signal that he was approaching his climax. This new heightened sensation coursed through her body, causing her to lose all her restraint as she grabbed hold of Orion and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him closer and enabling him to dive deeper into her folds while her nails dug into his flesh. And as demanded, Orion didn't disappoint. He rammed himself faster and deeper into Mia as the sound of his balls slapping against her butt cheeks resounded in the room until Mia couldn't hold it in anymore. And as demanded, Orion didn't disappoint. He rammed himself faster and deeper into Mia as the sound of his balls slapping against her butt cheeks resounded in the room until Mia couldn't hold it in anymore. Orion broke their kiss and Mia could finally scream with the full might of her pleasure. Her legs trembled at the successive orgasms she experienced and her back arched as she felt the eruption of Orion's seed flowing into her body and marking every corner of her body as well. Orion plopped down on the bed and they both tried to catch their breaths. Then Mia scooted over to Orion to rest her head on his bare chest with a satisfied smile on her face. Her smile widened even more as she felt his hand stroking her hair before he apologized. "I'm sorry, Mia." Surprised to hear those words coming out of Orion's lips, Mia lifted her head to take a look at his face. "Why are you apologizing? Tonight was supposed to be your first experience but I was too rough when I should have a broken bar." Mia quickly placed a finger on his lips, stopping him from saying anything else. She slowly rose and sat on his hips while cupping his cheeks with a smile on her face. She leaned closer to his face, making Orion look straight into her eyes as she tried to assure him. "You are right. You were a bit rough, but I didn't hate it." "Really?" Orion asked, and Mia couldn't hold back her desire to kiss his lips before whispering into his ear. "Yes. In fact, I love it when you become rough like that." Her words triggered a new sensation within Orion and blood rushed to his nether region, causing his hardened member to poke Mia's butt. And she couldn't help but feel aroused just from the sensation of his rod touching her skin. Mia hungrily looked into his eyes before leaning down to passionately kiss him. She moaned into his mouth, as her tongue slipped into his mouth and explored every crevice. Also, her hips instinctively moved on their own, causing her pussy lips to rub against the length of Orion's shaft. They continued this until Mia broke the kiss and stared at Orion with lust-crazed eyes. "You wanna go for another round?" Orion asked with a mischievous grin. "I thought you would never ask." Mia instantly went on all fours while Orion aligned himself behind her and gripped her hips before shoving his cock into her cunt, until her body convulsed due to a powerful orgasm. She screamed and grasped the bedsheets as she moaned her delight at the familiar sensation of having his rod back inside her tight little hole. Despite recently achieving womanhood, Mia felt no pain but only immense pleasure when Orion shoved his rod into her for the second time. It didn't make sense why she didn't feel any pain, but this was the least of her worries because all she wanted right now was to feel more pleasure from Orion's rod. Her eyes widened in shock and pure bliss when Orion thrust his hips, completely embedding his thick, drenched monster cock in her cute cunt. Her inner folds continued to cling onto and contract around Orion's meat stick, directing his rod toward her cervix with only the squelching sound of their intimate act filling the air. Instinctively, she moved her hips to match his thrust, screaming and urging him to ram deeper into her cunny, to which Orion didn't disappoint as he decided not to thrust at a slow pace anymore but to triple that pace instead. Mia's hips moved faster as she tried to meet his pace. However, she couldn't match his rapid-fire thrusts, which caused Mia's whole being to spiral into an unknown world of ecstasy. The non-stop pounding continued for about half an hour until Orion finally released his spunk into her. Mia arched her back as she felt the torrent of his baby seed flowing into her body and filling her to the brim. Her eyes rolled backward, and her tongue lolled out before she exhaustedly collapsed on the bed with a droopy smile on her face and slowly fell asleep. Orion plopped down next to her and noticed that she had fallen asleep. He swiftly snuggled up with her and kissed her cheeks before falling asleep as well. The next morning Orion opened his eyes to find Mia sleeping soundly with her head nestled safely on his broad chest. Within seconds, Mia groggily opened her eyes to see Orion staring at her with a smile on his face before lifting his hand to caress her cheek. "Good morning, beautiful," he said, and Mia leaned into his touch with a smile on her face while replying to him. "Good morning, handsome." She loved the way he greeted her in the morning and she wouldn't mind hearing him say it all over again. With a worried look on her face, she asked, "What time is it?" Mia wanted to know if she had overslept because of the sex they had last night. But Orion caressed her cheeks even more before leaning towards her lips and saying, "It's kissing time." "Kissing time?" Mia asked, feeling a bit confused as she felt his lips on hers, but she didn't hate kissing him. "Yes." Orion kissed her once again and Mia leaned deeper into the kiss as she kissed him back. She moaned into his lips when she felt his hand teasing her boobs. They parted their lips a few seconds later and Mia smiled before pecking his lips again. "I like kissing time." "You like it?" Orion pecked her lips in return. "Yes, I love it." "Pervert, you just want to keep kissing me." Mia giggled at this while kissing Orion, knowing that he wasn't wrong. The two continued to kiss for a while before taking a break. Now, Mia's head was resting on Orion's broad chest while her index finger twirled around his nipple. Meanwhile, Orion rested one of his arms behind his head while his other hand stroked Mia's hair. He slowly lowered his gaze to ask, "How do you feel?" "I feel great, a little tired, but great," Mia replied happily. "I feel great, a little tired, but great," Mia replied happily. Hearing her words, Orion's lips curled into a grin and he teased, "After all that screaming you did last night, I'm not surprised to hear that you are exhausted this morning." "And whose fault do you think it was, huh?" "A devilishly handsome elf," Orion teased and leaned closer to her. "Yeah, you wish," Mia chuckled with a smile, leaning closer to Orion as well. "You're something else entirely," she added. "Something like what?" Their lips were now scant inches away from each other. "A beast." "That's what you are." "You were a beast last night and made me come over and over again." "I've never moaned so much in one night and it's all your fault." "I hate you." She smiled before pecking his lips. "Oh really? So you didn't like it?" Orion asked, gripping one of her ass cheeks. Mia giggled and replied, "No, I didn't," then pecked his lips again. "Then why are you kissing me?" "Because I hate you so much." "Liar." Orion's hands lazily traced her body, starting from her butt before landing on her boobs. Then he teased her erect nipples. "I'm a broken bar." Mia moaned as she tried to deny his words. However, Orion's lips instantly caught hers, stopping her from saying what she had in mind as the two began a fierce battle for dominance with their tongues twirling around each other while Orion's hands didn't fail to show Mia's butt and breasts the love they deserved. Mia moaned lowly, cherishing the way he handled her body as though she was a national jewel. Feeling aroused by the second, Mia decided to show Orion the same level of love he was showing her. She latched onto his lips while her hand slowly slipped down to Orion's majestic lance, feeling the girth, length, and warmth of the huge member in her hand. She began to stroke his rod, slowly increasing the pace of her hand while recalling the monstrous pounding she had received from Orion's irresistible rod. Her breathing became more ragged while stroking and kissing Orion at the same time. Her thighs also rubbed against each other and she could feel herself slowly approaching her climax. But Orion's hands on her tits pushed her towards her climax quicker than she could have ever imagined. He leaned into the kiss while pinching and pulling Mia's nipples, causing Mia to moan into his lips while her legs trembled slightly due to the pleasure coursing through her entire body. Orion released her lips and Mia fell on his chest, exhausted. She tried her best to catch her breath while she still felt the afterglow of yet another wonderful orgasm. Seeing this, A grin spread across his lips and Orion rested his head on the bed, slowly stroking her hair as he opened his mouth to ask. "So, tell me, babe, do you still hate me?" Mia smiled, surprised to see that he was still worried about that. She tried her best to raise her head so she could take a look at Orion's face. "No, babe, not anymore." "That's great to hear." Orion smiled before returning his gaze back to the ceiling. Hearing his words, Mia's lips widened into a grin, and she rested her head on his chest once again, but then she suddenly noticed his lance standing majestically once again. Mia recalled that she was the only one who orgasmed a few seconds ago and not Orion, so she decided to please him next. She turned her body towards his rod and stared at his huge cock. Orion noticed her looking at his rod as though she had found her favorite candy and he asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, but it looks a lot bigger than it used to be." "Isn't that good, because it looked like you loved the sex last night." A broken bar. Mia flicked Orion's dick with her finger, causing him to whimper in pain. Of course, it didn't hurt, but Orion decided to play along with what she wanted to see because it made Mia smile and giggle. Once she was mentally prepared for what she was about to do, Mia slowly wrapped both of her hands around Orion's bulging vein shaft. She then began to lick his testicles by using her tongue to trace the veins to the tip and trailing it back down. She moved slowly as her face flushed at the thought of what she was doing. Orion's shaft looked a lot bigger than it used to be, but Mia was mentally prepared to please her boyfriend. She swiftly opened her mouth to suck his cock, taking in his entire length. Loud slurping sounds could be heard as she squeezed his cock repeatedly with her lips and took in most of his size. Her passionate sucking continued until Orion approached his climax with a violent release of his baby gravy into her mouth. Mia swallowed it all, making sure that not a single drop leaked out of her lips. She swallowed the remaining content in her mouth before opening her mouth for Orion to take a look. Strangely enough, Mia had noticed that whenever she did this, Orion's rod would instantly harden once again, even though it had been flaccid a few seconds ago, and that was exactly what happened. Orion's rod instantly rose to its former glory and Mia's lips widened into a smile, seeing as how her boyfriend was pleased with her fellatio. Orion's hand began stroking her cheeks and she leaned into his touch. "You've really improved in doing this," Orion said, talking about the fellatio she gave him just now. "You really think so?" "Yes. It's all thanks to my mum." "Really?" She likes teaching me stuff like this." Orion chuckled a bit after hearing this. "It sounds like your mom is a pervert." "Yes, she is." "What?" "Mama is the biggest pervert I have ever met." "Mama is the biggest pervert I have ever met." Orion chuckled a little before asking, "Why would you say that?" "Because it's the truth. Ever since we started dating, I've caught her playing with herself in the bathroom countless times." "Whoa, for real?" "Yes, and sometimes she masturbates while thinking of you." "Wait, what?" "But we've never met." "So why would she masturbate while thinking about me?" "Well, she's heard a lot about you from me, as well as the things we do as lovers, so I guess she subconsciously developed an interest in you, and now, she fantasizes about you a lot." "What? You're serious?" "Of course, I am." Orion's lips stretched into a smile after hearing Mia's words. "Wow, I can't believe what I'm currently hearing," Orion thought disbelievingly to himself. "I never imagined that Mia's mother would fantasize about me." Mia's mother is a Kami-no-Kai and this means that she's a goddess in the spirit realm. "So, a goddess masturbates while thinking about me. This is so fucking amazing because a part of me really wants to see her masturbating." I heard from Mia that she's really beautiful, and to be honest, I can't help but wish to see her. Moreover, she's single and I bet she's been horny for years. Who knows, maybe if I do see her, she'll request to have sex with a broken bar. Orion suddenly felt pain in his little brother, dragging him out of his naughty fantasy with Mia's mother. He looked down to see Mia holding on to his dick with an annoyed but cute look on her face and he asked, "What was it for?" "You were having naughty thoughts about Mama again, weren't you?" No." Orion looked away, trying to avoid making eye contact with Mia. "La, your dick got harder while I was talking about her." "This also reminds me of the time I was giving you a titch-up and I told you about how big my mom's boobs were compared to mine, but when I said that, Your dick got harder after you imagined her in my place. Orion chuckled lightly while avoiding looking at Mia. He didn't try to deny anything she said because they both knew that she was right about everything she said. Pervert, Mia pouted cutely, but she was still staring daggers at him, and this made Orion smile before kissing her on the forehead. He understood that Mia wanted him to focus on her whenever they were alone, just like how they were right now. So he kissed her forehead and assured her that he would make sure to focus on only her, and this made Mia happy. The two snuggled together and chatted for a while, not minding the fact that they weren't doing anything but just talking to each other. Now, the both of them were seated on the large bed with Mia resting her back on his broad chest while Orion hugged her waist from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder. They were both sitting on the bed completely naked, allowing Orion's lance to be sandwiched between Mia's soft, beautiful, milky white ass cheeks. The two remained this way as silence reigned with the room, with the both of them having different thoughts swirling within their minds. "I'm hungry." Mia was the first to break the silence. "Me too." "Should we have our baths first?" "Yeah, that will be great." "Okay, babe. Just give me a minute, I'll be right back." Mia stood up from the bed, not minding the fact that she wasn't wearing anything as she made her way to the bathroom to ready the water they would both be using to bathe. Orion watched Mia make her way to the bathroom with her ass bouncing as she walked into the bathroom. Of course, his little brother had risen from its previous position as always, and even Orion couldn't help but feel impressed by the sword he had between his legs. "Last night was amazing," he uttered in his thoughts. "I knew the elf god bloodline would be amazing, but I wasn't expecting my stamina to be so high." Even after Orion had released his spunk into Mia's honeypot twice last night, he still felt like he could go on for a few more rounds. But he decided to hold back because it was their first time having sex and he wanted to make it special for Mia. There would be countless other opportunities for him to try out how long he could maintain his current stamina, so Orion wasn't really bothered about this. He laid back on the bed, staring at the ceiling as he recalled how excited he had been when he noticed that he had finally leveled up to a rank 10 mage and knight. It was at that moment that his system notified him of the completion of his missions, but out of all the missions he was tasked with, Orion was most excited about the rewards relating to the mission titled Bloodline Awakening. This was the mission that rewarded him with the abilities of the first 3 cardinal aspects of his elf god bloodline. Orion decided to take a look at the details of the skills he had obtained in each aspect. Greater than once activated, the host will be filled with confidence and charisma similar to that of an apex mage. During battle, all attributes will be temporarily tripled for 5 minutes. Greater than the host also has the ability to temporarily inflict fear on any target that is below the rank of an apex mage. Enemies within the same radius as the host will hesitate, falter or possibly flee due to the host's divine presence. However, due to the host's current mage rank, this skill can only last for a minute. To increase the duration of the skill's activation, the host will have to rank higher than his current mage rank. The stronger the host becomes, the easier it will be to activate the skill for hours. Second cardinal aspect, gluttony. Greater than the host now has the ability to instill an incessant hunger in enemies around him. This skill allows your enemies to develop a strong desire to consume anything close by, even their own flesh. Greater than the host also possesses exceptional mastery in cooking, enabling you to whip up dishes that are capable of sparking conflict between kingdoms. The aroma and flavor of your masterpieces will be irresistible, and it will have a 5% chance of increasing the attributes of anyone who tastes them. The percentage increases as the host's rank increases. Greater than during intercourse, the host will be blessed with strength and stamina 3 times higher than that of an apex mage. Your stamina lasts longer the higher your rank becomes. Greater than the host now has the ability to consciously control the fertility of your semen, allowing you to decide whether or not to release viable sperm during intimacy. Greater than the host also has the ability to detect tight muscles in your harem, and once pressure is applied to these spots, their fatigue and pain will immediately be relieved. This skill also increases the sensitivity of your women, making it difficult for them to resist your touch. Greater than the lust aspect allows the host to nullify the pain felt during a maiden's first intimacy, replacing it with a feeling of intense pleasure and making it an experience she'll never forget. The host will only be able to have access to other cardinal aspects once all the empty slots of the current 3 aspects have been filled up with new abilities. These are the abilities I've acquired in each of the cardinal aspects that are available to me. Each of these abilities is amazing, and it seems that I'll be able to acquire more abilities once I've ranked higher. But I wonder how many abilities I can have for each aspect. Also, do I acquire new skills for all 3 aspects at once after ranking higher, or will it be one aspect at a time? I guess I'll find out once my rank increases. It's a shame I can't find out how many slots are left for the 3 aspects I've unlocked unless the system informs me. Anyways, let's take a look at my status. Orion ordered the system to show him his status, and a transparent blue screen popped up in front of him, displaying his details. Name: Orion Guldur, Elf Rider. Race: High Elf. Title: World Traveler, Prince of the Elven Kingdom. Dungeon Conqueror, upgradable. Wimmerling Slayer, upgradable. Child of Mana, Colosseum God. Strength: 665, Agility: 673, Charisma: 699, Vitality: 667, Intelligence: 690, Emotional Intelligence: 677. Mage rank: rank 10, Master Mage, -55%. Knight rank: rank 10, Master Knight, -65%. Magic skills: Elemental, Lightning Magic, 5. Fire Magic, 5. Wind Magic, 5. Water Magic, 5. Plant Magic, 5. Light Magic, 3. Dark Magic, 3. Earth Magic, 3. Non-Elemental, Sound Magic, 2. Illusion Magic, 2. Poison Magic, 2. Space Magic, 2. Basic skill: Elf Language, Inventory, Archery, Tracking, Magic Sense, Close Combat, Appraisal, Mana Breathing, Mana Concealment. Unique skill: Rune Monarch. Life skill: Hunting, Tier 4, Beast Taming, Tier 2, Potion Brewing, Tier 4, Artistry, Tier 4, Cooking, Tier 7, Crafting, Tier 2, Runesmith, Tier 1, Dancing, Tier 4, Instrumentalist, Tier 4. Combat techniques: Mana Combat Proficiency, Tier 5, 96%. Dagger Proficiency, Tier 5, 90%. Bow Proficiency, Tier 5, 84%. Sword Proficiency, Tier 5, 80%. Aura Combat Proficiency, Tier 5, 98%. Spear Proficiency, Tier 4, 66%. Racial skill: Omnivision, Thought Acceleration, Camouflage, Summoning Skill, Auto MP Recovery, Chantless, Photographic Memory, Auto Aura Recovery. Contract skill: Telepathy, Shape-shifting, Teleportation, Spirit Sense, Kitsune Magic. Bloodline: Elf God's Bloodline, Unlocked, 25%. Resistance: Exhaustion Resistance, Pain Resistance, Mental Attack Resistance, Poison Resistance, Magic Resistance, Illusion Resistance, Temperature Resistance. Orion scanned through the details of his status, and a satisfied smile spread across his lips. My attributes and skills have improved a lot over the last 8 years. I have also learned a lot of life skills from the beautiful women in my life. Furthermore, my understanding of magic spells and magic circles have improved tremendously as well. This just shows that my training and focus for the past 8 years hasn't only been in the dungeon and aiming to become a master mage, but I've also been interested in learning the things I see around me. Orion scanned through his details and his gaze landed on the newly acquired titles he had. My Dungeon Conqueror title was rewarded when I conquered my first F-rank dungeon. The title is upgradable because I was given 2 new Dungeon Conqueror titles after defeating both rank E and D dungeons and labyrinths. These titles also have some special perks that come with them. For the Dungeon Conqueror title, if any beast or monster in a rank F, E or D dungeon confronts me, they will instantly cower in fear or run the other way once their eyes make contact with mine. This skill isn't applicable to beasts and monsters in dungeons higher than the ones I've conquered, though. Those guys will confront me like any other beast found in a dungeon. With that out of the way, Orion turned his attention to the Wyrmling Slayer title. He obtained this title after slaying his first Wyrmling. At the time, a Wyrmling was very difficult for Orion to handle alone. However, ever since he slayed his first Wyrmling, every other one had been easy for him to slay. Also, just like his Dungeon Conqueror title, any Wyrmling within a 30-meter radius of Orion would instinctively be filled with fear, knowing that an apex predator had arrived in its territory. Since the title allowed him to be feared by Wyrmlings nearby, Orion really liked the title. However, I wonder what I am required to slay for the title to become upgraded. Will I have to kill an Hydra? Or maybe a Drake? It could even be a Wyvern. Orion could think of a few other creatures, but he decided to think about this later. Instead, he turned his attention to the next title he had obtained. The Child of Mana. The Child of Mana title was awarded to Orion for completing the mission titled Fourth Aspect. The objective of the quest was to gain the ability to sense and manipulate astral energy, which happened to be the fourth aspect of his mana core. But to be able to unlock the fourth aspect, Orion had to fully comprehend the complexity that came with being able to manipulate spiritual energy. However, to do this as well, Orion had to meditate and expand his mana aspect. The moment Orion was able to do all these, the system rewarded him with the title. This title meant that Orion had a higher mana capacity than that of other rank 10 mages. In other words, the current amount of mana flowing within his body was high enough to overwhelm any mage in the same rank or lower than his. The system also rewarded him with a separate skill called Mana Concealment. This skill allowed Orion to suppress and hide the mana flowing around him so that mages and knights lower than his ranking wouldn't become too overwhelmed just by standing close to him. These were the rewards given to him after he completed 3 of the system's quests. Moving on, Orion noticed the last title he had obtained, which was their Colosseum God title. During the last few years, Orion had spent a considerable amount of time in the Colosseum, battling against elven warriors 2 or 3 ranks higher than him. However, until this current moment, Orion had never been beaten once, meaning that he had an unbeaten record of 150 fights in the arena with the same number of wins. Currently, there was no one in the Elf Kingdom, be it an elf or an orc, who could challenge the prince to a fight in the arena and win. After his 100th win in the arena, the fans began to give him a new name, seeing as how their prince was still 15 years of age and yet had accomplished something that even his peers could never dream of replicating. The system also acknowledged and rewarded him the title given to him by his fans and royal subjects, and now no one in the Elf Kingdom would be stupid enough to challenge their prince to a battle in the arena. Even Gainshaw wouldn't dream of fighting against the current Orion. The same went for Adrian as well, who had already acknowledged the fact that Orion was simply different from the rest of them, whose growth pace could never be compared to his. With that out of the way, Orion looked at his attributes, which had increased a lot over the years. He had also improved his understanding of the tiers and numbers of elemental magic he could cast. Also, unlike 8 years ago, Orion could now cast both elemental and non-elemental magic spells. He had also memorized their magic circles so he could cast the spells without chanting them out loud, which could take minutes to complete for ordinary mages. Orion lowered his gaze and noticed the skill called Mana Breathing. For mages who wanted to rank higher, the best option was to conquer dungeons or meditate, but the Mana Breathing skill was like a better version of meditation. The skill enabled Orion to absorb impure mana throughout his pores, allowing him to constantly refine the impure mana he had absorbed, either while he was awake or asleep. Moving on to the life skills he had learned, Orion had learned new life skills not only from Evelyn and Elena but also from Ariel and Karen, who were more than happy to teach him everything they knew. Aside from all these, Orion also took some dance lessons with Mia. Of course, it had been his mother and aunt who had taught them, and he'd had a lot of fun learning the skills from the beautiful women he had in his life. The only life skill I regret not learning more of is my crafting skill and runesmith skill. I heard the elves were pretty good at crafting materials, artifacts, and weapons, but I've been unable to increase the tier of my crafting knowledge. I guess it's the system's way of telling me that the knowledge I've learned is still mediocre compared to what I'm expected to know. Mom said that elves' knowledge in crafting is second only to that of the dwarves. I always wondered what happened to them and why they weren't in this world, even though I've heard a lot about them in books and video games. But it turned out that all the dwarves were taken away to a safe location by the first rune monarch. This occurred during the war. The first rune monarch before Damien Salvatore was actually a dwarf. As a vampire with a rare bloodline ability, Damien had the ability to steal the talents of those he had killed. He killed the first rune monarch, Bjorn Ironside, and obtained his talent, which allowed the world to recognize and fear the talent of a rune monarch. However, just before Bjorn was killed, he found a way to hide his journals and knowledge of runes, along with his people. No one knows exactly where he hid the dwarves, and no one has heard from more about them ever since. We can't even be certain if the dwarves are still alive or not. One could wonder why Bjorn Ironside decided to hide not only his journals but his entire race as well, and the answer was simple: the dwarves were weak compared to other races. Their skills in swordsmanship and archery were underwhelming in comparison to the elves, humans, and beastmen. However, they were extremely talented in crafting and weapon making. Bjorn was also the first ever runesmith to be discovered in the world, so there had been no one aside from him who had ever delved into runesmithing. Even Damien Salvatore never bothered to become involved in it based on how complex it was to learn and implement. This explained why Orion's knowledge of this was still at the lowest tier. Moving on from the past, Orion decided to turn his attention to his elf god bloodline and the progress he had made in it so far. Orion's elf god bloodline's current percentage was due to the abilities of the cardinal aspects he had acquired, and the percentage would increase the more skills he was able to unlock and gain access to. As for the list of resistance abilities he had obtained, these were the abilities he had acquired when he entered dangerous terrains in the dungeons and adapted to the dangerous skills of certain beasts and monsters. Orion smiled as he reminisced about his past up and how it helped him grow into who he currently was. My life has been filled with so much fun over the years. Not only was I able to learn about cooking with Aunt Elena, but Mom, Mia, and I also worked together a lot while deciphering runes to create amazing things that benefited the kingdom. Also, Goddess Ariel taught me a lot about potion brewing and alchemy. She might be a bit weird, but she's really fun to have around. Karen also taught me about art and how it was slowly gaining recognition across the world. I had a couple of wonderful adventures with Adrian, Tenjin, and his 3 beautiful wives as well. His 3 wives were really fun to be around, and I had a blast visiting the cold mountains of the Snow Elves. At the time, I never knew there was a race known as the Snow Elves. It turned out that something happened in the past that caused Mother to banish them to the mountains. Now, Mother has decided to give them the freedom to roam around the kingdom. Of course, there were many elves in the kingdom who still harbored hatred towards the Snow Elves because of the elves they had lost from the Snow Elves' past actions. It hadn't been easy, but everyone eventually opened up to the Snow Elves and welcomed them into the kingdom. Although, a big part of that is because of a certain female Snow Elf. Gran also visited me, and I still get goosebumps when remembering the wild adventures and training she put me through. I can't wait to see her again. I miss her already. Orion's lips instinctively widened even more while staring at the ceiling, but he was suddenly dragged from his walk down memory lane when he heard Mia's voice. "Babe, the bath is ready." She poked her head out of the bathroom to inform Orion. Orion swiftly rose to his feet, went to the bathroom, grabbed his toothbrush, and brushed his teeth along with Mia. Then the both of them sunk into the bathtub to have their bath. Currently, they were both in the bathtub, with Mia's back resting on his chest while the two of them sat in the tub. Her plump milky white ass was nestled comfortably on his little brother while Orion's hands slowly kneaded Mia's boobs from behind. Mia leaned against him even more, savoring the way Orion's hands delighted her body with every touch he made. She purred as his hands explored deeper, and in a way that made her moan as well. "There's nothing for us to eat in the kitchen," Mia informed Orion, and he asked, surprised to hear that. "Nothing?" Since they arrived in the room last night, Orion never bothered to check if there were snacks or food to eat in his room, which had a private lounge, a kitchen, a bedroom, and a bathroom. "Absolutely nothing." "Should we go to the dining hall again like last night?" "No, the food is good but I don't really like it." "Okay then, I'll make something for us to eat." Hearing this, Mia smiled and kissed Orion on his cheek. "Thanks, babe, you're the best." "I know," he replied with a smirk, causing Mia to giggle. "Okay then, I'll be heading over to the dining hall to get us some food supplies." The dining hall had a grocery store section where students were allowed to buy any ingredient they might need. The grocery store also had ingredients which could satisfy the palate of all races. "Thanks, Mia, I'll give you a list of the things I want you to buy." "Okay, babe, but will you be accompanying me to the dining hall?" "No. I'll be heading over to Aunt Elena's office." "To do what?" "To steal her away." Mia giggled after hearing this. "I'm sure she would like to see you do that." Orion smiled. "Yeah, you are right, but I won't be heading over to her office yet." "You have something else you want to do?" "Yes, I need to purify the artifacts I got from the Goblin King." "Okay babe, I'm hungry, so let's hurry up before I develop a taste for eating flesh, especially yours." "I wouldn't mind you taking a bite out of me." Orion playfully nibbled on her ear and Mia giggled. The two of them kissed deeply before bathing and stepping out of the bathroom. Once they were out, the both of them dried their bodies and began to dress up. The moment they were done dressing up, a knock was suddenly heard from the door. "Come in." Mia's voice sounded from inside the room and a female elf opened the door and walked into the room. Mia's eyes widened in surprise when she took in the female elf standing before her while dressed in a maid's outfit. Unlike every other elf she was used to seeing, the maid had long black hair with amethyst-colored eyes and a skin that was so pale it was similar to that of a vampire. She had a stunning body with bountiful assets in the right places as well. The maid walked past the doorway and towards Orion and Mia before bowing to them. "Greetings, Your Highness. I'm Dahlia, and I'll be Your Highness's personal maid during your time at the academy." "How may I please you?" "Personal maid?" Mia turned towards Orion, confused as to why Dahlia would refer to herself as Orion's personal maid. "Yes, she is," Orion replied with a nod. "The academy provided the top 3 students with a maid or butler, and it seems Dahlia will be my maid," Orion explained, and Mia recalled Elena saying something similar while she was giving them a tour around the academy. Elena had explained to them that the academy would only provide a maid or butler who was similar to the race of the top 3 students. However, Dahlia was a bit different from other elves. Not only was she the only elf in the world with black hair, but she was also the last vampire elf in the world. After hearing Orion's explanation, Mia nodded her head in understanding before turning towards Dahlia. She remained silent while staring at Dahlia, scrutinizing her from top to bottom. Finding it awkward since the room suddenly became silent, Dahlia asked, "If there's anything Your Highness wants, please let me a broken bar." "Thank you, Dahlia, but he doesn't need anything." Mia swiftly interrupted Dahlia while she was still talking. "We'll let you know if we need your help with anything," Mia informed the maid, and Dahlia bowed once again before exiting the room. "Of course." Orion noticed the way Mia sent Dahlia away and asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't like her." "Why would you say that?" "I don't like the look on her face. She looks sad." Ever since Mia had known Orion, there had never been an elf who didn't want to be close to him, especially female elves. So many female elves would gush at the chance to be Orion's personal maid, but Dahlia looked different. She seemed indifferent about being Orion's maid, and Mia didn't like that. If anyone wanted to be her man's personal maid, she had to have a strong desire to be with him. She had to be willing to do anything for Orion. If Orion found himself in a dangerous situation, she had to be willing to lay down her life for him. If Orion was feeling sad and needed emotional support, She had to be willing to be there for Orion both physically and emotionally. Of course, physically, she had to be ready to have sex with him whenever he wanted to. These were the qualities Mia expected from a person who called herself Orion's personal maid. Her boyfriend was simply the best, and he deserved these types of qualities in the female who intended to be by his side. However, Mia couldn't sense any excitement in Dahlia's voice while she introduced herself, which was why she didn't like Dahlia, and this made Orion smile before he decided to speak. Yeah. Maybe something happened to her, or something is bothering her, or maybe that's just the kind of elf she is. There are so many reasons why she could be looking like that, Orion replied with a shrug. You're right, but it still doesn't change the fact that I don't want us to be seeing her gloomy face every time we wake up in the morning. There's nothing we can do about it, Mia. Orion smiled and tried to get himself something to drink. Yes, there is, Mia replied as she trailed behind him intending to have something to drink as well. And what might that be? Orion poured water into a cup before drinking it. You could fuck her. What? Orion sputtered as he spat out the water he was drinking. Why would you say that? Think about it, babe. If she had sex with you, I bet she would like it. That doesn't mean she would be happy. I know she will. How can you be so confident about that? Because sex with you is really good, Mia replied, and Orion felt a sense of pride wash over him after hearing a beautiful girl say that sex with him felt good. He wondered what his mother and aunt would say after experiencing sex with him for the first time. With this thought in mind, a smile spread across Orion's face and he passed Mia a cup to drink as well. Just like Mom and Aunt Lena, Mia is very special to me, and I would rather have sex with someone special to me than do it with someone I barely know anything about. Then what do we do? Should we inform your aunt and have her know that we do not wish to have a maid? If the top 3 students do not like the maid or butler provided to them by the academy, they're allowed to say so and bring in anyone of their own, but Orion wasn't interested in this. No, that won't be necessary. Why? Is there something about her that interests you? Yes, babe. I'm interested in her body. Hearing his words, Mia grinned naughtily. You perv. I knew you were interested in the maid the moment you laid eyes on her. Right after Mia said this, Orion swiftly flicked his finger on her forehead. You really need to stop saying nonsense. But you aren't denying it, Orion simply replied with a smile and shrugged. Does that really matter? Okay, fine. Let's say you are not interested in her body. What other reason is there for you to be interested in her? Orion kissed Mia on her forehead and assured her. I promise to tell you while making breakfast. Mia nodded her head in understanding before wrapping her arms around Orion's waist. Okay, good. Now, I'm more interested in why you've been mentioning the word sex and fuck so carelessly. Don't tell me you're interested in having sex again. A broken bark. And we? Of course. If my girl wants to have sex with me, I'll happily agree to it. Mia giggled before pecking Orion on his lips. This is why you're the best boyfriend. The two kissed for a while before Mia left the room to get the things they needed after Orion had written a list of ingredients for her to buy. Meanwhile, Orion stayed behind as he mentally prepared himself for what he was about to do. He took a seat, then pulled the sword and horn out of his inventory. Right after Orion defeated the Goblin King, the system revealed what he needed to do for his body to be able to absorb miasma. Currently, not only could Orion absorb miasma with the techniques he had learned, but he could also purify the artifacts that had miasma oozing out of them. He released a little bit of astral energy, coating his body and the artifacts as well. Shrouding his body with astral energy helped to prevent his body from absorbing the miasma in the corrupted artifacts. Astral energy acted as a divine energy that was capable of purifying corrupted mana. It flowed into the artifacts, and it didn't take more than a second for the artifacts to begin glowing with a yellow hue. Before today, Orion had developed the ability to sense and manipulate astral energy, but he could only control a very small amount of the energy. Unlike the other aspects of his mana core, the astral energy aspect was really difficult to control, and it would take years for normal mages to master it. But Orion was determined to learn everything about it sooner rather than later. Within seconds, The artifacts were completely purified and ready for use. A system notification popped up in front of him as well. Congratulations to the host for purifying the magical artifacts. Would the host like to check out the details of these artifacts? Yes. Magical item: Grimclaw Greatsword. Effects: 1. The Grimclaw is capable of absorbing the cores of beasts and monsters after being used to strike them down. The attributes of the host will also increase significantly with every monster that is slayed using the sword. 2. The host has a 10% chance of plundering at least one skill from the slayed monster or beast as well. Magical item: Horn of the Goblin King. Effects: 1. When used, the host can summon at least 100 hobgoblins that are specialized in using different types of weapons and skills. 2. The host will also be able to summon at least 10 cave trolls and gnomes. 3. If certain conditions are met, the host can even summon a troop of hobgoblins ready to follow your orders. Looking at the things the artifacts were capable of doing, Orion noticed a slight difference from what he observed when the Goblin King used them. The Goblin King could only summon 2 cave trolls right after he blew the horn. I guess that was what the Goblin King was capable of doing with the horn while it was in its hands. However, I'll be able to summon 10 cave trolls and gnomes if I were to use it. The Goblin King also had 40 goblins marching along with him. Does this mean the goblins were summoned by the Goblin King? This would explain why they suddenly appeared out of nowhere within the kingdom. 40 must have been the limit to how many the Goblin King could summon. Also, it doesn't look like I'll be able to summon goblins, but rather, I'll be able to summon hobgoblins with different areas of expertise. Hobgoblins are clearly stronger than goblins. However, this doesn't explain how an artifact from the Netherrealm happened to find its way to the Elf Kingdom. Orion pondered for a while, then decided to store the artifacts in his inventory. For now, he had to visit his aunt before Mia returned with the ingredients she went to buy. Orion swiftly made his way to his aunt while hoping that Lucille would be with her. He had a couple of questions he wanted to ask Lucille concerning the reason why she wanted him in the academy. Although the academy specifically invited him because his presence demonstrated the Elf Kingdom's commitment to the peace treaty between kingdoms, it was also viewed as a way for him to interact and learn with students from other kingdoms. This was the reason why the Lion Prince and the Succubus Princess were also invited. However, Lucille had a different reason for wanting him to be in the academy, and Orion wanted to know what Lucille thought could interest him in the academy. With this thought in mind, Orion stepped out of his room and went straight to his aunt's office. Meanwhile, in the headmistress's office, Elena could be seen reading something on the sheet of paper she was holding. In front of her were 2 huge piles of papers that were neatly arranged on her desk, and she had to read every single one of them before making a final decision on what she had seen. With a satisfied sigh, Elena placed the last paper on the left side of her table. The left side consisted of the papers she was no longer interested in looking at, while the right side contained the papers she would like to review one more time before making a final decision. Elena leaned against her chair as the feeling of her sore arms became worse. She had been working ever since she gave Evelyn, Mia, and Orion a tour of the academy. She didn't even have enough time to do anything she wanted to do. Elena had been so busy she didn't even get a whisper of sleep last night. Her eyes were a bit puffy and she had dark circles underneath her eyes, showing how exhausted she was. Elena could only hope that now she would have enough time to do what she truly wanted to do today, which was to spend the whole day with Mia and Orion. She had been having this thought at the back of her mind throughout the night. It was what had kept her awake over the night as she worked hard to make sure she would be done with what she had to do before sunrise. Although, at this rate, getting a good sleep might be the best thing to do. But Elena still wanted to spend as much time as she could with Orion and Mia. After all, she really had a lot of fun giving Mia, Orion, and Evelyn a tour of the academy. It had been months since the 4 of them were together and it felt really good to be spending time with them again. However, while Elena was daydreaming about the fun time she would soon be having with Mia and Orion, a knock suddenly sounded on her door. While Elena was daydreaming about the fun time she would be having with Mia and Orion soon, a knock suddenly sounded on her door and Lucille walked into the room while holding 2 cups in her hand. "You're done?" she asked, walking closer to Elena's desk. "Yes, well done, Your Highness." She placed the cup of coffee she was holding on the desk. "Thank you, Lucille, and what about you?" "Almost done, but I've got some good news and some bad news," Lucille revealed, feeling that Elena might not really want to hear either of the news because of how exhausted she currently was. However, Elena wasn't bothered by this. "Let's hear it." Although Elena was rubbing and patting her sore arms, she simply wanted to hear what Lucille had to say. She didn't mind whatever the good news might be. But if the bad news involved her doing some extra work that wouldn't take much of her time, then she would try her best to get it done at once. Lucille cleared her throat as she began to share the news. "The good news is that we were able to review a lot of the students' opinions before daybreak, but the bad news is that we still have about 500 more to review." Hearing this, Elena released a sigh. "Can't we postpone the remaining 500 till tomorrow?" "We could, but extending it will only increase the amount of work we have to do tomorrow." "I guess you're right, but it's really a shame." "What do you mean, Your Highness?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just promised Mia and Orion that I would spend the day with them today. I'm sure they'll understand how Buzzy a broken bar." While Lucille was still talking, she suddenly stopped when she heard the office door open. "Hey, gorgeous. How are you doing?" Orion asked Elena as he stepped into her office. Elena giggled as she replied, "I'm fine, handsome." She was really happy to see Orion this morning. It almost felt as though he had read her mind and decided to come over to her office, but Elena was just glad to see his face. However, Lucille was surprised to see Orion walking into the room. "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" "Do I need a reason to see my woman?" Elena giggled at his words and she replied before Lucille could say anything. "No, dear. You're more than welcome to visit me anytime." Orion's presence had lifted her mood, and despite her previously exhausted look, she now had a smile on her face. Her favorite nephew was simply the best. He knew the right words to say to make her smile every morning. "I understand your relationship with the headmistress, Prince Gulja, but you simply can't come in and out whenever you feel like it." "It's fine, Lucille. I'm pleased he's here to see me," Elena informed Lucille while Orion poked his tongue out at Lucille, causing Lucille to harumph as she returned back to her seat. Meanwhile, Orion walked closer to Elena and she asked, "So, what brings you here so early in the morning?" "I believe I told you and Mia that I would head over to your place once I'm done here." "I know, Aunt Elena, but I couldn't wait to see my beautiful aunt." "I've missed you so much." "I've missed you too, dear," Elena replied with a giggle. "So are you done?" "Not yet, dear. I still have a few things to do, but don't worry, Auntie will do her best to finish it all as fast as she can." "You can sit and wait over there while I get these done now." Elena pointed over to the couch at the far end of the room for Orion to sit, but he wasn't interested in doing that. "Nope, we're leaving now." Now, he was standing beside Elena as he placed his hand on her cheeks, caressing them gently. "What's wrong, dear?" "You were awake all night long, weren't you?" Orion asked, noticing the dark circles underneath Elena's eyes. "Yes, I had to." "There were a lot of things that needed to be done and a broken bar." "You worked too hard." "Are you trying to win the Best Headmistress award or something?" "No, silly. I have to work hard so that every other staff in the academy won't have an excuse to be lazy." "Is that why you haven't had a good sleep for the past 2 months?" "Your mom told you about that, didn't she?" "Yep, and now it's time for you to leave this place." Orion lifted her from the seat. "Huh? Hey, what are you doing?" Elena swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck as Orion lifted her into a bridal carry. "Taking you away from your seat." He swiftly teleported to a couch in the office before sitting down with Elena seated down on his lap while her hands were still wrapped around his neck. "You do know that I have a lot of things to do, right?" "Yeah, I do, but your deputy can handle the rest of them, right?" Orion turned towards Lucille. "I guess I could allow her to take a break." "To be honest, I wanted her to take a break since last week, but your aunt wouldn't listen. I really think she works a bit too much compared to everyone else." "Yep, I completely understand. My beautiful aunt is definitely a workaholic." Orion straightened his aunt's messy hair before slowly placing her head on his shoulder. "I'm not a workaholic." Elena pouted with a hint of redness on her cheeks. seeing how Ryan was treating her like a little girl, but she didn't hate it. She really liked feeling pampered by her favorite and only nephew. However, her eyes suddenly widened when she noticed how close they were. "I think you need to stop staying so close to me. I haven't taken my bath this morning and a broken bar. Do you really think I'll be bothered about that? Oh, that reminds me. There's something I want you to see." "What is this?" Ryan pulled out the Goblin King's horn from his inventory before handing it over to Elena. "What's this?" Elena inquired as she collected the horn from Ryan. "I found it in Elvendom along with a sword after taking down a Goblin King." "A Goblin King?" Elena repeated, finding it weird to hear that a goblin had evolved into a Goblin King. It usually took years for a goblin to undergo this evolution, so it was strange for the goblin to have survived for such a long time without one of their adventurers taking it out before it evolved into a Goblin King. "Yes, but the strangest thing was the miasma oozing out of the horn when I first saw it. Let me guess, the Goblin King was somehow able to adapt to the miasma, corrupting its monster core, thereby allowing it to evolve at a faster rate than normal goblins." "Precisely." "Then, this means you purified the horn yourself?" "Yep." "I'm impressed. You're slowly comprehending how to control your astral energy." "To be honest, I'm a bit jealous because neither your mother nor I was able to do this at your age." "Maybe I'm able to do this because I have the best mother and aunt in the world." "Thanks, dear." "Actually, I'm a bit worried about who might have passed through the runic barrier. I wouldn't want them to drop other artifacts in places that are yet to be discovered. It could really hurt our people if anyone were to come in contact with the miasma oozing out of it. Anyways, I tried to check the cave where the goblins came from, but there weren't any other dangerous artifacts in the cave." Ryan was able to do this with the help of his Omnivision skill right after he stored the artifacts in his inventory. "I understand what you are saying, dear, but don't worry about it. I'll let your mum know about this." Elena could guess how the artifacts happened to find their way to the Elf Kingdom. She could also understand why Ryan might be feeling a bit worried. He was worried about how someone from the Nether Realm had passed through his runic barrier before dropping the artifacts in a place where the Goblin King would find them. However, Elena wasn't really bothered by this. She had a guess as to who might have done this, but she wanted to talk to her sister first and then hear her opinion before making a final decision on what to do next. Meanwhile, Ryan nodded his head in response before Lucille, who happened to be eavesdropping on their conversation, spoke up. "Prince Guldur, have you decided on when you'll help the Academy replace its magical barrier with a runic barrier?" "I will, when the Academy is ready to offer me 10,000 merit points." "What? You're trying to graduate from the Academy as fast as you can, aren't you?" "Yep, and I'll be willing to help you in the Academy as long as I get the 10,000 merit points." "Not going to happen." "That's definitely bribery." "Nope, it's a simple negotiation between two adults." "Anyways, you still haven't told me what you think might be of interest to me in this Academy." "Oh, I wanted you to meet one of the professors in the Academy." "Sabrina Mills. She's a witch with a strong interest in alchemy and runes." "Is that it? You invited me to the Academy because you wanted me to meet a witch who happens to be a professor?" "Yes, and number. Not only is she a powerful witch, but she also happens to have something that might interest you." "And what might that be?" "Bjorn Ironside's journal." "What? His journal? I thought all of his journals could never be found again." "Yes, you're right." "Then how did she find it?" "We all know Bjorn Ironside successfully hid his race along with his collection of journals, but right after he was killed by Damien Salvatore, Damien took the last remaining journal hidden within Bjorn's belongings. He was able to decipher some parts of it, but there were still some pages that Damien couldn't decipher before he died. Sabrina took a couple of angels with her and they set out to find the journal. It took them months to search for the journal, but they were able to find it. However, just like Damien, Sabrina has been unable to decipher the journal." "So you want me to decipher the journal with her, right?" "Precisely. If you can do this, we might actually be able to find the Dwarven race and the remaining journals belonging to Bjorn, which might be helpful to you in the future." Hearing this, a smile spread across his face, and he couldn't wait to see the journal, but since it was with Sabrina, he would only be able to see it after seeing her. Orion lowered his gaze, surprised that his aunt hadn't contributed to the conversation he was having with Lucille. However, to his surprise, Elena was already asleep in his arms and resting her head on his shoulders, which showed how exhausted she had been after working hard for months without a proper rest. Elena had tried to look lively yesterday because it had been months since she last saw her family and she didn't want to look too exhausted to spend time with them. With his eyes filled with admiration for his aunt, Orion was about to leave the room when he noticed that Lucille was immersed in what she was doing. Just like his aunt, Orion could see that Lucille was exhausted as well and had little time to rest and regain her strength. "What exactly have you been working on since last night?" "It's concerning the announcement we made last night." "What announcement, huh? You didn't see the announcement we sent to every student's smart bracelet?" "Nope, I was preoccupied with a few things last night." Lucille let out a sigh after hearing what Orion said. She wondered what he could have been so busy with for him to have missed the announcement they made to everyone. However, Lucille didn't know that the reason why Orion missed the announcement was because he had been busy having sex with Mia last night. Students were asked to come up with suggestions they had for a club they would like the Academy to approve, Lucille explained. "So, have you approved any suggestions yet?" "Not yet. But there are a few suggestions we're considering." "Why do students have to come up with these club suggestions? Can't the Academy do this on their own?" "The Academy has suggested a few clubs already, and each of these clubs has fixed a date for when their competitions will be announced. You can find out more about all these once you've taken a look at your smart bracelet. You'll also be notified of the courses you'll be taking as well. So please try to check these things out, especially if you wish to accumulate as many merit points as possible." "I will," Orion replied, and he smoothly stood up from the couch he was sitting on. "All right, I guess it's time for us to take our leave," he informed Lucille. "Okay." Lucille nodded her head in understanding before focusing her attention back on what she was doing. While she was doing this, she suddenly heard Orion's voice again. "Oh, by the way, do you intend on completing all that by yourself?" Lucille noticed that Orion was talking about the pile of papers in front of her, which she was currently busy with, but these weren't the only ones she intended to work on because she still had to do Elena's as well. "I think I'll just ask some of the staff to help me with the remaining papers that need to be reviewed." "Good. I wouldn't want to see you ill and passed out because of all the stress you've been through," Orion teased, knowing that immortal rank mages didn't fall ill. Lucille smiled, pleased to see him looking concerned about her well-being. "Immortals do not get ill, but thanks, Prince Galgia." "Yes, but you guys can get stressed out, right?" "Yes, we can, and that's why I'll give myself 2 whole days to sleep and rest." "That's good, but it would have been a lot better if you had a boyfriend by your side to give you warmth and comfort as well." Hearing this, Lucille rolled her eyes with a smile on her face. "An angel doesn't need a boyfriend. I'm happy living the way I am." "If you say so." Orion shrugged and teleported back to his room. He arrived in his bedroom with Elena still asleep in his arms, but he noticed that his bed sheets had been replaced with new ones. He wondered if it was Mia, but since she wasn't back yet, then it had to be the maid. Orion gently tucked Elena in bed before heading over to the kitchen to get everything ready for breakfast. A few minutes later, Mia returned with the ingredients and the two of them worked together to make breakfast. Once done, they ate, drank, cuddled together, and spoke about a few things until the sun set and Mia returned back to the spirit realm to see her mother. It had been months since Mia last saw her mother, but she knew that she wouldn't be bothered by this because her perverted mother would be patiently waiting for Mia's return with the hope of hearing all of the naughty things Mia had been doing with her boyfriend. Strangely enough, the Kitsune Queen loved to hear naughty stories concerning her daughter and the elf prince. It made her feel strange and sexually excited, and there was definitely nothing wrong or strange about that. A few hours later, Lucille and the staff members she had chosen to work with were finally done with their tasks. The moment they were done, Lucille made an announcement and every student was notified about the announcement through their smart bracelets. During the announcement, She thanked everyone who came up with and submitted their ideas. She appreciated their desire to participate in sharing their thoughts and ideas, even though some were good while others were broken, let's just say interesting and a bit weird. Actually, there were a lot of weird club suggestions made by the students, and these enabled them to easily discard them because it felt like the students who came up with these suggestions had forgotten their primary objective as students of the Union World Academy. Some of these weird club suggestions were clubs like the Council of Men's Club, the Succubus Princess Simp Club, Prince Scourge Sugar Babies Club, the Sexy Ladies Club, plus Ultra Club. All these were just a few of the weird club suggestions students came up with, but none of them could be approved, so they had to be discarded. However, clubs like the Musical Club, Intercultural Club, the Library Club and the Greenhouse Club was easily approved and was now recognized as a club within the academy. Lucille also shared some vital information she wanted the students to hear, and everyone listened attentively to what she had to say. However, at the end of her speech, Lucille revealed the list of clubs that had been approved and those that hadn't. Now, everyone was focused on their smart bracelets, chatting and sharing their opinions about the decision made by the academy, and possible reasons why some of their suggestions weren't approved. Of course, these conversations and exchange of ideas were done between students through their smart bracelets. With the help of their smart bracelets, students could create group chats between members of the same dormitory or different dormitories. Currently, a group of girls were discussing with one another why the club they suggested wasn't approved. They were mainly a group of female elves, but they were open to welcoming females from a different race as long as they shared the same likeness and love towards the only man who deserved such a high amount of love. And who else would that be, other than Prince Scourge, the elf prince? Is anyone else seeing the list released by the deputy headmistress? I am. Me too. Me 3. Our club wasn't approved by the headmistress. This is so unfair. Indeed, I thought the club we suggested would be approved because Prince Scourge was Princess Elena's nephew, but I guess the headmistress doesn't want a club that is dedicated to supporting her nephew. One of the girls concluded. There were 2 ways students could message anyone in a group chat. The first was by speaking out loud to the smart bracelet, and the bracelet would transcribe and send the message to everyone in the group. The second was by focusing their thoughts, and the bracelet would sense and send the message. Do you girls think maybe Princess Elena might be upset with Prince Scourge? Another girl came up with a possibility. Could that be the reason why our club suggestion wasn't approved? It could be. You're right, it has to be. You girls are delusional. There's no way that could have been the reason why our suggestion wasn't approved. A new girl joined the conversation and everyone wondered who she was. She had a weird display name as well. Who the heck are you? I believe her name is Naughty Elf Priestess. I can see that. Genius. I'm just trying to find out if she's truly an elf. Do you think she's an elf? I doubt it. Yeah, me too. Really? But she has elf written in her display name. Every female in the group chat could choose to use their real names while chatting, or they could change it into whatever name they wanted. The choice was theirs to make. The same went for every other student within the academy and in their respective group chats. I doubt an elf would do this unless she wasn't an elf and was simply trying to fit in, thinking we wouldn't notice. Then what do you think she is? A mermaid? A vampire? A succubus? Please, I hope she isn't a succubus. Why? Don't tell me you don't like the succubus princess. I just don't want any succubus coming close to my precious prince. The last thing I would want is to hear that a succubus sucked Prince Scourge dry with her dangerous body. You're right. Succubi are too dangerous, and too beautiful as well. Agreed. I thought our group allowed girls of all races to chat in the group as long as they had a strong love for Prince Scourge. It doesn't. It has an exception. No succubus allowed. Since when? Since now. So get out if you're a succubus. I'm not a succubus. The person named Naughty Elf Priestess replied. Really? Prove it. That's enough, girls. We welcome girls of all races into this group. Anyways, what do you think could have been the reason why our club suggestion wasn't approved? The female elf directed her question towards the Naughty Elf Priestess. The deputy headmistress announced that everyone would be allowed to register in a club of their choice, And she also said a clubhouse competition would be coming up very soon. I believe we can try to keep supporting Prince Orion the same way we've been supporting him for years, even without having a club dedicated to him in the academy. We could also use this group chat as our very own fan club, making everyone official members of the Prince Orion fan club. I agree. Me too. Me 3. Everyone in the group agreed, but someone noticed something nobody else did. Haha, I knew it. No elf would ever call Prince Scourger by his real name. You're right. Wow, I almost missed that part. Oops. Naughty elf priestess noticed that she had been found out and there was no way she could lie her way out of it. Oops. Naughty elf priestess noticed that she had been found out and that she couldn't lie her way out of it. Everyone in the group now knew that she wasn't an elf because of the blunder she'd made. If she's not an elf, then could she be a succubus? Someone in the group chat asked. She has to be. Then again, she could also be a mermaid or a vampire or possibly even a human. The possibilities are endless. Well, it doesn't matter what she is. The only thing that matters is that she's a member of the Prince Scourger fan club and will be treated as such. I'll also be changing the group's name from Prince Scourger Sugar Babies Club to the Prince Scourger fan club. Is everyone in agreement with this? I am. Me 2, me 3, me 4. Everyone agreed, and the girls continued to discuss how they would support whatever club Ryan chooses to register tomorrow and how they couldn't wait to cheer him on if he decided to participate in the clubhouse competition that would be coming up in the near future. As for if he would participate in these tournaments, only time would tell. However, while the girls continued to have their little meeting, a group of men were on their way to have theirs as well. Unlike the ladies, the men chose to have a physical meeting where suggestions, negotiations, and conclusions could be made physically. Currently, 2 young men were walking towards a particular room in a dormitory that was different from Ryan's dormitory. They wore long dark cloaks which had a hood that prevented their faces from being recognized by anyone. Even though it wasn't nighttime yet, the hallway leading to the room the young men were heading to was completely dark with a straight line of candles floating in the ceiling as it brightened up the way. In less than a minute, the 2 young men finally arrived at their destination. They both looked around one final time, making sure they weren't being followed, and seeing that they weren't, one of them knocked on the door. Someone from within opened the door a bit before asking, "What's the password?" "Prince Scourger has a small brick." "Nice, I like that, step right in." He welcomed one of the 2 young men while his colleague was asked to stay behind so he could be questioned as well. "All right, your turn. What's the password?" "Prince Scourger is gay." "Beautiful, you're welcome to step into the room as well." The young man smiled and entered the room to see a huge round table at the center of it. All the curtains by the window had been closed to prevent sunlight from penetrating the room. Candles were floating to brighten up the room a bit and everyone was seated as the meeting officially began. One of the men slammed his hand on the desk with rage as he began to speak. "This doesn't make any sense. Why do other clubs get approved but not ours?" "I know, right? This is completely unfair. Our club clearly has the potential to be a great club. I just don't see why the headmistress didn't approve it." "Maybe it's because of the description written underneath our club." "Do you really think that could be the reason?" "Thinking about it now, it could have actually been the reason." "Yeah, it has to be." "What? Really?" "Yeah, I see, so that's why our club wasn't approved." "Yeah, but what exactly was wrong with the description of the club?" "I actually liked it. I liked it as well. I still do, to be honest. I doubt a regular club would have a motto like ours." "What's wrong with being sincere about our feelings?" "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" We all agreed on the club's motto and it was pretty catchy. Indeed, everyone in the room nodded their heads in agreement, but a young man who had recently joined the club couldn't help but wonder what his colleagues were talking about, so he decided to nudge the student seated right next to him. "Hey, what exactly is the club's motto?" he asked the other student while grabbing the cup of water placed before him on the desk. "The club's motto?" "Oh, you're a new guy?" "Yes, I am." "So please, what's the club's motto?" he asked once again before sipping more water from the cup. "The motto is pretty easy. It's we like women, and we like them thick as fuck." PFFT. The new guy choked on and spat the water in his mouth all over the desk. He wiped the water from his mouth before uttering with rage, "What kind of shithead nonsense is that, huh?" Everyone cocked their heads towards him in a scary, horror-like manner. "What did you just say, punk? Did he just call us shitheads?" "What?" "Let me at him, let me at him." A wolfman tried to pounce on the new guy, but 2 other students held him down before he could do anything. However, the leader of the fan club tried to calm his fellow gentlemen down. Men, please, settle down. We're men of culture, we do not get provoked by simple taunting words, he said before turning his attention towards the new guy. "Hey, new guy. Since our collective idea was easily rubbished by you, I hope you have a better idea than the one you just called shithead." The new guy cleared his throat, then he stood before everyone. "To be honest, I would like to become a bona fide member of the Council of Men Club, but I really believe our club could do a lot better than a motto like 'We like women, and we like them thick as fuck.' Then, give us a better one, genius." The greater the mass, the greater the force of attraction. Everyone stroked their hairless chin as they pondered on the words the new guy proposed for their motto. The room suddenly became quiet, and within seconds, a round of applause echoed throughout the room. "Beautiful, splendid." "It's simple to understand, yet very misleading." "I like it. I love it. He's a genius." A young merman muttered while clapping. "His mind transcends that of we mere mortals," his friend added while clapping as well. Their voices were low, so no one aside from the 2 of them could hear what they were saying. "We're nothing but tiny specks in comparison to his brilliance." "Indeed." "Agreed." "Should we tell him?" "Hell number." After a while, the leader of the club cleared his throat before addressing everyone else. "All right, everyone. I believe now is the time to address our real reason for this meeting." Everyone remained silent and nodded their heads in agreement. "As we all know, everyone will be signing up to a club tomorrow, and so will the top 10 students. They'll most likely be aiming for the top 7 rankings, and this means that they'll be registering for more than one club with the hope of gaining as many merit points as possible." "You're right, and that's why we can never allow the Elf Prince to become the Student Council President. We must support someone worthy of becoming the Elf Prince's rival. We need someone who has a high possibility of accumulating a lot of merit points." "Indeed. My sister is a member of the Prince Orion fan club, and she said all members of the club will be watching the prince very closely to see which club he would sign up for." "I see. I guess we can do the same for whoever we want to support." "Then, who do we support?" "The Lion Prince." "Hell number." "But he's ranked number 3. "Doesn't matter, we won't be supporting him." "Then what of the merman?" "He's ranked number 4, and you'll support him since you're both from the same race?" "I might be a merman, but I'll never support another man in a situation like this." "Agreed." All other mermen in the room nodded their heads in agreement. "Then, we're left with the Succubus Princess." "Indeed, she's the perfect person to support." As members of the Council of Men's Club, everyone had a strong desire to make sure Orion didn't become the top student at the end of the semester. Once someone became a member of the Student Council, they would be given special privileges and authority. Also, since the Succubus Princess was a princess already, they knew she would have a strong desire to be at the top. It was just how demons were. A demon princess would certainly love to be at the top of the hierarchy, and she would be more eager to get to the top if she saw the huge number of students supporting her. This was why the Council of Men wanted her to be at the top. Once she became the Student Council President, they would treat her like the queen bee of the academy. Their perverted minds were ready to do anything to make sure she reached the top, because once she did, they would be happy to do anything for her. If she wanted a carpet of young men that she could step on whenever she wanted to go somewhere in the academy, they would be more than happy to do as she desired. If she wanted slaves and butlers to do her chores or anything insignificant, they would be happy to oblige. Such was the motivation behind their objectives. Although it might seem like these bunch of fools weren't focused on improving their personal ranks, in actuality, they were actually planning on doing so. But they had made peace with their minds, as they knew that there was no way in hell that they could become one of the top 7 students in the academy. They were all interested in improving their current ranks, but they knew their capabilities and their limitations, and they did not intend to do more than they were capable of. Of course, Many other students did not share the same ideology as these guys, and everyone else was determined to put in their best to become one of the top 7 or 10 students in the academy. The Council of Men continued their meeting and concluded it with the hope of creating a group chat titled the Succubus Princess Fan Club, where they would be able to discuss other things in the future. In a nutshell, just like the girls' fan club, this group of men was determined to register for the same clubs the Succubus Princess would be signing up for so as to give her the best possible support ever. And this was how everyone prepared themselves for the club registration coming up tomorrow. Meanwhile, in Orion's dormitory, Stella Hall, Elena groggily woke up from her sleep. She noticed that she was currently on Orion's bed and in his dorm bedroom, but when she searched around the room, using her omnivision skill, she couldn't find Orion. Elena couldn't find Mia either, so she decided to have a bath, hoping that they would return from wherever they went once she was done with her bath. A few minutes later, Elena stepped out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her body while a few drops of water dripped down from her hair to her body. She began massaging her arms, which had been feeling a bit sore before she fell asleep. Now, she was feeling a little okay, but she wouldn't mind Evelyn giving her a massage at a time like this. Sister's massage skills have improved a lot over the years and I wouldn't mind getting a massage from her. Come to think of it, Orion always wanted to give us a massage as well. Should I ask him to give me one? Nah, there's no need for me to bother him right now. He's probably doing something important with Mia, so I shouldn't disturb their precious bonding time. With her mind made up, Elena decided to get dressed and forget about the massage. But it would really be nice to experience having a massage from him. If that's what you want, then let's get started right now. Orion's voice suddenly emerged from behind her as he teleported into the room. If that's what you want, then let's get started right now. Orion's voice suddenly emerged from behind Elena as he teleported into the room. Huh? Elena flinched as she felt Orion's arms wrap around her waist from behind. Orion trailed kisses across her shoulders, tracing his kisses towards her neck before nibbling softly on her ear. Elena moaned softly as she tried her best to muster the strength to ask Orion a question. When did you return back from where you? Just now. But where's Mia? Don't worry, she has returned to the spirit realm, so it's just the two of us right now. His hand slowly slid up from her waist to her boobs, then he began kneading it gently, causing Elena to moan even more. Do you still want that massage? Orion asked while his hands slowly lowered her towel, allowing his fingers to directly grab her breasts, then fondle and tease her erect nipples. Why yes, Elena replied, and she moaned even more while feeling his fingers pinching her nipples. Alright, let's get started. Orion removed his hands from her breasts and turned around to walk into the lounge, but he felt his hand being grabbed before he could turn completely. Wait. Elena swiftly leaned into Orion's chest, wrapping her arms around his neck before kissing him. It had been months since the two of them last kissed, and Elena had missed having his lips on hers. Orion's hands groped her butt cheeks, causing Elena's body to feel even more sensitive as she moaned into his mouth, then pulled him closer to deepen their kiss. Her body was strangely feeling more excited than ever before. It felt like Orion knew the right places to touch, causing her body to yearn for more of his touch while hoping that he didn't stop anytime soon. This continued for a while with their tongues twirling and battling for dominance. After a while, the two parted their lips, breathing heavily with a smile on their faces. Elena really missed his kisses, but there was no doubt about it. This was by far the greatest kiss she had ever had with Orion. Orion kissed her forehead deeply and Elena's smile widened even more as she tried to calm her rapidly beating heart. We really need to head over to the lounge for your massage. Can't we stay here a bit more? Elena wrapped her arms even more around his neck, pressing her boobs against his chest as well. Currently, she didn't have a single shred of clothing on her body, but she wasn't bothered by this after all. She was with the only man her heart desired. Nope, let's head over to the next room. Orion remained firm on his words, causing his beautiful aunt to pout cutely. Fine, but you must promise to make it quick. You really like kissing me, don't you? Orion pecked her cheeks and Elena closed her eyes, savoring the feeling of having Orion's lips on her skin, even if it was just her cheeks. "Yes, okay, we'll do what you want after the massage, and if you want, we could do a lot more than just kissing." Hearing this, Elena swiftly pecked Orion on the lips. "I'd like that." "All right, let's get started." Orion held Elena's hand and led her to the lounge, but Elena's eyes widened in surprise when she noticed the preparations Orion had made for her. The first thing she noticed were the flower petals scattered all over the floor, and the warm candlelight illuminating the room as well. There was also a bunch of scented candles which filled the air with their soothing fragrance, and a lyre at the corner of the room, playing on its own, thanks to the spell Orion had cast on it. Elena swiftly turned towards Orion, puzzled by how he had swiftly prepared all these. When did you? Orion shrugged and replied. "I noticed you subtly patting your arms yesterday." Elena was surprised to hear this. She had tried her best not to show how exhausted she was yesterday while giving Orion, Mia, and Evelyn a tour of the academy, but it turned out that she couldn't deceive her handsome nephew, who had noticed her sore arms. Elena smiled and swiftly hugged Orion tightly. She thanked him and continued to embrace him for a few more minutes. While hugging him, a thought suddenly materialized in her mind. But when did he have the time to arrange all this? The room wasn't like this before I had my bath. Does this mean he did all these while I was having my bath? Elena realized this and her arms around Orion tightened even more. Her smile also widened because she was the happiest aunt in the world at the moment, and she was pleased to have a wonderful nephew like Orion. He was simply the best nephew in the world. No, he wasn't just the best nephew in the world, he was the greatest nephew ever. After a while, Elena and Orion walked over to the soft massage table at the center of the room. Then she lay on her stomach while placing her head on her arms. Now, she had her back facing him, and with the help of the skills he had obtained after unlocking the lust aspect of his elf god bloodline, Orion could easily see which part of her body needed to be massaged. He could easily detect the tight muscles in her body, and his lips stretched into a smile as he mentally prepared himself to give Elena the best massage she had ever experienced. Orion gently coated her body with relaxing oil before adding a little bit of pressure into her joints, which had been sore for a couple of weeks now. "Please, relax your body, things are about to get intense," he gave Elena a gentle warning. "Intense?" Elena wondered, but her attention swiftly drifted towards Orion's skillful hands, which added a bit of pressure to her muscles and joints, easing the pain and tension in her body and, in turn, caused Elena to unexpectedly release a low moan. His hand movements soothed her body, as he started from her neck and moved all the way down to her feet before slowly moving back up to her thighs, sending flashes of pleasure throughout her body while Elena tried her best to suppress her moans as her body slowly approached its climax. However, while she was experiencing all these sensations, she only had one thought in mind. Were massages always this good? Elena's moaning continued as Orion's skillful fingers allowed her to experience her first ever successive orgasm. Never before had she experienced orgasm upon orgasm just by getting a massage. It was even more bizarre because all it took for Elena to experience such a pleasure was nothing more than his fingers, and this made her wonder just how good he was at giving massages. Aside from this, every part of her body, which had been aching before, felt even better than ever. "If I had known you were this good at giving massages, I would have asked for a massage a lot sooner," Elena said, while breathing roughly and staring at the ceiling. Orion smiled before planting a kiss on her forehead. "It's never too late to ask for more. Just let me know whenever you are interested in doing this again in the future." "I will, thanks, dear." "You're welcome. I bet your mum would love to experience this as well." "She would, but right now, I'm only interested in pleasing you." Hearing this, a smile broke out on Elena's face and she swiftly sat up on the massage table she was resting on. "And how do you intend on doing this?" "By giving you what you want." He leaned closer to her lips before locking her lips with his. His bold movement caused Elena to moan into his lips, but she tried her best to match his passionate kiss. She wrapped her arm around him as her body tingled all over, strangely demanding more of his affection as Orion lifted her by her soft fleshy butt cheeks while she wrapped her legs around his waist. They separated their lips, smiling at each other with heavy unsteady breathing. With their hearts beating rapidly, Elena cupped Orion's cheeks and stared intimately at his lips, with her heart craving to be loved passionately by him once again. She suddenly leaned over to kiss Orion again, causing Orion's eyes to widen with surprise. He knew Mia loved kissing him a lot, but he never expected his aunt to feel the same way as well, hence why he was a bit surprised. But despite the suddenness of her kiss, he responded with the same vigor and passion that Elena initiated the kiss with. Now, Elena was the one feeling surprised. Her eyes widened as she felt Orion ravish her mouth without hesitation, but Elena wasn't going to let Orion be in control. With a quick and nimble movement, Elena concentrated on the kiss and grabbed his cheeks tightly, leaning closer for a passionate kiss and brimming with an intense desire she never knew she had. Elena finally took control, dominating Orion's tongue with her own, and with each passing moment, her actions grew more intense and passionate as she leaned into him, forcing Orion to take a few steps back until his broad back hit the wall. But he didn't falter. Instead, his hand firmly grabbed her ass, holding her in place as he wrestled his tongue with hers for domination while subtly taking them both to his bedroom. The heat between them grew more and more intense with each passing second. Finally, with a deliberate effort, they broke off the kiss as they approached Orion's bedroom, with Orion emerging as the victor of their heated battle. However, Orion was stunned and he watched in amazement as Elena licked away his saliva from her lips before withdrawing her tongue back into her mouth. She leaned closer to him as well, licking her saliva from his lips, with a smile on her face and a look of lust evident in her eyes. This sudden act ignited a flame in Orion as his rod hardened within his briefs, raising a tent like never before. He smiled mischievously at Elena, whose heart fluttered just by looking at his face. She could see by the look on his face that he wanted to utterly ravage her body right there and then, and she couldn't help but smile nervously at him with her heart beating faster by the second as Orion slowly walked towards the bed. He subsequently began crawling towards the center of the bed with her legs still wrapped around his waist while one of his hands kept her in place and he used his other hand for support as he approached the center. Knowing what was coming next, Elena gently unwrapped her arms and legs from his neck and waist, respectively, before lying on the bed and giving Orion a full view of her beautiful body and perfect curves. With a wolfish grin, he leaned towards her beautiful white stomach, gently kissing it at first as Elena's body shook, then calmed down, as his kisses slowly descended towards her navel, sucking and licking it before going lower to her drenched honeypot. He slowly raised her legs, parting them to get a good glimpse of her beautiful pink snatch. With her heart anxiously waiting for the inevitable, Elena tightly gripped the bed sheets from either side of her head as she closed her eyes, expecting his tongue to dive into her honeypot. With a calculated movement, Orion slowly descended towards her sensitive spot, planting a gentle kiss on her wet pink labia and eliciting a loud, abrupt yelp from Elena's lips. A surge of exhilaration washed over her as her beautiful honeypot made contact with Orion's hungry lips. In the midst of the sudden yelp, Orion seized his opportunity to extend his tongue, snaking it out from between his lips and plunging it into the depths of Elena's pussy. The sensation was overwhelming, causing her to release a deep breath, as her body trembled in response to Orion's adept tongue exploration. His tongue explored every contour of her fleshy folds, igniting a deep sense of pleasure within Elena. Her eyes widened in shock and full-blown hunger as her back arched off the bed, feeling the fervent caress of Orion's tongue as it delved deeper into her vagina, only to suddenly be withdrawn, leaving her craving for more as she tried to steady her heavy breathing, while her eyes stared at Orion and anticipated his tongue on her unsatisfied member. Not wanting to disappoint his beautiful aunt, Orion immediately raised her hips and dipped his tongue deeper than ever before, thereby intensifying the sensation that engulfed Elena and pushing her to the point of no return. Wait, what are you? Elena exclaimed, feeling Orion's tongue delicately and swiftly licking and sucking her honeypot, which caused a wave of mixed sensations to course through her being and making it difficult for her to form coherent words. Soft moans escaped her lips even as she bit her lower lip to try to muffle her moans. But the overwhelming sensation made her unable to deny the satisfaction that coursed through her body due to Orion's touch and the swirl of his tongue. But as Elena drowned in this newly discovered sensation, she couldn't help but marvel at how this felt a lot better than she could have possibly imagined. Had she known it would feel this good, Elena would have done this a lot sooner. The intense mingling of his saliva with the warmth of Elena's narrow walls intensified the intoxicating delight that enveloped her as she felt the moisture within her increasing, as her love juice surged to the surface. Orion, slow down. It's a broken bar too much. Elena exclaimed, her voice filled with a mixture of astonishment, bewilderment, and pleasure. Her toes curled into themselves as her legs dug into the bed, which was proof of her approaching orgasm, and her body slowly succumbed to the overwhelming delight that surged within her. Her fleshy tight insides grew wetter by the second, releasing its sweet enticing juice as Orion meticulously licked and sucked on them. With each stroke of his tongue, he ventured further, tasting her sweet nectar and exploring the depths even more. But as his tongue delved deeper, it collided with a certain spot within her wet honeypot which sent shockwaves of ecstasy throughout her body. Noticing this, Orion gripped her thighs firmly and positioned his teeth at the edge of her clitoris, which sent a wave of suspense through Elena's body as she noticed how he subtly moved towards her sensitive pearl. "No, Orion, wait, that's my..." But Orion didn't listen. "Wait, that's my broken Barak." Reacting swiftly to his desires, he bit and sucked on her sensitive pearl, eliciting a loud piercing moan from Elena. A sensation and revelation that brought her towards the precipice of ecstasy, as if awakening a dormant sensation within her body. At that moment, her mouth stretched wide open, and droplets of saliva propelled into the air as though she had never experienced something like this before, and to both Orion and Elena's surprise, a sharp burst of thick liquid shot out of Elena's irrigating depth, with each burst varying in direction and force. Reacting quick, Orion withdrew his face and watched her once dripping wet snatch transform into a fully open faucet, shooting its contents against his face and chest. "Amazing." The words slipped from Orion's lips as he hastily wiped off the thick, intoxicating liquid from his face with his hand. His tongue darted out to the side of his face to taste the remnants, savoring the sweet delicious nectar that lingered. Meanwhile, Elena, unable to control her rapidly beating heart, covered her face in embarrassment as her legs slowly slid down to the bed, still erupting a few bursts of thick love juice. She opened a little slit between her fingers to sneak a peek at Orion, only to see the remaining droplets of love juice trickling down his face to his chest. In short, every inch of his body was drenched with her sweet nectar. After a while, Elena's bursting flow of juice subsided, and her body finally succumbed to exhaustion, but she mustered enough strength to make sure she could continue from where they stopped since Orion looked as though he wasn't exhausted. However, Orion noticed her fatigue, so he leaned toward her, urging her to relax for a while. "It's okay, Aunt Elena. We don't have to continue right now." Thanks to one of the abilities obtained from the lust aspect of his awakened bloodline, Orion temporarily had stamina and strength that was 3 times more than that of his aunt and mother. Elena listened to him and lay down a bit, watching as Orion removed his briefs, and allowed her to stare at his majestic and veiny rod. Just watching how his erect rod throbbed with the excitement of what was to come, caused a smile to spread across Elena's lips due to the knowledge that it would soon pierce through her virgin pussy. "Are you ready?" he asked. Orion's heartwarming voice, which was filled with love, care, and concern about her readiness to take in his extra-large member, made Elena feel relaxed. She nodded as a bit of wetness accumulated at the edge of her eyes. "Yes," she also added to be clear. But her voice cracked a bit as she spoke, and she immediately wiped away her tears, her resolve now vivid in her eyes. Elena had been anticipating this very moment for a long time, and she couldn't believe Orion was finally going to penetrate her. Meanwhile, Orion leaned closer to her once again, his hands caressing her cheeks before his thumb slowly teased her pink juicy lips, sending waves of pleasure across her body with her honeypot becoming moist once again. Orion's lips drew closer to hers for a passionate kiss as his tongue twirled and danced around hers while Elena tried to reciprocate the same intense passion. Once their lips parted, their eyes locked on each other, silently communicating their rising desire to copulate. Orion slowly descended towards her breast, carefully twirling his tongue around her erect nipples, sucking and then playfully biting it to send perpetual waves of euphoria throughout her body. Elena stifled her moans as her back arched off the bed a bit because she was trying not to distract Orion. She gently caressed his head lovingly as she cherished the way Orion carefully took his time to explore her body. She also noticed how Orion kept handling her body like a delicate gem as he carefully explored every part of her body, not wanting to leave out any part and subsequently make her feel less excited about what was to come. Seeing how Orion was willing to go the extra mile to make her feel relaxed and wet because it was her first time, Elena couldn't help but be even more fond of him. She really loved the way he was treating her right now, and strangely enough, she was feeling excited as well. In fact, she could feel the heat rising within her as she developed a strong desire to feel his rod penetrate her. Elena glanced down between the both of them and she could see Orion slowly positioning his rigid member at the entrance of her wet honeypot. She let out a soft moan as he slowly began to slide his cock into her, piercing through a thin resistance before filling her up with his huge rod. But rather than wince in pain at his irresistible rod, Elena felt his rod send a torrent of pleasure across her body, causing every part of her body to tingle with excitement and euphoria. It was as though a tsunami of pleasure had surged through her, setting every nerve on fire and eliciting a pleasure throughout her body like never before. A broken bar. Elena clutched the pillow below her head tightly and moaned loudly at the top of her lungs as her inner folds tightly clung onto Orion's rod, not wanting to let go. Orion released a groan, feeling her wet folds become tighter by the second as he slowly pushed himself deeper into her chamber. He withdrew his engorged member from her moist pussy and then slowly plunged back in before his thrusts steadily hastened. Orion's pace steadily increased, thrusting into her with unrelenting force as Elena's fingers moved towards him and dug into his arms, which were positioned on either side of her face. Her hands grasped his arms tightly, while her moans grew louder as saliva trickled from the corners of her mouth and onto the bed. Her mind hovered on cloud nine as she never imagined her first experience to feel so pleasurable and exciting. At first, she had feared but expected the wincing pain that accompanied the path of crossing into womanhood, but ever since Orion's unrivaled rod entered her, she had felt nothing but pleasure and satisfaction as his rod relentlessly dived in and out of her dripping wet snatch. His hip movement didn't relent, as each thrust plunged fiercely into her, even more than the last, allowing the intoxicated feeling of pleasure coursing through her body to heighten beyond her wildest dream as she thirstily craved for more. Elena lifted her hands to grab either side of Orion's cheeks as she stared lovingly into his eyes and, with unspoken words, urged him to go deeper into her. Orion leaned down to her lips, as though trying to accumulate every dormant strength he could muster from within him before giving her what she truly wanted. Meanwhile, Elena wrapped her arms around his neck, then began twirling her tongue around his own in a fervent desire to reciprocate his intoxicating tongue movement, while Orion's hip movement maintained its speed with their lips still intact. After a while, Orion slowly retracted his lips from the kiss and their eyes locked onto each other. He nodded to her, indicating his readiness to double or, if possible, triple his current pace. Understanding his intention, Elena nodded in return and grasped his arms once again to brace herself for the inevitable. Orion slammed his hips into her deeper and faster, his shaft poking the entrance of her womb as their bodies moved in absolute harmony. With each thrust, Elena's back arched off the bed, and her hips ground against his, resulting in a combined effort to enhance their satisfaction. Soon, the sound of flesh hitting flesh reverberated throughout the room, but it was drowned out by the loud piercing moan of Elena as a sudden surge of overwhelming pleasure coursed through her, causing her mind to spin and her body to convulse as a droopy smile spread on her face. Orion pumped his seed into her and her love juice gushed out like a broken faucet, spilling all over Orion's rod, stomach, and thighs. Orion watched as his erect rod glistened with Elena's love juice before her legs slowly dropped down to the bed, feeling the afterglow of the intense sex she just had with him. Still breathing heavily, Orion leaned closer to kiss Elena, and she kissed him back as well, but she was too exhausted to do anything else, so he laid down beside her and Elena cuddled up to him. "That was amazing," she muttered. "I'm glad you liked it. I never knew that sex would feel this good." "If you wish, we could go for another round," Orion informed Elena while his hand fondled her breasts. Elena giggled and wondered how he could still have enough strength for a second round. However, unlike Orion, she was too exhausted to even lift any part of her body, so she planted a kiss on his cheek before reassuring him. "Maybe tomorrow, dear. Auntie needs to rest a bit." Orion nodded his head in understanding before kissing her forehead, and Elena smiled as her eyes slowly closed. Then she rested her head on his broad chest before falling asleep, and Orion fell asleep as well. The next morning, Orion opened his eyes to notice that he was the only one left in the room. He slowly stood up from the bed before getting dressed. Then he walked over to the lounge. He noticed Elena humming a song and shaking her hips happily while making something for breakfast. She felt like the happiest girl in the world and she wanted to make a really good meal for the man she loved. When she noticed his presence, her smile widened even more as she greeted him. "Good morning, handsome." "Good morning, beautiful. How are you feeling?" "Amazing." "I can see that," Orion replied and teleported behind her, hugging her from behind and allowing her bare butt cheeks to grind against his cock. Elena wasn't wearing a bra or panty, and the only piece of cloth on her body was the apron she was wearing. "What's for breakfast?" Orion asked as he slowly trailed kisses all over her neck and shoulders. "What's for breakfast?" Orion asked as he slowly trailed kisses all over her neck and shoulders. "Your favorite." "Need any help?" he asked, resting his chin on her shoulder to watch her whisk the eggs she had cracked in a bowl. She was trying to make an egg and cheese sandwich which happened to be one of Orion's favorite meals. "Thanks, dear, but Auntie can handle this on her own." "You sure?" Orion continued to rain kisses down her neck to her shoulders. Elena smiled and giggled as she felt his arms around her waist while he showered her body with kisses. She liked it, but she needed to concentrate on what she was doing and she wanted Orion to get ready for the event that was happening today. "Yes, now go have your bath, mister, or you'll be late for today's activity." She kissed Orion on the cheek and urged him to bathe before returning to eat his breakfast. Orion obliged her and got dressed about half an hour later. The moment he was ready to leave, Orion noticed that he still had about 15 minutes before the club registration began. So he used the little time he had left to check a few things on his smart bracelet and familiarize himself with it. Meanwhile, he was also resting his head on Elena's lap, who was seated on a couch and gently caressing his hair. "So, have you registered for the classes you'll be attending for the semester?" she asked, noticing how Orion was still focused on what he was looking at, which happened to be the classes he was asked to register for the semester. "I have, but it seems the classes will be divided into core classes and elective classes." "Yes, the core classes are compulsory for every student to attend, while for the elective classes, you can choose to register the one you feel more comfortable with." "Is there a specific number of elective classes I'm allowed to register for?" Orion asked, because the number of elective classes he could see available in his smart bracelet was above 20, and Orion didn't have any interest in taking that many classes. "Yes, students are expected to register a maximum of 10 elective classes and a minimum of 4 elective classes. I guess I'll be registering for 4 elective classes in addition to all my core classes." "Have you checked all the elective classes available for you to register in?" "Yes, and you're satisfied with the 4 elective classes you picked?" "Yes." "How many core classes are you to register?" "There are 4. "Oh, that's right. Since you're one of the top 10 students in the academy, the 10 of you will be having 4 core classes while everybody else will be having 7. 7 core classes? Elena nodded her head in response. Are the classes for the top 10 students different from that of everyone else? Yes, most of the students will be taking basic how fundamental classes, while the 10 of you will be taking the advanced version of most of the classes of the other students. Orion nodded his head in understanding as he returned his gaze back to his smart bracelet. So, that's why some of my core classes have the words advanced in them. Yes, for example, the advanced practical magic class will be focused mainly on the 10 of you learning advanced support spells like strength enhancing spells, shielding spells, and the like. You'll also be learning basic tier 4 and 5 spells, unlike everyone else who will be taught basic tier 1, 2, and 3 spells. We'll only be learning tier 4 and 5 spells? Yes. That's quite disappointing. Couldn't you guys include tier 6 spells as well? We can't. The instructors and professors have to follow the syllabus we believe every student should be prepared to learn in the first year of the academy. But I already know a lot about tier 4 and 5 spells. Elena smiled and stroked his hair gently. I know, dear. But just because you know a lot about these tier 4 and 5 spells doesn't mean you won't find new things to learn if you attend these classes. I guess you're right. So this means your core classes are the Advanced Practical Magic class, the Advanced Combat Training class, the Survival Technique class, and what else? The World History and Cultural Etiquette class, Orion replied. Then he swiftly registered the elective classes he was interested in. All done. Really? Yes. You registered for 4 elective classes, right? So what are they? The Alchemy and Potion Brewing class, Art class, Culinary class, and Beast Mastery and Magical Creature class. With Orion's 4 core classes, it was easy to understand why the Academy wanted the students to learn this. The World History and Cultural Etiquette class allowed students to understand not only the history of their kingdom but also that of other kingdoms, along with their cultures. As for the elective classes Orion chose, he wanted to improve his understanding of beast taming and alchemy. He chose art and culinary classes because art was slowly growing and gaining importance in this world, and he was also interested in learning the different dishes that could be made across different kingdoms in the world. Although Orion had registered for these classes, it still didn't change the fact that he knew a lot about some of the classes he registered for. However, Orion wasn't the only one in this regard. So the Academy granted a special privilege to the top 10 students. This meant that they were allowed to register in a guild within the capital city which was directly underneath the floating Union World Academy. The top 10 students could step out of the Academy whenever they wanted to register in a guild and embark on dungeon raids during their time at the Academy until they graduated, and this was what Orion intended on doing whenever he didn't have any class to attend. However, he wasn't going to allow this to affect his main objective in the Academy, which was to accumulate as many merit points as possible for him to be able to graduate quickly. While he was thinking about this, a question suddenly popped up in his mind and he asked Elena. What is the best way to accumulate a lot of merit points? With the help of his photographic memory, Orion knew what needed to be done to obtain merit points. On the day of the entrance ceremony, Lucille had listed the ways students could obtain merit points. To obtain merit points, students needed to attend classes, participate in club activities, be respectful to their peers and instructors, and finally, they needed to contribute in volunteering works which could improve the Academy. However, when Lucille mentioned all these, she didn't inform the students which of these would be the best way to accumulate a lot of merit points, hence why Orion was interested in knowing this. If you wish to accumulate a lot of merit points, you'll need to register in at least 3 main activity clubs. What do you mean by main activity clubs? Activity clubs are divided into the main clubs and subsidiary clubs. The main clubs are the clubs the Academy created before students were asked to come up with a few suggestions of their own. So, let me guess, the subsidiary clubs are the clubs suggested by the students. Yes. But why do you want me to register at least 3 main activity clubs without including the subsidiary clubs? That is a question you should be asking Professor Draco and not me. Now get up, hot stuff, you're running late. Orion raised his head up from Elena's lap. He and the remaining top 10 students were expected to meet with Professor Draco this morning on details concerning the activity clubs and what they needed to know before registering in the clubs they wanted. "Goodbye, Aunt Elena." Orion kissed Elena's cheeks before stepping out of the room. On his way out, he noticed Dahlia and the two of them headed towards where Professor Draco and the remaining top 10 students were. They were able to quickly arrive at their destination with the help of a teleportation array, and Orion could see a group of students standing before him. Of all the students in front of him, there was one who was a lot taller than everyone else, and it was the Lion Prince. The Lion Prince noticed Orion walking towards his direction, so he decided to introduce himself first before anyone else. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, number one." The Lion Prince tried to give Orion a handshake, but someone's voice sounded from behind the Lion Prince. "For the last time, stop calling everyone by their rank. We all have a name just like you." "Mine is Arthur and not number 4. The Lion Prince had a huge mane and a muscular physique, which became even more apparent with the academy uniform he wore. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, number 1. The Lion Prince tried to give Orion a handshake, but someone's voice emerged from behind the Lion Prince. "For the last time, stop calling everyone you meet by their rank. We all have a name, just like you." "Mine is Arthur and not number 4. A young man with black hair and hazel-colored eyes poked his head out from behind the Lion Prince. Arthur was a muscular, light blue, shark man with sharp pointy teeth that easily gave away his race. Just like most mermen, he had a humanoid body with gills on both sides of his neck. He also had a saw-shaped nose, which he used for breathing, just like his gills. "I don't get it. Do you not like me calling you number 4? The Lion Prince asked, tilting his head to the side with a puzzled look on his face. "Precisely, it's annoying to hear you call everyone you see by their ranks." The Lion Prince scratched the top of his head as he thought about what Arthur was saying. He understood what Arthur was trying to say to him, but he still couldn't figure out why he looked so angry. "Master Vorpal, I do not understand why someone would look so angry at me. Is it really wrong to call everyone by their ranks? Everyone back home wouldn't have minded me doing this, but it seems I'm making a very bad first impression." "You're doing great, Princess Aslan." A little rabbit-like creature popped his head out of Aslan's large mane before sitting on the Lion Prince's shoulder. He looked like a cute little rabbit wearing a shirt with a small book in his hand. "Do not mind the words of this bottom feeder," Master Vorpal added. "What? Hey, let me tell you something, bunny." Arthur growled at the bunny. "It's Master Vorpal to you. Whatever, it still doesn't change the fact that you're a bunny." "I'm a hare." Arthur shrugged indifferently with a smirk on his face. "You all look the same to me. After all, you're all just a bunch of carrot-loving freaks." Unlike many other hares in the Beastman Kingdom, Vorpal was a bit different, and there were a lot of other hares in their kingdom who loved to call him a freak because of the way his father fell in love with a rabbit. To become the respectful figure he was today, he'd had to train a lot and win many battles to gain the respect of everyone in his village. However, Vorpal would occasionally become livid whenever he recalled how everyone used to call him a freak. "You, take that back," he glared at Arthur. "Make me." Vorpal gritted his teeth and leapt straight at Arthur with his cute tiny feet aiming straight towards Arthur's face. However, Aslan swiftly grabbed his teacher before the little master did something unacceptable within the academy. "Forgive him, Master Vorpal, he doesn't understand how sensitive that word is to you. Besides, Father wouldn't be pleased to hear you were causing trouble within the academy." "I suppose you're right, Your Highness." "King Simba would be disappointed in me if he were to hear of this." "Indeed." Aslan nodded his head in agreement. "Very well, if you need anything, you know where to find me." Vorpal returned back to Aslan's mane to read the book he was holding. The moment he entered Aslan's huge mane, someone cleared his throat before walking into the room. It was Professor Draco, and he told everyone to have their seats. He had blonde hair, with the appearance of a man in his early 40s, and everyone watched as he stood in front of the class to address them all. Since he had introduced himself to everyone on the day of the entrance ceremony, Professor Draco didn't need to do this again. "Good morning, Everyone, I'm sure we all know why we are here. I'll be briefing you all on what you need to know about the clubs that are available for you to register in. I know each and every one of you is interested in earning as many merit points as possible, and in doing this, all you have to do is focus on registering for the main activity clubs. Draco explained the main difference between a main club and a subsidiary club. As students, your primary objective should be the activity club tournament coming up in the next few weeks. Not everyone will be selected for the tournament, but everyone will be awarded points depending on the role you play in your club or in the club you support, Draco explained, but he noticed Arthur raising his hand to ask a question. What is your question? Does the activity club tournament mean we'll be contesting against students in other dormitories? Yes, as representatives of Stellar Hall, you'll be contesting against students from other halls. Any more questions? Draco asked, and Aslan asked his question. What do you mean by, everyone will be awarded merit points based on the role we play? As tournament contestants, you'll be rewarded with points based on your progress in the tournament. However, contestants aren't the only ones who will be rewarded with points. Everyone else in the room will be given points as well, based on how you cheer and support those contesting in the tournament. Whoa, are you serious right now? Arthur asked as he couldn't contain the smile on his face. Yes, I am, Draco replied, his face remaining neutral. Will I be rewarded with merit points if I support by cheering for someone in a different club from mine? Yes, you will, as long as the students are in the same hall as you, you'll be rewarded with points based on how much you cheer for them. A broken bar. Now I can't wait for the tournament to begin. Oh, wait a minute, will I also be rewarded if I choose to support someone from a different hall? No, you won't be rewarded with points, but you're more than welcome to support anyone you wish to support. As one of your professors in Stellar Hall, I am in charge of teaching and training those who are interested in registering for the Airball Club and the Hunters Club. Professor Daisy is in charge of the Art Club and Beast Taming Club, while Professor Sabrina is in charge of the Alchemy and Potion Brewing Club. Airball Club? A student asked the question which was on everyone's mind. It's derived from a sport played in the Dragon Kingdom. It's really fun and entertaining, and if you have any questions about how it is played, just let me know. Draco explained a couple of other things he wanted them to know, but the moment he was done, one of the students raised his hand to ask a question. If we want to earn a lot of merit points, is there a limit to the number of clubs we can register for? Also, can we choose to register for only the main clubs and not the subsidiary clubs? The choice is ultimately yours. Every student is allowed to register for both main and subsidiary clubs. But if you really want to earn a lot of merit points, then you have to register at least 3 main clubs. Draco added, the main activity clubs are the only clubs recognized to have a tournament coming up in the next few weeks. This meant that those who participate in the tournament have a higher chance of increasing their merit points through the tournament. What about those that register in subsidiary clubs? How would they earn merit points when there's no tournament for them to take part in? Although students could earn points by simply supporting those who were participating in the tournament for the main clubs, the points they would receive would be very low compared to those participating in the tournament. In the final weeks of the second semester, a club fair or festival will occur within the academy, and this will provide all subsidiary clubs with the chance to showcase what their club is all about. Professors and instructors will be monitoring the students of these clubs very closely to reward them with merit points based on their performances. Is there a limit to the number of main and subsidiary clubs any student can register for? Yes, students interested in registering only the main clubs are allowed to register a minimum of 3 main clubs and a maximum of 5 main clubs. However, students interested in registering both the main and subsidiary clubs can register a minimum of 1 main club and a maximum of 3 main or subsidiary clubs. Professor Draco explained a few other things and everyone listened attentively. The moment he was done, everyone left the classroom to register for their respective clubs. Stepping out of the classroom, Arthur asked Aslan and Orion, so, which clubs are you two going to register for? So, which clubs are you two going to register for? Arthur asked Orion and Aslan as they approached a teleportation array. I can't really say right now because I need to know what all the main clubs are about before making my final decision. Aslan was the one who replied to Arthur's question. Arthur nodded his head in understanding before asking. But you'll be registering for only the main activity clubs, right? Of course, I will. I need to earn as many points as possible. What about you, Your Highness? Aslan asked Orion, who was walking in front of both Arthur and Aslan while they trailed behind him. He stopped walking before turning around to look at the two students who had been following him since he stepped out of the classroom. Why are you two following me? Aslan and Arthur exchanged glances before turning back to Orion. Aren't we all going to the same place? Arthur asked. It will be a lot better to walk around with someone by your side, rather than walk alone, don't you think? Aslan added, but Orion shrugged before pointing at Dahlia. I have my attendant with me, so I'm not alone. Dahlia was standing right beside Orion and the two of them were prepared to find the club Orion would be registering for. However, Arthur and Aslan didn't see anything wrong in looking for a club together, so they chose to continue walking with Orion. It's fine, Your Highness. There's nothing wrong with us tagging along with you. Who knows, we might even register for the same club, so we might as well get to know each other now. Orion didn't say anything in response. Instead, he decided to keep walking. The earlier he registered at his desired club, the quicker he would be able to return to his room. Evelyn would be coming back today, so he had to complete all the necessary requirements as soon as possible. While walking, Arthur looked at Aslan as though he had a few things to ask the Lion Prince but didn't know how to phrase his question. Of course, Aslan noticed Arthur's gaze, so he asked because he found it a bit strange for another male to be looking at him for so long. Is something wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? Why do you call Prince Orion, Your Highness? I thought the both of you were princes of your own kingdom. Even Orion was curious as to why Aslan referred to him like that, and Dahlia couldn't help but listen to their conversation as well. They were both interested in knowing Aslan's reason for doing this. Aslan didn't refer to Orion by his rank anymore because he noticed how upset Arthur had been when he did that, and he didn't want Orion to feel the same way. So, he decided to refer to him in the most respectful way he knew, not minding the fact that they were both princes in their respective kingdoms. Father respects the Elf Queen a lot, and he's spoken about how he believes she might be the first Apex Mage to rank up before the other Apex Mages. In my kingdom, it's rare to see the king respect someone the same way he respects the Elf Queen. But, since you're ranked number 1, I know your mother must have trained you a lot, just like my father trained me as well. In other words, Aslan acknowledged Orion's strength, but he was also interested in knowing just how strong Orion was. He wouldn't mind sparring with him once in a while. He would love to see just how strong the son of the woman his father respected was, but he was now worried that Orion wouldn't like the way he called him Your Highness. However, Orion told Aslan that he was allowed to call him by his name if he liked. Are you guys registering for the sports club as well? Arthur asked. To be honest, I'm interested in seeing what this sport is about. I wonder if it's the same type of sport that is played in the Demon Kingdom. There's a game played in Demon Kingdom? Orion asked Aslan. It's a dangerous and very physical game, but it's really fun and exciting. As fellow males, I'm confident the two of you will like the game as well. What's it called? Orion asked. It's called Death Ball. Death Ball? Why would they call it Death Ball? Do the players die while playing the game? Arthur found it strange for a game to be called Death Ball unless it was a game that centered around killing the players participating in the game. That's something you two will have to find out for yourself once you visit the Demon Kingdom. Anyways, do you two know where we're going? Arthur didn't know where they were told to go if they wanted to register for any club. Isn't it the arena? We'll get to the arena if we use that teleportation array. Orion pointed to the teleportation array and everyone was teleported into the arena. Upon arriving inside the arena, the first thing they noticed was the large interior of the arena. Wow! Everyone's mouths were hanging open. Although they have been introduced to most of the buildings within the academy, none of them had actually stepped into the arena to see what the interior looked like. Even Orion was amazed by what he was seeing. The arena was huge and spacious, and since there were dozens of clubs in the academy, every one of them was doing something that looked like a presentation to give the students a general idea of what their club was about. Right now, the arena looked like a bazaar, but on a much larger scale. Everyone seemed excited and lively. Witches were flying on their broomsticks, while dragons and fallen angels had their wings sprouting out of their backs and were flying around as well. However, while some were busy moving around in the air, those who couldn't fly could be seen talking, laughing, singing, and dancing. A few others were having an argument, but it wasn't something serious. Orion, Arthur, and Aslan immediately decided to begin searching around for the clubs they wanted to register in. It wasn't too difficult because they all knew the club they wanted. The academy could have asked them to register for their respective clubs through their smart bracelets, but because they wanted the students to have a broader idea of what each club was all about, they made the students register this way. 15 minutes later, Orion was finally done registering for the club he wanted to join, so he left the arena with Dahlia by his side. He decided to find a good place to sit and rest for a while. His aunt was with Lucille, checking up on the things she'd done during her absence, while Evelyn won't be back until later in the evening. Also, since Ryan had registered for the sports club, Professor Draco had asked everyone who registered to meet up for training later in the day. "He seems pretty hyped up about this sports club," Orion uttered in his thoughts while he reclined on the bench he was sitting on. "I just hope it will be as fun as he said it would be," Orion thought to himself before remembering Dahlia, who was still standing beside him. He noticed her looking around while standing beside him. "Is something wrong?" Dahlia flinched a bit because Orion hadn't talked to her all day and she hadn't really expected him to. However, seeing that he had, Dahlia bowed and replied, "It's nothing, Your Highness." "Are you sure? Then sit." Orion patted the seat beside him, urging her to sit by his side. Dahlia wanted to let Orion know that she was fine standing, but she didn't want to say anything that would make the elf prince unhappy, so she sat beside him. To be honest, Dahlia had been expecting Orion to have her removed as his second attendant. "I wonder why His Highness hasn't had me replaced yet. The Succubus Princess and the Lion Prince have already rejected the attendance given to them by the Academy, so why has His Highness not done the same with me?" Out of the top 3 students, who were given an attendant by the Academy, Orion was the only one who hadn't rejected his attendant yet, and Dahlia couldn't think of a reason why Orion would want to keep her by his side. Dahlia didn't see herself as someone whose face looked friendly. Her face made a lot of people around her avoid talking to her, hence why she flinched when Orion suddenly spoke to her. She also thought that she wasn't beautiful and worthy enough to be standing by Orion's side because of the pain and suffering she had caused so many elves. However, Dahlia would soon find out that Orion didn't really give a fuck about the things she had done in her past, and he certainly didn't think that she wasn't beautiful enough to stand by his side. Noticing that Dahlia was still feeling uncomfortable sitting by his side, Orion decided to ask, "Is something wrong?" Both of them were currently sitting together in the park, so anyone passing by would occasionally look in their direction. However, this wasn't the only reason Dahlia felt uneasy. She was feeling a bit uncomfortable because of the female elves hiding behind trees, and watching them from afar. There are a lot of elves looking in this direction," she replied, trying not to look at Orion's face. "You want us to leave?" Dahlia shook her head and replied, "It's not that, Your Highness. But should I really be sitting by your side right now? It's better than you standing beside me and towering over me." "But it feels like the girls have something to say to you." "Nah, I doubt that." "But they've been following you around all day long." "Yeah, they're doing that to see if there's any other club I'm interested in registering for." While Orion was walking around the arena, registering for the clubs he wanted to be a part of, Dahlia had noticed the female elves subtly following behind them, but she never really knew the reason why they were doing this. She thought the girls had a thing or two they wanted to say to Orion, but thinking back now, she recalled seeing a few of the girls registering for the same clubs Orion had registered at before moving on to a different club. So far, Orion had registered to be a part of 4 different main activity clubs, so the girls wondered if Orion had any other club in mind to register for because the maximum number of clubs he could register for was 5, and it wouldn't be surprising to see the elf prince registering in one more club to increase his chances of earning more merit points. However, Orion had no interest in registering for any other club for now, and that was why he came here to have a seat in the park. Now, Dahlia finally understood why there were so many girls hiding behind the trees while watching the prince. Should I call it watching or spying? I think spying would be the right word to use in a situation like this, she thought to herself. Unlike Mia, Evelyn, and Elena, Dahlia had never seen so many female elves spying on Orion from a distance. This was her first time witnessing something like this, and Dahlia couldn't help but wonder about something. Aren't they disrupting his privacy? She muttered this to herself, not knowing that Orion could perfectly hear what she was saying. On the contrary, they're actually respecting my privacy. Seeing as how the girls didn't rush to sit or talk to Orion, it was clear that they wouldn't want to do anything that would make their beloved prince unhappy. Also, they looked quite happy while doing this, so why would I want to take away that happiness from them? Orion added. As a prince of the Elf Kingdom, he liked to see his people with smiles on their faces. Not only did it make everyone look younger and more vibrant, but it also made him feel welcomed as well. So, if they wanted to keep watching him from a distance because it made them happy, then Orion would be pleased to ensure they remained happy. He had never once regretted arriving into this world, and a big thanks for that went to the beautiful women he had by his side. However, it was also thanks to his royal subjects who had welcomed him with nothing but love and respect. He could only hope it stayed that way for a long time. Meanwhile, Dahlia never expected Orion to care so much about his people. She could see that the girls cared a lot about him to be willing to join the same club as him, but she wasn't expecting him to feel the same way about them. She unwittingly turned towards the elves hiding behind a tree, but the girls swiftly hid their faces so that they wouldn't make eye contact with Dahlia. This made Dahlia smile a bit, but it also made her feel a bit sad and jealous, seeing how close those girls were to each other. From what she could see, everyone looked like they were friends who cherished one another, making it easier for them to feel the same way towards their beloved prince. Orion noticed Dahlia looking in the direction of the female elves hiding behind a tree, and he asked, "Would you like to talk with them, huh?" "Me? Yes. I don't think they'll want me to come close to them." "Why? Is it because you are a bit different from them?" "Yes," Dahlia replied truthfully. She had no reason to lie to him. "No elf will want to be close to a vampire like me, and the same goes for everyone in the Elf Kingdom, too," Dahlia informed Orion while staring at the ground. She held her dress tightly as she tried not to remember her horrible past. "You don't have to worry about that anymore. Things aren't as they used to be, and I'm sure everyone will welcome you into the kingdom with open arms." Dahlia wished this could be true, but she doubted the elves could ever welcome her back to the kingdom with open arms. "What about your spirit guardian or elemental?" As elves, it was expected for everyone to have a spirit guardian or an elemental, but Dahlia didn't have one. "I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I do not have one." "I see, but have you tried summoning one before?" "No, Your Highness, I haven't." "So, would you like to come to the Elf Kingdom with me to see if you could summon and make a contract with a spirit guardian or elemental?" "I can't, Your Highness. I'm part demon. I don't think a broken bar." Dahlia tried to let Orion know that as a part vampire, there was no way she could summon a spirit guardian of her own, much less an elemental, but Orion interrupted her mid-sentence. "We won't know until you try." Elves were the only race in the world capable of summoning elementals and spirit guardians, so it made sense that Dahlia was skeptical about being able to summon a spirit guardian of her own. Demons and other races could never summon a spirit guardian, and since she was part vampire, she shouldn't be able to do this either. But just as Orion said, they wouldn't know if this was possible until Dahlia gave it a try. "So, what do you think? Would you still like to come back home?" "Why yes, as an elf, Dahlia would love nothing more than to be with other elves like her." During the war, Salvatore captured a lot of forest elves, moon elves, and nature elves, thanks to the blood elves and snow elves who betrayed their kind. Dahlia was one of the many elves that was captured when she was very young. A lot of the captive adult elves were bitten and turned into vampires before being sent back to the elf kingdom to blend in and wreak havoc. Meanwhile, the younger elves were trained to become dangerous killers and to get used to their new abilities as well. As demons, the vampires had an innate ability to hypnotize anyone they had bitten and turn into a vampire. This meant that the elves who were bitten were not an exception. Every single one of them was hypnotized to obey their master's orders, which were to kill any elf on sight. It was truly a gory and gruesome experience, with the screams and cries of so many elves echoing throughout the kingdom. As vampire elves, they were naturally stronger and more fearsome than an average vampire because vampires in the mortal rank were vulnerable to sunlight, and this was a general weakness for the vampires. Only vampires in the transcendent and immortal mage rank were capable of moving freely in broad daylight. However, the vampire elves were also able to do this as well. They weren't affected by the sun, and it didn't matter if the elves were in the mortal mage rank or the transcendent mage rank. All vampire elves were able to move freely during the day, making it easier for the vampires to implement their plans. However, while the vampire elves were unable to nullify the hypnosis of the vampires ordering them around because of how low their mage and knight rank were, the same couldn't be said when these elves finally increased their ranks to the transcendent mage and knight rank. As vampire elves, they were stronger than most elves and vampires in the mortal mage rank, making it easier for them to quickly become transcendent mages. But the moment they became transcendent mages, all the vampire elves developed a high willpower to nullify the vampire's hypnosis before having their revenge on the vampires, with Salvatore being at the top of their list. However, they were unsuccessful in getting their revenge and wiping out the entire vampire race. Salvatore had noticed what the vampire elves were up to, and so, to prevent them from carrying out their plans, he placed runes in all of their bodies. These runes were unlike any other runes he was known for. The runes were in several parts of their bodies, and each of these runes was programmed to explode once a vampire elf reached the transcendent mage rank. And that's how so many of us lost our lives during the war, Dahlia explained. The only ones left were those of us in rank 9 or lower. Even after Salvatore died and the war ended, the runes on our bodies remained intact. We had no clue on what needed to be done to remove them. We were forced to live our lives with the runes, as it constantly reminded us of what would happen if we were to increase our rank to the transcendent mage rank. With no place to call home, we roamed around the world, not knowing exactly where we were going. Since the war was over, the vampires had no reason to keep the vampire elves in the demon kingdom, and the vampire elves couldn't return to the elf kingdom due to the number of elves they had killed. The elves were a race that lived for hundreds of years. It would be impossible for them to ever forget about the pain and suffering inflicted on them by the vampire elves. That was why the vampire elves couldn't return home. Of course, they never wanted to hurt or harm their kind, but they had been ordered to do this and there was nothing they could do about it at the time. The elves knew about these, but the pain of losing so many loved ones made it difficult for them to easily accept the vampire elves. Evelyn couldn't let them stay in the kingdom because of the tension it would cause to the other elves in the kingdom. She had felt the same way about the snow elves as well, but because the snow elves were betrayed by the blood elves and lost a lot of their kind when the vampires and the vampire elves attacked, she decided to banish all the snow elves to the Northlands, which happened to be the coldest region of the elf kingdom. The rest of us understood why the queen couldn't bring us back to the kingdom. We do not hate her for the choice she made. We really wanted to return back home, but we felt relieved not to have to see the angry look on everyone's face in the kingdom. I came here to the fallen angels' kingdom and I've been here for more than a decade now. I haven't seen or heard from any of the other vampire elves and I can't really say if they're alive or dead, Dahlia informed Orion while staring at the back of her hands. She had been talking about herself and her past, and why she believed it would be difficult for her to be close to the girls who were watching Orion from a distance. Orion didn't even ask her to say anything about herself, but she had done so nonetheless. It had felt to Dahlia like she needed someone to talk to, hence the reason why she told Orion about a bit of her past. She was also trying to let Orion know just how much it would mean to her if she could actually return to the Elf Kingdom. Dahlia continued to look at the back of her hands. She channeled mana into her hands, and 2 different runes were now glowing brightly on the back of each hand. When compared to something from his previous world, the runes looked like Norse runes, and there were countless numbers of them with little to no clue as to what each rune meant. As a rune monarch, Orion obtained the ability to instinctively know what a few of the runes meant just by looking at them for the first time. This was one of the benefits that came with being a rune monarch. Meanwhile, Dahlia's eyes remained fixated on the runes at the back of her hands. The runes couldn't be scraped or scratched off because they had now become a part of her skin, and it would instinctively glow with an orange hue once mana flowed into her hands or some other parts of her body. Dahlia didn't even know why she decided to tell Orion all that she told him. She felt a bit relieved to tell someone about how painful and horrifying it had been to live her life as a vampire elf. She wasn't even sure if he was listening to what she was saying, but she was glad to have finally expressed herself to someone. With this thought in mind, Dahlia suddenly noticed Orion placing his hand over hers. Her eyes widened in surprise when she noticed his hand over hers. But before she could react to this, she suddenly felt a warmth spreading in her body as Orion's mana slowly coursed through her body. Dahlia was rendered speechless when she noticed the runes at the back of her hands vanishing and dissipating into tiny particles as though they hadn't been on her body just a few minutes ago. There were 24 runes in total scattered around her hands, shoulders, forehead, chest, back, and legs. However, as Orion's mana slowly engulfed her, every single rune vanished away within the blink of an eye. Dahlia hadn't expected anything like this to happen to her, but based on what she could see, she knew that this could only be done by a rune monarch. But didn't it mean that the elf prince was actually a rune monarch? As far as Dahlia knew, there wasn't supposed to be a rune monarch in the world anymore after Salvatore died a few years ago. That was why she found it really hard to believe what she was currently seeing. Dahlia was feeling a myriad of emotions right now and she didn't even know how to react to what was happening to her. She wanted to open her mouth to thank Orion at the very least, but just before she could say anything, Orion spoke first. "I understand how you feel, but try to see this as your chance to start your life all over again. And the best way to do this is by making friends with a couple of ladies who are heading over here to see you," Orion informed Dahlia before standing up from the bench. Dahlia didn't understand what he meant, but before she knew it, the girls she had thought were spying on Orion suddenly walked towards her, sat beside her, and asked her several questions as though they didn't mind what she was and the things she had done in the past. A few minutes before the girls walked over to Dahlia. The girls were about 20 in number, hiding behind 5 different trees to spy observe their beloved prince from a safe distance. Prince Guldur had already registered for 4 different clubs, so they were expecting him to register for a 5th club. However, during the time that they had been watching him closely, the girls had noticed an elf with unique hair color who was always beside him. "Girls, are you sure the girl walking around with Prince Guldur is actually an elf?" "Yes, she is." "Then, why is her hair black?" "I believe her hair is black because she's part vampire." "She's part vampire? But doesn't this mean she's one of the most hated elf races in the kingdom?" "That's exactly what I was thinking. But it doesn't look like Prince Guldur hates her." "You're right. Look. He's asking her to sit next to him." "Oh my gosh, she's so lucky." "I know, right? I wish I was her right now." "But girls, doesn't this mean that Prince Guldur is attracted to her?" "Well, I can understand why he is attracted to her." "Yes, because she's quite pretty." "No, she's very pretty. I'm so jealous right now." All 20 of the female elves were between the ages of 18 to 20, so none of them witnessed the brutal killings of the vampire elves in the kingdom. However, this didn't mean that they didn't know a little about their kingdom's history. They were able to easily identify Dahlia as part vampire because of her hair color and beautiful pale skin. However, they also understood how hard the royal family had been working to bring all the elf races back together and they wouldn't want to treat any elf harshly as long as their beloved royal family continued to believe that they should be united once again. The girls continued to watch Orion and Dahlia closely, and to their surprise, they noticed Orion placing his hand on Dahlia's hand. "Oh my goodness, Prince Guldur is touching her. I knew it. She's so lucky. I really want to sit by his side." Why do the extremely beautiful girls get to be so lucky? Such is our fate. We're bound to keep admiring our beloved prince from a distance. "You're right, we might never get the chance to." Brokenbar the female elf suddenly paused mid-sentence after hearing a soothing voice in her mind. To their surprise, all 20 girls heard the same voice and their eyes bulged wide open. They slowly looked at each other with a look of disbelief written all over their faces. They could even feel goosebumps spreading across their flesh and causing the hair on their skin to rise. The voice seemed angelic, and it sent a pleasurable kind of warmth into their hearts. There was no doubt about it, the voice certainly belonged to their prince, and this made everyone subconsciously widen their lips into a smile. However, their expression soon became serious after hearing what Orion said next. To hear those magical words from their idol was a dream come true for them, and they listened attentively to what Orion had to say. Once Orion was done informing them of what he needed them to do, the girls looked at each other one more time before nodding their heads in agreement. Their prince needed their help and they were willing to do anything and everything to make him happy. Orion signaled for the girls to come and every single one of them hurried over to sit and talk to Dahlia. There was a genuine look of happiness on their faces, and every one of them was truly eager to become closer to Dahlia. Of course, a big part of their happiness was because they heard Orion's voice in their minds, but they all noticed that if they ever wished to be close to Orion, the elf who could make that dream come true would be their big sister Dahlia. Seeing how the girls were eager to know more about Dahlia, a smile appeared on Orion's face and he turned around to leave the park while waving goodbye. Orion informed Dahlia telepathically before vanishing away. His telepathic skill had improved to the point where he could easily communicate with about 20 to 30 people without having to open his mouth to talk to them, as long as they were around him. Meanwhile, Dahlia still couldn't believe what she was seeing and hearing. Everything around her seemed to be happening too fast for her brain to assimilate. She heard Orion's voice in her mind and watched as he vanished before her eyes, and that was how Dahlia knew Orion must have done something to make the girls become so friendly to her. She didn't know why she had told Orion about herself, but she was genuinely glad that he took his time to listen to her past. Her eyes overflowed with tears and for the first time in her life, Dahlia was pleased to be alive. She was feeling very emotional and her tears continued to stream down her cheeks. This took the girls by surprise, and they wondered what they had done wrong to make the beautiful vampire elf cry. "Big sister, Dahlia, is everything all right? Was it something we said?" "We're sorry, we didn't mean to make you cry." "No, it's not your fault." Dahlia continued to wipe the tears away from her face. One might wonder why the girls were referring to Dahlia as Big Sister, and this was thanks to Orion. Although Dahlia had the appearance of an 18-year-old girl, she was actually more than 200 years old, so he wanted them to treat her as their friend and big sister. After Orion teleported himself away, he appeared at a place within Stellar Hall. This was where Professor Draco taught and trained those who had registered in the sports club. Aslan and Arthur had registered already, so they were expected to attend today's first training session like him. Orion still had a few minutes left before training began, so he decided to take a seat and wait for the others to arrive. "It's been a while since I last saw Adrian," he suddenly thought to himself. "He's also at the academy, so I'm certain I'll be seeing him very soon." Orion rested on a bench while waiting for everyone else to arrive for the training, and about 5 minutes later, Professor Draco and everyone else walked onto the training ground. Looking around, Orion noticed that the fool wasn't among them. The fool was none other than a human who had been trying very hard to suppress the hatred he had towards Orion during the entrance ceremony. Of course, Neil had tried his best to hide his hatred from Orion, but Orion was still able to pick up the minuscule amount of hate that slipped through and was aimed towards him. He chuckled internally when he noticed what rank Neil was. However, Orion was curious to know why Neil harbored so much hatred towards him, especially since he was sure that they had never met or even spoken before. At first, Orion thought that Neil was jealous because he'd had 3 beautiful women walking by his side when Elena gave him a tour of the academy, but after further consideration, Orion realized that Neil had to have a deeper reason for his hatred towards him. Clap clap. Draco clapped his hands very loudly, forcing Orion and everyone else to direct their gaze and attention towards him. "All right, boys, gather around and let me tell you what this sport is all about." After everyone gathered around Professor Draco, he began to give a detailed explanation of what airball was all about. While Orion and everyone else were training and practicing, Neil was making his way back to his dorm room. Upon arriving there, he noticed his attendant, Liam, bowing before him at his room's entrance. "Welcome back, young master." "Any news?" Liam asked, ignoring the inconsequential greetings. "Yes, young master. There is." "What is it?" "Lord Phil would like to have a word with you." Neil nodded his head in understanding before heading into his room to see a crystal ball on a small desk. The small transparent crystal ball slowly glowed with a purple hue before displaying Neil's uncle in it. "Greetings, uncle." Neil greeted his uncle before sitting down in front of the crystal ball. "Welcome back, Neil." "So, how was your day at the academy?" "Boring, as expected." "Indeed, uncle." "Now, tell me, what progress have you made on the task I gave you?" "There is a pattern to the period of time it takes to replace the mana crystals that are used to maintain the magical barrier." "Wonderful, tell me more." Neil smiled and nodded his head before explaining it further. "The mana crystals maintain the barrier for a total of 12 hours. Once this time elapses, it takes the fallen angels 5 minutes to replace the used mana crystal with a new one." Phil listened attentively and the two remained silent for a few minutes before Phil broke the silence by bursting into laughter. Ha ha. He was pleased with what his little nephew had discovered. He was also happy to see that his nephew didn't lose sight of what was important to the Dark Guild. "Great job, Neil. Now listen closely. Here's what we're gonna do." Neil leaned closer to the crystal ball and he listened attentively to what his uncle had to say. After listening to his uncle's brilliant plan, Neil nodded his head in understanding before the two of them finally ended their conversation. The crystal ball turned dark and Neil called out to Liam. "Liam." "Young master, you called?" Liam politely opened the door and walked into Neil's bedroom. "Yes, I have a task for you." "How may I be of service?" "Uncle wants you to meet someone in the capital city down below." "I understand, young master, but does this mean we'll be attacking the academy very soon?" "Yes, we will, Liam." "Now, take this and find the tavern written in this paper." Neil gave Liam a paper, and Liam looked at the name of the tavern, which was the Sweet Home Alabama Tavern. "Okay, young master. But what am I supposed to do when I get to the tavern?" "You'll meet someone who'll give you a magical artifact. He'll also give you another artifact for me, and once you are back, I will inform you of what Uncle wants us to do with the artifacts." "Understood, young master." "I'll be back before you know it." Liam bowed politely before leaving the room. As an attendant of a student in Stellar Hall, Liam had the privilege of entering and leaving the school building however he liked. The academy had a list of the attendance of the top 10 students, so they could easily identify that he was an attendant of one of the top 10 students in the academy. Neil sat back on a reclining chair and relaxed as he prepared himself mentally for the destruction and chaos he intended to wreak in the academy. "Everything will definitely go according to plan," he muttered to himself with a grin on his face before closing his eyes to fall asleep. Meanwhile, in the human kingdom, underneath a cathedral, there was an underground building and in one of the rooms in the building, a man could be seen frowning at the list of things he had written on a paper. This man had the appearance of a man in his mid-40s, and he was none other than Phil Hartman. He furrowed his brows even more as he continuously stared at the paper before he then opened his mouth to speak. "Tell me, Horseman, do you really think this plan will work?" "Tell me, Horseman, do you really think this plan will work?" In a corner of the dimly lit room, a voice emerged from the dark shadowed wall. "That is for you to decide. The Celestial One will not accept any excuses if there are errors in executing the plan, and failure is not an option." The voice of the unknown entity was deep, ominous, and extremely scary. "I know, but aren't you supposed to be my protector? And as my protector, I need to know if my plan is good enough to work. The Celestial One brought you to me because he believes in me, right? So you are expected to obey my commands. Yes, the Celestial One believes in you. However, I obey no one but the Celestial One. I might be a protector, but that doesn't mean that I'll be willing to help you if you fail in this mission. The Celestial One's goal is to bring the world back to a period of war, but if you can't successfully carry out the task that is required of you, I won't hesitate to end you myself. Two beads of crimson eyes glowed in the dark and Phil screamed with fear the moment he saw this. The horseman slowly stepped out of the darkness to approach Phil. If you think you are good enough to give me orders, then be of use to the Celestial One, succeed in this meager task you've been ordered to complete, then I'll make sure the Celestial One rewards you with unfathomable power. His footsteps echoed loudly within the room, resonating with the sound of the dark metallic armor he was wearing. Upon stepping out of the darkness, Phil's gaze landed on the 8-foot-tall armored being whose armor seemed like it was burning with black flames. The horseman had glowing crimson eyes that looked like they could burn the soul of anyone who stared into his eyes for too long. It didn't take a genius to see and understand just how strong the horseman was. His strength far exceeded that of Phil's, and it was all thanks to the Celestial One for making him very strong. Phil wished to be just as strong as the horseman, and he couldn't wait to have the power to bring all the Apex mages to their knees. Of course, deep down, Phil knew he shouldn't be working with the horseman, but he had no choice but to work with him because the Celestial One's goals resonated with those of Phil. Also, the Celestial One promised Phil a really high position in his army if he succeeded in the task given to him. Here is what you requested. The horseman waved his hand in the air, and 3 small boxes filled with artifacts floated towards Phil before landing safely on his desk. The horseman didn't get too close to Phil because his body was oozing miasma, and if Phil inhaled even a tiny amount of it, it could damage his mana core. However, the artifacts he gave Phil didn't have any miasma oozing out of it, so it wouldn't hurt him. Phil opened the boxes to take a look at the artifacts inside, but once he was done, he lifted his gaze to ask the horseman a question. I've been curious about this for a while now, but who is the Celestial One? Someone you do not need to know. Is he really one of the Apex mages? Because if he is, then there should be no problem letting me know who he is. Phil had always assumed that the Celestial One was one of the Apex mages in the world, but this was only based on his assumptions, and he had never seen the horseman clarifying this doubt till now. He wasn't even sure if the Celestial One was an Apex mage or not, but one thing was certain: the Celestial One had to be someone very strong for him to be able to have a subordinate as strong as the horseman. However, the horseman wasn't interested in revealing this fact to Phil. If you have enough time to ask these useless questions, then I suggest you use your time more wisely and make the necessary preparations for the upcoming battle. I know, but what's so hard about letting me know the identity of who I will be working under? I still don't see any reason why you have to keep his identity a secret from me. You said the Celestial One is one of the strongest beings in the world, and right now, the Apex mages are the strongest beings in the world, so just tell me who the Celestial One really is. And a broken bar. The flames in the horseman suddenly burned brighter, and this surprised Phil, who had to stop talking to figure out what was going on. Phil Hartman, focus on the task at hand. If you succeed, you'll know who the Celestial One really is. The horseman's body ignited in flames until the black flames completely consumed him, not leaving even a single piece of his body behind. Seeing that the horseman wasn't interested in revealing the truth to him, Phil decided to focus on the mission. He turned towards the door and asked, "Is anyone there?" "Yes, my lord." A guard walked into the room and bowed towards Phil. "Good, let Axel know that I would like to see him." The guard acknowledged Phil's orders before leaving the room. A few minutes later, Axel walked into the room. Axel was bald and covered in full body armor. He had previously been training some of his men before Phil requested to see him. "My lord, you called?" "Yes, gather your men, we're leaving tonight." "Huh?" "My lord, does the bishop know about this?" The bishop was currently the one in charge of the cathedral, which happened to be the building above the underground building they were in. As long as the Dark Guild continued to remain in the underground building, the king wouldn't try to lay a finger on them, which was why Axel wanted them to inform the bishop before they did anything they would regret doing. "It's all right, Axel, just gather your men. Will be done before you even know it." It had been a long day and Orion was currently done with his training. He teleported straight back to his room to have a bath and rinse his sweat away. Dahlia was still preoccupied with her new friends, so she hadn't returned back to the dorm yet. The moment Orion was done bathing, he stepped out of the bathroom to change his clothes, but while Orion was doing this, Evelyn was in the lounge, sitting in front of a round dinner table. She had arrived a couple of minutes ago and she walked straight to Orion's bedroom. Elena was also in Orion's bedroom, but right now, she was in the kitchen, making dinner for everyone with Lucille by her side. While both ladies were still busy, Orion stepped out of his room to find Evelyn smiling at him. Orion instinctively smiled in return as he approached Evelyn. "What's wrong?" Orion asked with a chuckle, noticing the beautiful smile on his mother's face. "It's nothing, sweetie." Mama was just pleased to see her precious little baby all grown up. "It's amazing to witness the things you've done over the past 18 years and Mama couldn't be more proud of you." "Thanks, Mum. But it's really thanks to you and Aunt Elena. You two are the best women in my life." Hearing this, Evelyn smiled and felt touched by his words. "Thanks, dear." "You're welcome." "So how was your day? I heard you registered for a sports club and had practice today." "Yes, we did." "Meet any new friends?" "Yeah, a prince from the Beast Kingdom and a noble from the Mermaid Kingdom." "You're participating in the activity club tournament, aren't you?" "Yes, I am." "Great. That means Mama will be coming over to watch the tournament." Orion smiled. Then he heard Lucille and Elena walking into the room with everyone's meal hovering behind them before settling down on the table. Seeing how Lucille sat down on a chair and was about to eat with them, Orion couldn't help but ask a question he had been wanting to ask since he noticed Lucille in the room. "I thought you wanted to give yourself a 2-day rest period." Lucille had told Orion that she would give herself 2 days to sleep once she was done deciding which club she would approve. "Yes, I did, but there are 2 reasons why I'm here and not in my bedroom right now." "What are they?" "The first one is because your aunt invited me over for dinner, just like Elena." Lucille barely had enough sleep for months. She had been working very hard and she wanted to give herself a break of 2 days where she would do nothing but sleep all day long. However, when Elena invited her over for dinner as a thank you for helping her out yesterday, Lucille agreed to come, and that was why she was here right now. "All right. So what's the second reason?" "The second reason is because I'm waiting to broken bar." Lucille had just been about to inform Orion of the second reason when she suddenly noticed her smart bracelet blinking. "Oh, perfect timing." Elena noticed Lucille's expression, which had changed, and she asked, "He's back?" "Yes." "Since when?" "Just now, but he met with someone in the Sweet Home Alabama Tavern." "Were they working in the same guild?" "It seems so because he received a small box from the man before leaving the tavern." Hearing this, Elena pondered a bit. "I guess this means they'll be making their move tonight or maybe tomorrow morning." "Based on the pace they're moving, it should probably be tonight," Lucille replied, and Evelyn got curious about what they were talking about, so she asked. Of course, Elena and Lucille were talking about the things they had noticed Neil's attendant doing outside of the school premises. Since the day of the entrance ceremony, Elena had noticed the rage Neil had tried so hard to suppress. Evelyn and Orion had noticed this too, but since Neil was a rank 7 mage, neither of them was worried about the hatred he seemed to harbor towards them. Meanwhile, Elena wasn't surprised by this because she and Lucille had expected this from him. It was also the reason why Neil was in the top 10 rankings. Among the top 10 students in Stellar Hall, Neil was the only ranked 7 mage while everyone else was ranked 8 and above. There were other rank 7 mages who were more talented and experienced than him like Adrian and Luna, but because they wanted Neil to be in a hall where the number of students was really small and they could easily monitor him, they had to put him in Stellar Hall. This way, Elena and Lucille would be able to monitor him closely because his dormitory wasn't too far from the headmistress's office. One might wonder why the headmistress and the deputy headmistress decided to accept Neil into the academy even though they knew what his intentions were. The answer to this was simple. Neil wasn't really their target. Their real target was none other than Phil. At the request of the king of the human kingdom, Elena and Lucille were tasked with keeping a close watch on Neil. This wasn't too difficult for them to carry out because, within the academy building, there were countless miniaturized crystal room balls which acted as surveillance cameras within the academy. Of course, these crystal balls weren't in the students' private rooms because the academy believed the students deserved to have the right to do whatever they wanted behind closed doors and without the crystal balls monitoring what they were doing in there. This was how Elena and Lucille decided to help the human king, King Edward. As a king of the human kingdom, there were reasons why King Edward couldn't capture Phil on his own and why he couldn't destroy the Dark Guild either. Phil had been in hiding and King Edward had been watching him closely. Edward couldn't do anything but wait and watch from a distance until Phil exposed himself once again. He needed to have evidence of Phil's evil intentions, and right now, the king had found what he needed. So, what will you do about it? Evelyn asked both Elena and Lucille. Lucille and Elena exchanged glances at each other, and then Elena replied, "We'll handle it ourselves. Phil and his men aren't really much of a threat to us. I'll handle Neil and his attendant." While Princess Elena could help take out Phil and his men, Lucille suggested, "That won't be a problem, thank you, Your Highness." Lucille thanked Elena. Listening to the two of them deciding on what they planned to do next, Evelyn nodded in understanding with a smile on her face. "Very well, I'll be watching very closely from here." Evelyn preferred to remain in the room to see how Elena and Lucille would handle the incoming threat. Elena and Lucille weren't bothered by this. They didn't even want her to help them, but they wouldn't stop Evelyn from helping them if she decided to do so. "All right, let's eat." "Time isn't on our side," Elena suggested, and everyone agreed. The clock was ticking and their food was getting cold. Also, since Elena and Lucille had noticed Neil and his attendant watching the magical barrier for the past 2 days, they knew Phil would be aiming to launch a surprise attack by midnight. So they had to be ready in time to create a surprise of their own. Everyone grabbed their utensils and they were about to dig into the food. But when Orion grabbed him, he noticed no one was eating, but they were instead staring at him. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to say anything about the fight?" Elena asked. "Like what?" "Like saying you would want to join us or something along that line." "Nah, I'm not interested in that." "Then what are you interested in?" It was Evelyn who asked this. "In taking a look at the journal Miss Lucille told me about yesterday." The moment Orion said this, Lucille suddenly recalled something. "Oh, that reminds me, I met Professor Daisy this morning, and she told me Sabrina has started working on the journal again. It seemed she couldn't wait to start working with you, so she instinctively started working on the journal again even though she had abandoned it a few months ago. Does this mean she could be deciphering the runes now?" "Yes." "Can I see her tonight?" "I don't see a reason why you shouldn't be able to do that." "Great, then let's eat as fast as we can." Orion, Evelyn, Elena and Lucille began to eat and chat a bit, without feeling even a little worried about the incoming threat heading towards the academy. Meanwhile, in Sabrina's private study, countless number of papers had been burned to ashes. Soot could also be seen scattered all over the shelves, books, floor, wall, and ceiling. A huge pile of books was currently all over Sabrina, who was already unconscious on the floor due to the explosion that occurred within her private study. Once they were done eating, Elena stepped out of the room to face off against the intruders heading towards the academy. Meanwhile, Lucille and Orion walked straight to Sabrina's study room. However, upon arriving, they were shocked to see books and grimoires scattered all over the floor. "What happened here?" Lucille wondered as she walked into the room with Orion trailing behind her. Looking around, they could see burnt papers scattered everywhere, while the smell of burnt papers filled up the air. Soot could also be seen on the floor, shelves, and ceiling, but in a corner of the room, the tomes and grimoires that had once been neatly arranged on the shelf had now fallen to form a mountain of books on Sabrina. Sabrina groaned as she slowly stood up, and found Lucille and Orion standing in front of her. "What happened here?" Lucille asked. "I tried deciphering Bjorn's journal and this is what happened." "It exploded?" "Yes." "What? You mean the journal is gone, huh?" "Gone? No, the journal is okay. Nothing happened to it." Lucille sighed with extreme relief after hearing Sabrina's words. She had been worried that the journal might have been destroyed, but it seemed the journal was still okay. "But why are there so many burned papers?" "I tried duplicating the runes from the journal onto the papers to decipher them, but whenever I failed to decipher them correctly, the papers would explode. It's been like this since morning." "But how come no one heard it exploding?" "I cast a magical sound barrier. While trying to decipher the runes, Sabrina had cast a magic spell to prevent the explosion sounds from leaving her study room. This way, everyone within the academy could continue their daily activities without knowing what was even happening in her study room. Lucille looked around the room once again before turning toward Sabrina to see her dusting off the soot and dust from her body. "So, what brings you by?" Sabrina asked. She could guess the reason why they were here, but she decided to ask either way, just to be certain. "We came to a broken bar," Lucille tried to explain, but Orion's words made her turn towards him. "Is this the Rune Monarch's journal?" Orion noticed a small, worn-out, leather-bound journal on Sabrina's desk. "Yes, it once belonged to Bjorn Ironside," Lucille replied before introducing Orion. "This is Prince Guldur, and he is one of the top 10 students in Stellar Hall. He's here to help you decipher the journal." Lucille also introduced Sabrina, informing Orion of the classes she would teach him once classes officially began. "May I take a look at it?" Of course. Remembering that she had other things to do, Lucille excused herself from the room. "I'll be heading out now. If you two need anything, just let me know." Sabrina nodded in understanding as she watched Lucille leave the room. After that, Sabrina swiftly cast a spell to return the books on the floor back to the shelf. Once done, she noticed that Orion was still focused on the journal he was holding. "I heard you were the one who designed the teleportation arrays used in the academy?" "Yes." "That's amazing. There aren't many students around your age that are capable of doing something like that." "What gave you the idea to create a teleportation array?" "As an adventurer, I always received quests that required me to move from one city to the other. As a prince, I could easily move between cities by taking a chariot, but as an adventurer, the only way to do this was by walking or learning high-tier spells. So, what did you do?" "I decided to walk, but then I realized a lot of low-ranked adventurers did the same thing as well. Only nobles and higher-ranked adventurers could afford to have a flying chariot take them anywhere they wanted in the kingdom. Low-ranked adventurers and elves from humble backgrounds had to walk the long distance to wherever they wanted to go. But that was not all. So many elves in the kingdom also traveled on foot all the way from their village to support and cheer me up whenever I had battles to fight in the arena. It wasn't easy for them, but they kept coming from the villages they lived in to support me. So I decided to do something for them in return by making it easier for them to move from one city to the other." "Yes," Orion replied, and he continued to skim through the runes written on each page of the journal. Sabrina noticed that Orion had barely lifted his head to look in her direction while he was talking to her, and it was understandable why he would feel this way. "Deciphering the journal of a rune monarch looks difficult, doesn't it?" Sabrina asked as she walked closer to him. She could see how focused he was on the runes written in the journal, but just like her, Sabrina knew it would be difficult for Orion to decipher the runes. This just showed how amazing the first rune monarch truly was before he got killed by Salvatore. Even Salvatore, who became a rune monarch, couldn't decipher the runes on his own before he died, so it would definitely be difficult for the both of them to do it as well. However, Orion wasn't bothered by this. He didn't even reply to Sabrina's question. Instead, he was interested in something else. "How have you been deciphering the runes so far?" A smile spread across Sabrina's lips. She could see the determination in his eyes to decipher the runes before him, so she happily explained what he wanted to know. "I rewrote the runes in a separate paper. There are 100 pages in that journal, and each page has at least 100 runes in it. So I deciphered the runes by rearranging them first, then fusing them one at a time. So once 2 runes were able to merge correctly, I would then merge the third rune to the first two and so on. But what happens if the runes do not merge correctly? They would explode, and the remaining runes written on the first page of the journal would automatically replace itself with a new set of runes, meaning that I have no choice but to start all over again. This was what happened before Orion and Lucille walked into the room. It was also the reason why Sabrina hadn't deciphered the journal till now. Orion nodded his head in understanding before turning his attention back to the runes on the journal. "So, what do you think?" Sabrina asked. "Do you think you will be able to decipher the runes?" "Yes, I should be able to decipher the first page tonight." "Huh?" Sabrina couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You'll decipher the first page?" "Yes." "Tonight?" she asked again. "Yes." "The whole page?" "Yes." Sabrina instinctively curved her lips into a smile. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Did he just say he would decipher the first page of the journal by tonight? She uttered in her thoughts. "Impossible. These are the same runes I have been trying to decipher for months." "And he thinks he will decipher it in one night?" "I know the winged chicken said he's surprisingly knowledgeable in runes, but even he shouldn't be that good at deciphering these runes, right? There is no way anyone could ever decipher a broken bar." Sabrina's eyes widened in disbelief when she noticed Orion placing the journal on her desk before channeling his mana into the first page of the journal. The runes on the yellow page glowed brightly before detaching themselves from it, leaving behind a blank yellow page on the journal, with the runes now hovering in the air. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the runes arranged themselves in rows and columns, with every single one of them glowing with a bright orange hue. He moved his fingers again, and the rune at the top left corner, Antius, ascended higher than the others. Then the last rune, Athala, broke away from its position before merging with Antius. The moment the two runes fused, their bright orange color turned into a vibrant golden color. The sudden transformation into a golden color meant that the runes had merged correctly. If it didn't merge correctly, the runes would have definitely exploded and Orion would have had no other choice but to start all over again. Orion continued to merge the remaining runes together, not knowing that his blue eyes had changed into a bright orange color. This enabled him to be completely focused on what he was doing. His movements were fluid and precise, allowing Orion to easily block everything around him until he was able to successfully complete what he was doing. The golden runes in front of him instantly dissipated into tiny particles which fell on the blank page of the journal, filling up the page with words both Orion and Sabrina could easily read and understand. With that out of the way, Orion flipped over to the next page to decipher a new set of runes, and Sabrina couldn't say or do anything because she was still finding it hard to comprehend what had just occurred. Sabrina continued to watch as Orion deciphered the runes in front of him. She expected him to know a lot about runes, but Sabrina wasn't expecting him to actually be a rune monarch. Although Sabrina had a hunch about this because of the things Lucille said about him, but she was still surprised to see what Orion was doing. As a witch who had lived for more than 100 years, Sabrina knew Salvatore was the last rune monarch in the world, but even he wasn't really a true rune monarch because of how he stole that ability from Bjorn. However, Orion didn't steal the ability from anyone. Instead he earned it after studying magic circles and runes for years. It was clear to see that Orion was also a true rune monarch just like Bjorn. Sabrina was certain about this because of what she could see. She noticed that not only could Orion successfully fuse the runes together, also the runes wouldn't explode if he tries to merge two runes that weren't supposed to be merged. Instead, the runes would remain the same. If it changed into a golden color, then it meant that the runes had merged correctly, but if it didn't merge correctly, the runes would remain the same and Orion would have to merge the golden runes with a separate rune. This was thanks to his rune monarch skill, because if anyone else had done this, the runes would have certainly exploded. And this was how Orion was able to successfully decipher the runes of the second and third page as well. However, unlike the first and second page, the words written on the third page after deciphering it weren't words Orion could easily read and understand, allowing him to wonder what type of language he was looking at right now. Sabrina noticed the look on his face, so she walked closer to take a look at the words written in the journal, and to her surprise she was familiar with the words she was seeing. It's written in ancient dwarf language. You can read this? Yes, I learnt it a long time ago. Okay. Orion handed the journal over to her and Sabrina was able to easily read the words written on the book. As a witch who had a strong interest in the development of magic circles, spell amplification and potion brewing, Sabrina had traveled around the world, learning so many things including the dwarves' ancient language. Bjorn wrote the words in ancient dwarven language because if anyone were to successfully decipher the first and second page, they would be able to easily read it and then, they would see that he simply wrote about himself and what his life was like as a young dwarf. The first 2 pages were about his boring life as a young dwarf and it could easily allow anyone to believe that the rest of the pages would contain the same content as well, making it easier for anyone who isn't a dwarf to drop the book. However, the remaining 98 pages contained vital information that shouldn't be shared with a lot of people, hence why Bjorn tried to protect the things he knew by writing it in a language that wasn't common and easy for anyone to read. Sabrina read and explained everything that was written in the 3rd page, allowing Orion to feel even more eager to try deciphering the 4th page, so the two of them slowly became immersed in what they were doing. Now, the two of them were completely focused on what they were doing and Sabrina had a smile on her face. Initially, she was a bit unhappy, seeing as how Orion was the only one deciphering the runes alone. The journal had been with her for months but yet she hadn't deciphered a single page. However, Orion was able to complete 3 pages within 5 minutes as though all the work and effort she made these past few months were all for nothing. It was a good thing she learned the dwarves' ancient language. The two continued to work together, but while they were busy with this, Lucille had arrived to the spot where Neil intended to start his attack. She was currently standing on a rooftop, gazing from above as Neil and his attendant each took a separate place to begin the attack. It was currently midnight, so most students were asleep after a hard-working day of moving around and learning about the clubs they would join. This was why Neil and his attendant picked this night as the best time to strike. Not only were the students tired and exhausted to do anything, the professors and instructors were also feeling exhausted after working hard all day. Unfortunately for Neil and his attendant, Elena and Lucille had been watching their movement since the first day they stepped into the academy, so they were well prepared for anything that was about to happen. They had also informed the professors and instructors to be ready for anything unexpected, but the staff knew Elena and Lucille were more than capable enough to take care of the threat themselves. Neil looked at the ring he was holding on his left hand. The ring had a scary-looking appearance and it had the shape of a skull as well. No one needed to tell him that the ring looked weird and sketchy. He knew this already, but he was still interested in executing his plans tonight. Based on what his attendant told him, all he had to do was to channel his mana into the ring and he would be able to summon monsters who would listen to his every command. That's fucking amazing. I can't wait to see what this baby can do. He slowly inhaled and exhaled before stealing his mind. With his mind made up, Neil swiftly wore the ring. Let's burn this stupid school to the ground. Neil swiftly raised his hand to the sky to cast the summoning spell. Monsters from the other side. Heed my call and rain chaos on this useless school, until you fuck me. Neil noticed Lucille hovering midair in front of him with her hands folded underneath her breasts. Cold sweats began to accumulate on his forehead and he knew there was no way he could escape right now. He swiftly tried to come up with a bullshit excuse for what he was doing out here in the dark, but before he could say anything, Lucille's words echoed in his mind. Say goodbye to this useless school. Lucille's eyes glowed in a bright blue light and Neil's entire body vanished from where he stood. Lucille swiftly flapped her wings to head straight to where Neil's attendant stood and she swiftly used the same skill again with Neil's attendant, nowhere to be found within the academy walls. Excellent, those two have been handled swiftly. It's nice to see that that's been taken care of. Now, I should probably see how Princess Elena is doing from her side. Lucille flapped her huge angel wings to see how Elena was going to handle the threat heading towards her direction. Neil and Phil's initial plans were to cause chaos and confusion within the academy the moment the magical crystals of the magical barrier was about to be replaced. The noise and turmoil would force the fallen angels to feel puzzled by what was going on within the academy, making them to wonder how so many monsters could have entered the academy when the magic crystal was only removed for a minute. However, now that Neil and his attendant had been taken care of, all that remained was to handle the intruders heading towards the academy through the pride of Hell Lions they were mounting on. The Hell Lions were like huge lions with large bat-like wings. They had sharp claws and their eyes were crimson and were glowing brightly in the dark. Phil Hartman stood in the lead with his men flying behind him. Since the academy was high up in the sky, they could only get there by riding these large beasts. Phil held his sword very high to the sky before yelling out at the top of his lungs. "Men!" His men responded. "Are you ready? Awoo, awoo. Arm yourself and avenge your loved ones by raining chaos into this academy." "Yeah." Every single one of them roared very loudly. The huge lions they were riding on roared very loudly as well, and within seconds, they could see the academy from a distance. "Armed yourselves, men, and prepare for battle." "Yeah." Standing on a glowing sword which was hovering very high in the skill, Elena could see every single one of Phil's men as they approached the academy. She raised her hand with an expressionless face before making a single command: kill. With that single command, countless numbers of swords appeared out of nowhere in the sky before raining down on Phil and his men. "Charge!" Phil commanded his men to move forward. Yoich! His men followed right behind him, but while they were flying, a couple of Phil's men noticed something heading in their direction from above. "Hey, what's that?" "Arthusi broken bar, swords?" "No way. And they are coming straight at us." Mamma mia! Everyone could now see clearly that the swords were heading towards them. "Oh, hell number. I'm outta here." "You're on your own, boss." "Huh? Where are you fools going?" Phil turned around to see his men heading back to where they came from. "Away from here. Everyone for themselves. Stand back and fight, you cowards." "We're warriors." Phil urged his men not to go, but no one was ready to die like him. "No. Come back. We promised to avenge our loved ones." Phil yelled out even more. "Not anymore, loser. Unlike you, I've got women I gotta fuck tonight. Adios, boss." After the farewell, no one said anything to Phil anymore. Their minds were completely preoccupied with the thought of escaping the barrage of swords raining down from the sky. They had to escape, and that was all that mattered to them. But even they knew that there was no way they could ever escape Elena's attack. "Oh, fuck, we ain't gonna make it. Fuck fuck fuck." A young man with a fine mustache cussed at his luck and at how the universe was so unfair to him, but his friend beside him wasn't happy either, and he was even more pissed after hearing his friend yell out fuck. "Stop yelling the word fuck, you dimwit, or I'm gonna shove your head down that Hell Lion's ass." "Hey man, there's something I've got to tell you." The man with the fine mustache turned towards his friend. "Dude, for real?" "Yeah, man. We're about to die. And you think now is the right time to say this?" "Just hear me out, man," he pleaded with his friend as tears streamed down his cheeks, knowing that the swords would soon strike them down. "Hurry up and say it, you fool." His friend was now crying as well. "I'm truly sorry, man, but I fucked your sister 3 months ago, and I think she's pregnant now." "What?" "I'm sorry, man. She's got nice tits and a fuckable ass. I just had to do it." His friend was now pissed after hearing what he said. "Once we die, I promise to kill you again myself." Meanwhile, there was someone behind them listening to their conversation, and he was pretty much fed up with it. "You two idiots should focus on being alive or we're all gonna die here," he yelled out while crying. "It's too late." Another man who was behind them cried out as well, and soon everyone else did the same thing. "There's no way we could ever survive this. It's the end. I'm gonna miss you, Mima. Goodbye, cruel world." Everyone wailed at the big moon in the sky as the huge swords got dangerously close to them. The swords pierced through the Hell Lions and every single one of the lions burst into flames before disintegrating into tiny particles. Phil screamed in pain when a sword grazed his arm. He grabbed his injured arm before noticing that the lion he was on now had a huge sword embedded in its skull. The Hell Lion burst into flames, but the flames didn't hurt Phil. Instead, he was unharmed just like the rest of his men, but now that the lion was no more, Phil had nothing to sit on, so he fell straight to the earth while screaming. His men began screaming as well because they also had nothing to grab onto. Their screams echoed throughout the night air, but no student could hear them because the dormitories of the students were far away from their current location. Meanwhile, Evelyn was still in Orion's bedroom with her legs crossed while she sat on the bed. "Impressive, sister. Your skills have greatly improved since the last time I saw them," Evelyn complimented her hard-working sister who was able to summon countless numbers of swords, unlike before when she could only summon 1,000 swords. Of course, she was talking telepathically to Elena, and this meant that Elena could hear what she was saying even though the two of them were far apart. "Thanks, sis, but you'll need to work harder too." Evelyn chuckled because she found it weird for her sister to say those words. "Why would you say that?" she asked. "Because it's only a matter of time before I become an Apex Mage as well." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Evelyn's face and she was genuinely happy to hear that her sister would soon become an Apex Mage. "I'm happy for you, Elena." "Thanks, sis, but a part of me thinks you've ranked up as well." Evelyn chuckled but didn't say anything. "Okay, sis. I'll talk to you later." Elena noticed Lucille heading towards her, so she decided to continue her discussion with Evelyn after they discovered the true reason why Phil and his men attacked the academy. Elena and Lucille knew that fools existed in their world, but they also knew that no one was stupid enough to attack the academy unless they were brainwashed or hypnotized. After all, the principal of the academy was just a rank below an Apex Mage, so it would only make sense for Phil and his men to know that it would be impossible for them to carry out their plans. Lucille arrived beside Elena and noticed that Phil and his men were falling through the sky and straight to the ground. Then her eyes glowed and she instantly teleported Phil and his men into a separate dimension. Now Phil found himself on the floor, and he was surprised to see that he wasn't falling anymore. He slowly looked around and found Neil and his attendant looking at their new surrounding, and wondering where they were. Phil also looked around and he couldn't understand what was going on. Just a few minutes ago, he had been falling to his death, and now he was in an unknown room where everything around him was pure white. The only things he could see clearly were Neil and his men. Aside from that, he couldn't see anything else, and he wasn't even sure if he was being watched, but deep down, he knew his movements were being monitored. Meanwhile, a huge dark ball hovered in front of Lucille and Elena. This was where Phil and his men currently were, and it explained why they couldn't understand where they were. One might wonder why Elena and Lucille didn't kill Neil, Phil, and his men, but this was because Elena and Lucille had noticed a minute amount of miasma in Phil's mana core. The same went for his men as well. Every single one of them had miasma flowing within them. The miasma flowing through them was enough to prevent them from dying, and it was also enough to ensure that it corrupted their hearts and mind. In other words, Phil and his men were simply carrying out the order of someone stronger than them. Of course, Phil and Neil initially had hatred towards the Elfrider family, but the hatred they had wasn't enough to desire causing a war between the kingdoms. They were simply doing all these because they were ordered to do it. But who would hate the Elfrider royal family and all the other royal families in the mortal realm? The celestial realm was no more, and not everyone had the ability to enter into the spirit realm. The same went for the nether realm as well, which was filled with miasma that flowed like air. However, based on the fact that different artifacts containing miasma had been seen in kingdoms where they shouldn't be seen, one could easily say that the enemy was from the nether realm. However, Elena and Lucille were certain that the enemy wasn't from the nether realm but might actually be hiding in the mortal realm. But this was just an assumption, and the only way to truly find out was by interrogating Phil and his men, and Lucille knew the best way to interrogate them. With a devilish grin on her face, the beautiful angel's eyes glowed brightly in the dark, causing Phil and his men to scream in agony while they were still inside the dark sphere. The screaming continued within the sphere for about half an hour, but no one could hear them except for themselves. The moment the screaming stopped, Lucille had obtained the information she needed and she told Elena what she wanted to hear. Hearing the words from Lucille, Elena decided to talk to her sister telepathically. "Are you guys done?" Evelyn asked. "Yes, we are." "So, you know who's behind this, right?" "Yes, it's Nordrassil. Elena replied, and a smile appeared on Evelyn's lips before she thanked Elena for everything she had done. Now that the miasma flowing through their bodies had been removed, Phil and his men no longer harbored any hatred towards the Elfrida royal family, and the royal family of the human kingdom. Every single one of them was currently unconscious in the alternate dimension Lucille transported them to. Although Lucille had interrogated them by torturing them, she didn't hurt them too much when obtaining the information she wanted, and now that she knew who was truly behind the attack on the academy, she decided to take Phil and his men back to the human kingdom. Elena watched as Lucille flew in the direction of the human kingdom. At the speed Lucille was going, it would take her at least an hour to arrive in the human kingdom, so Elena decided to address the academy's staff who had been waiting patiently to hear the outcome of the battle. The staff were exhausted due to the work they did during the day, but they didn't use this as an excuse to not stay awake in preparation for any unexpected events. While Elena went to address the academy's staff, Evelyn decided to talk to all the other Apex mages in the mortal realm. Her legs had already been in a lotus position while she was on the bed, so it was easy for her to enter into a deep meditative state. Evelyn cleared her head, concentrated on what she wanted to do, and was able to easily locate the other Apex mages in the mortal and nether realms. "Can you all hear me?" Evelyn asked to make sure that all of them could hear her clearly. "Evelyn?" Ariel was the first to notice Evelyn's voice. "Of course, it's me. Who else do you think is powerful enough to have a chat with you from thousands of kilometers away?" Evelyn asked with a chuckle. "This is amazing. I can also hear the two of you talking as well." The Dragon King complimented Evelyn's ability to communicate over such a far distance. Telepathy was a skill used mainly between close distances. The Apex mages could actually talk telepathically to anyone within their kingdom, but it was impossible to talk to anyone outside their kingdom. However, Evelyn could easily do this without using much effort, and this was enough to let the other Apex mages know that Evelyn's rank was now higher than theirs. "How broken bar as expected of my rival," the Lion King cackled loudly in his mind, realizing that Evelyn had truly grown stronger than all of them combined. "It's truly amazing." King Edward joined the conversation as well. "Indeed, my love. I never could have imagined Evelyn doing something like this so quickly." The Witch Queen agreed with what her husband just said. She and King Edward were currently in bed, and they didn't even have a stitch of clothing on their body. They had been together for more than 2 decades now. This was the reason why the witches and humans had been cooperating over the past few years to create and develop many new inventions. The relationship between the human and witch kingdom was very strong, thanks to how close their rulers were, and this explained why King Edward and the Witch Queen were having an intense workout on the bed before Evelyn began talking to them. Although they were already done by then, so Evelyn didn't interrupt them while they were having sex. "Anyways, Evelyn, it's been a while. How have you been?" the Witch Queen asked. "I'm fine, Isabella. What about you?" "I feel great, Evelyn, and guess what?" "What is it?" "Eddie has finally decided to have a baby with me. Last night we did it more than a broken bar." Isabella was just about to go into details of what she and King Edward did last night, but Ariel wasn't interested in listening to what they had to say. "That's enough, you lust-crazed bitch. Did Evelyn summon us here to hear about your sex life?" "Don't tell me you're jealous, fish brain," Isabella teased. "Why would I be jealous of a sex demon like you? I wonder why you weren't born a succubus. It would certainly make more sense if you were a succubus rather than a witch." "Well, I'm glad I'm not a succubus. I'm happy being a witch because I get to be with Eddie." "Too bad you'll continue to remain an old, miserable fish living alone at the bottom of the ocean." Ariel gritted her teeth as she listened to what Isabella was saying. "That's it, I'm heading over to your kingdom right now." "You're more than welcome here. Don't worry, I'll help you find a good partner if that's what you want." "That's it, our broken bar." Ariel was about to say something, but the Demon King spoke before she could say anything. "I believe we should listen to what Evelyn has to say." "I agree." King Edward agreed as well, followed by the Dragon King and the Lion King. "I guess you are right, I'll deal with that witch later." Ariel decided to focus on what was more important right now. She could hear Isabella giggling to herself, but Ariel decided not to say anything about it. "So Evelyn, Why did you decide to talk to us? I'm guessing it has to do with us in the mortal realm because the undead aren't here. We're here as well. The Queen of the Dead's voice emerged, and Ariel was surprised to realize that they had been listening and hadn't said anything until now. So, you guys were listening but decided not to say anything? Ariel asked, but it wasn't the Queen of the Dead that replied, rather, it was the Phantom Empress. You didn't give us the chance to say anything because you were too busy arguing with Isabella. Shut up, Spooky, I wasn't talking to you. I told you to stop calling me that. Nope, I won't. It's your name, so get used to it. Anyway, can we address the real reason why Queen Evelyn summoned us here? The Lich King joined the conversation and everyone agreed to listen to what Evelyn had to say. Aside from the Phantom Empress and the Queen of the Dead, the Lich King was the third ruler in the Nether Realm, and he also happened to be an Apex Mage, just like everyone else. Noticing that Evelyn was ready to talk, everyone remained silent as they listened to what she had to say. I'm sure we all remember the war between the Titans that occurred a few years ago. Of course we do, Isabella replied. The Titans' war happened just after the old gods were killed. The three undead mages wanted to be in control of all the realms, so they waged war against the seven kingdoms in the mortal realm. However, each of the seven kingdoms chose a single fighter from their kingdom, with Evelyn being the representative of the Elf Kingdom. Evelyn and the other 6 warriors then joined forces to fight against the 3 undead mages and their armies. The war lasted 300 days in the Celestial Realm and was forever remembered as the Clash of Titans War. In the end, the 7 strongest mages of the mortal realm won against the 3 undead mages and their armies. The 300 days battle was so intense it led to the destruction of the Celestial Realm, which also happened to be the home of a world tree called Nordrassil. Just like how there were 4 different realms in the world of Ethoria, there were also 4 different world trees. Nordrassil stayed in the Celestial Realm while Yggdrasil stayed in the mortal realm, but it could only be found in the Elf Kingdom. The other 2 world trees stayed in the Spirit Realm and Nether Realm, respectively. In the past, right after the Celestial Realm was destroyed, Nordrassil should have been destroyed as well, but as long as the 3 other world trees were still alive, Nordrassil would grow again. So, she's here to have her revenge on us? The Queen of the Dead asked. It seems so, Evelyn replied. This explains why some weird things have been happening in my kingdom lately. The Lion King suddenly realized this while stroking his chin. Arg! Now it all makes sense. The Demon King placed his palm on his face. He, too, had been noticing some weird things happening within his kingdom, but now he was certain that it had something to do with Nordrassil. Nordrassil's goal was to return the world back to a period of war and chaos because she believed the Apex Mages were the ones responsible for destroying her home. Hence, she infected Phil's mana core with miasma, which aided in fueling his anger and hatred towards the Elfrider royal family, whom he believed were the real reasons why his brother was killed. Nordrassil was also the one who corrupted Neil's mana core and that of his attendant as well, preventing them from thinking rationally because their minds were only focused on having revenge. Nordrassil also placed different dark magical artifacts in different kingdoms in the mortal realm because she wanted the rulers of the mortal realm to fight against the leaders of the nether realm. This was why 2 dark magical artifacts and a goblin king were found in the elf kingdom. Although Nordrassil was a celestial realm world tree, one might wonder how a celestial realm world tree could get its hands on dark magical artifacts. This was because, as a celestial realm world tree, Nordrassil's role was to create dungeons and labyrinths in all the other 3 realms. She could place different kinds of artifacts for adventurers whenever they cleared a final boss on one of the floors of a dungeon or labyrinth. However, when the celestial realm was destroyed, the 3 other world trees took up the role of creating dungeons and labyrinths in their respective realms. So, what are we going to do? The Lich King asked the question that was currently on everyone's mind. If Nordrassil is truly back, then she's probably trying to rebuild the celestial realm. Yes, then I think we should destroy it once again, the Dragon King suggested. Do we really have to do that? Isabella questioned. I don't really think we should destroy the celestial realm for a second time, King Edward made his own suggestions as well. "Then what do we do?" the Phantom Empress asked. Evelyn and everyone else discussed for a long time what needed to be done to prevent another war from occurring in the world. As much as it was exciting to fight during a period of war, the Apex Mages had come to enjoy a peaceful and more tranquil style of life. War was a useful tool in driving knights and mages to grow stronger, but for more than 2 decades now, the Apex Mages had noticed how the world had grown and improved a lot compared to the past. Also, it was more peaceful and relaxing to undergo indoor meditation, which aided in increasing their ranks just as much as fighting during a war did. Meditation might be a lot slower, but it was more relaxing, and all the Apex Mages agreed on this. Also, Nordrassil wouldn't be able to do anything for now because she knew they had discovered her plans by now, and she would rather stay in hiding until she believed it was time for her to do anything again. However, deep down, all that Nordrassil wanted was for the Apex Mages to apologize for what they did to her in the Celestial Realm. If they could do this, Nordrassil would be more than happy to listen to anything they had to say. In the end, they concluded that they would search for her within both the mortal and nether realm. They would also look for her within the spirit realm and where the celestial realm used to be located. Once Nordrassil had been found, an agreement would be made between her and the Apex Mages that they would help to rebuild the celestial realm so as to prepare and train the next generation of gods who would rule over the world from the new celestial realm, as the true gods of the world. Evelyn and the Apex Mages would be allowed to stay in the celestial realm as well, but they would be given a respectable position in the realm, and they wouldn't be known as kings and queens of the mortal realm anymore. Rather, they would be known as Theobrook and Bar. Evelyn and the Apex Mages would be allowed to stay in the celestial realm as well, but they would be given a respectable position in the celestial realm, and they wouldn't be known as kings and queens of the mortal realm anymore. Rather, they would be known as the Celestial Patriarchs, matriarchs of the world. This meant that if everything went well, Evelyn and the other Apex Mages would become the first celestial ancestors of the new era. The Apex Mages continued to discuss a few other things, and once they were done, everyone felt like saying their goodbyes, but Ariel didn't want to miss this chance to ask Evelyn a question. "Hey, Evelyn. How is my cute underling doing? It's been months since I last saw him." "He's as handsome as always." "That's great to hear, but are there any upcoming events I need to know of?" "Aside from the Activity Club tournament coming up in a few weeks, I don't think there's any other event coming up anytime soon." "Excellent. I'll be heading over to the academy the moment the tournament begins." "Okay, Ariel. You mustn't forget to let me know when it begins." "Okay." "Okay," Evelyn replied with a chuckle. She could see how much Ariel had missed Ryan, even though Ariel wouldn't admit it. "I'm serious, Evelyn. Karen has been wishing to see him for months now." Evelyn didn't say anything in reply. She simply rolled her eyes with a smile on her lips, knowing that Ariel had missed him as well. A few other Apex Mages expressed their desire to attend the tournament as well as how they all couldn't wait for the Activity Club tournament to begin. With nothing else to say to each other, everyone said their goodbyes. Evelyn also leaned back on her bed with a smile on her face. Now, there was nothing preventing Orion from enjoying his time here at the academy. She wanted Orion to focus not only on his personal training but also on the aspects of his life in which he knew he was weak in. Evelyn knew how important it was for Orion to rank as high as he wanted by diving into dungeons and labyrinths, but she also wanted him to improve his beast-taming skill, crafting skill, and runesmith skill as well. Aside from all these, she also wanted him to have fun during his time at the academy by making new friends and experiencing new hobbies as well, because a time would come when all these experiences would be nothing but a memory, so it was better for him to learn as much as he could now and to have as much fun as he could. With this thought in mind, Evelyn was still smiling to herself as she gazed up at the ceiling. While she was lost deep in her thoughts, Evelyn suddenly heard the bedroom door opening, and then Elena walked into the room. "I'm back." "Welcome back, sister." "Thanks, sis." Elena sighed deeply, feeling relieved that she had finally handled the threat aimed at the academy. She stretched her arms with a smile on her face while walking towards the bed. It feels so good to know that there are no annoying pests walking around the academy anymore. Actually, there's one more pest you've forgotten about. Orion's voice suddenly emerged behind Elena, who... Elena tried to turn around to look at Orion's face. However, a broken bar. Me. Orion swiftly lifted Elena in a bridal carry, which caused his beautiful aunt to gasp with surprise at what he did. She swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck before looking straight into his eyes. What about the journal you went to look at? Have you seen it? Yes, but I'm done for tonight. Orion had teleported into the room because he was done with the runes he had to decipher for tonight. So he came back to his bedroom to have a rest and possibly a nap. However, after seeing his beautiful mother and aunt, Orion knew he would have to change his plans a bit. Will you be seeing Sabrina tomorrow? Yes, there are still a lot of runes that need deciphering, but what about you? How does it feel to fight against a couple of bad guys all at once after so long? Orion had been watching the fight through his Omnivision skill. As a knight, Elena had fought in many battles in the past, so she had a lot of experience as a fighter. However, she didn't feel any excitement when fighting against mages or knights who were a lot weaker than she was. She would rather take a nap than battle against knights as weak as Phil and his men. It felt boring, Elena replied, and Orion smiled, knowing that his aunt would say that. Well, since that was boring, would you like to do something exciting? Elena could easily guess what he was about to say, but she decided to act as though she didn't know what he had on his mind. Something exciting? She asked with a puzzled but cute look on her face. Yes, Orion replied. Of course, he knew Elena could guess what he was about to say because of the way she was smiling, but he decided to play along to make her happy. She wrapped her arms around his neck even tighter while resting her forehead on his. So, what is this exciting thing you speak of? It's something that has to do with us sweating on the bed. Elena giggled after hearing the weird phrase Orion used. She pecked Orion's lips before looking into his eyes lovingly. Are you shy to tell your aunt you want to have sex with her? Nope, I wasn't talking about sex. Yes, you were. Nope, I really wasn't talking about sex. Elena rolled her eyes with a smile on her face. Okay, fine. If you weren't talking about sex, then what were you talking about? I was talking about us having a pillow fight. La. Elena giggled and kissed him passionately, not minding the beautiful queen watching them from the bed she was sitting on. Elena moaned into Orion's lips as their tongues slowly twirled against each other. But even though Orion was kissing Elena while carrying her in his arms, it didn't stop him from walking towards his bed. He kept walking while kissing Elena until he was a step closer to the bed, and then the two parted their lips to catch their breath. So, are we still doing it? Elena shamelessly asked with a smile on her face, wanting to know whether or not they were still going to have sex tonight. Of course, we are. Good, because I can't wait anymore, she said with relief. Orion smiled and slowly placed her on the bed. He understood why Elena felt this way, and it was thanks to the abilities he had obtained from the lust aspect of his elf god bloodline. After experiencing sex with Orion for the first time, Elena had been hoping to do it with him again ever since she woke up in the morning. However, Evelyn also felt the same way. Ahem, Evelyn cleared her throat loudly, dragging Orion and Elena's attention towards her. I hope you haven't forgotten about me. Nope. Good, Evelyn replied happily before undressing herself. While she was doing this, Orion turned towards Elena. He didn't need to say anything for Elena to know what he was about to say. Since Orion had already had sex with Elena last night, it would only be fair for him to have sex with Evelyn tonight. Elena nodded her head in understanding and Orion planted a kiss on her cheek before thanking her. Elena smiled as she watched Orion crawl on the bed to join Evelyn. She quickly undressed herself and joined them on the bed as well. Meanwhile, Orion suddenly appeared behind Evelyn. She had undressed herself and was wearing only a purple-laced panty right now. Orion grabbed her breasts from behind, kneading them slowly before teasing her nipples, which were slowly becoming harder and erect. Even Orion was amazed by how big and extremely soft Evelyn's breasts were. He knew Evelyn's breasts had always been big. In fact, they were the biggest breasts he had ever seen, but he was still surprised by how firm and plump her boobs were. and this made it even more exciting for him when he grabbed and kneaded her boobs, causing Evelyn to moan softly as she felt her son's hands playing with her body. She tried to suppress her moans, but Orion's hands were expertly making her feel even more aroused as he showed her how much he loved her huge boobs. Orion noticed how erect her nipples were, and he didn't need anyone to tell him that his mother was currently feeling aroused by him. "I never knew Mom was such a pervert," he whispered into Evelyn's red ear. Her pointed ear twitched a bit, but Evelyn was still on cloud nine as she felt her son's hands on her boobs. "Would you like to experience something a bit more intense?" Orion whispered in her ears once again while teasing her erect nipples. Evelyn moaned but forced out a reply, "Why yes." She turned her head to her left for a kiss from Orion. The two of them kissed, and Evelyn could feel Orion's hands slowly descending down to her wet honeypot. She instinctively widened her thighs for Orion to have better access to her pussy, and Evelyn moaned even more as she felt two of Orion's fingers running wild in her drenched honeypot. Waves of pleasure flowed through her body, forcing every part of it to become even more sensitive. Evelyn could feel her thighs shaking and her love juice sliding down her thighs as she experienced her first orgasm while moaning loudly into Orion's mouth. They parted their lips and Evelyn rested her back on Orion's chest to catch her breath. Her soft plump rump was pressed against Orion's hard member, sandwiching his little brother between two masses of softness. Evelyn was still experiencing the afterglow of her first orgasm, so he allowed her to catch a breath there, but it didn't take long for Evelyn to be ready once again. Evelyn moved away from him and rested her back on the headboard, then she teasingly widened her legs, urging Orion to insert his rod inside her. Orion leaned closer to Evelyn before asking, "Are you ready?" "Yes, dear, I'm ready." Orion looked into his mother's eyes and he could see how she was panting heavily. A bit of tear was at the edge of her eyes because even Evelyn couldn't believe that the moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Orion leaned towards her, kissing her once again while his fingers were intertwined with hers. His little brother slowly teased Evelyn's entrance, and with just a little push, Orion's shaft slid into her honeypot. Evelyn's grip on Orion's hands tightened a bit more as she felt his huge member slowly piercing through a thin resistance. A feeling of intense pain surged through her body, but it disappeared right after and was replaced with a feeling of pleasure, causing her love juice to drip onto the bed. Evelyn and Orion continued to have an intense tongue battle while Orion tried to make sure Evelyn got used to his huge size. He continued to wrestle his tongue with hers before parting his lips from hers, then he slowly began to move his waist. At first, he slowly moved in and out, and Evelyn could feel Orion's rod widening her inner folds, almost as though he wanted her pussy to get accustomed to the size of his dick. He continued to gradually increase his pace while Evelyn's pussy held on to his cock as though it didn't want to let go. Time went by, and Evelyn's moaning became louder as his rod slammed deeper into her cunny. Evelyn had gotten used to his length now, but she was slowly getting addicted to the pleasure she was currently feeling. The sound of flesh slapping against flesh echoed loudly within the room, and Evelyn could feel her eyes slowly rolling backward at how forcefully Orion was moving. He had been persistently using his dick to poke her sweet spot, and Evelyn was loving every part of it. "Yes, right there, broken bar." Evelyn urged him to go deeper and faster, and Orion didn't disappoint. He slammed his rod faster into her cunny. He slowly removed his hands from Evelyn's hands before holding her waist tightly as he repositioned himself perfectly for a never-before-seen pile driving. Orion's hips moved faster as he teased Evelyn's sensitive spot by placing his hands on her clit. Her hips rose from the bed due to the feeling, and Orion continued to do what he was doing. Her inner folds kept clenching around his rod, and Orion could feel Evelyn approaching her climax. Luckily for her, he was also about to reach his limit. Orion grabbed her waist tightly as he released his spunk into her pussy, and Evelyn's hips rose, and her toes curled while feeling Orion's seed flowing into her body. Evelyn breathed heavily with a smile on her face. She had never experienced such pleasure before, but she loved it a lot, and she would like to experience it once again, but her body was too exhausted to keep going. Although Evelyn was ranked higher than Orion, she had suppressed her rank to match that of Orion's rank, so that she would be able to enjoy having sex with him. If her rank had been a lot higher than his, she would not have been able to feel satisfied with the sex she'd just had. However, because Orion had obtained the ability to satisfy Apex mages, it was easy for Orion to swiftly please Evelyn. Orion looked at Evelyn once again and he could see her breathing heavily. He kissed her once again before turning his attention to his aunt, who had been playing with herself while watching the two most important elves in her life, having wild sex in front of her. Elena noticed Orion looking in her direction, so she crawled over to him before pressing her breasts against his chest. Elena wasn't worried about her pointed nipples pressing against Orion's chest. In fact, she liked it, but the only thing she wanted right now was to have a taste of his lips. Orion leaned towards her and the two of them kissed once again while his fingers explored Elena's depth. Elena also grabbed a hold of Orion's member and she slowly stroked his member while kissing him. She could feel the warmth of his rod while stroking him, and the two continued to do this for a while. However, they tried their best not to come too quickly. Once they noticed that they were ready, Elena stood on all fours before spreading her legs apart as she prepared herself mentally for Orion's rod to penetrate her. The sound of lovemaking echoed loudly within the room as Orion continued to slam his rod alternatively into his aunt and mother's craving honeypots. He took turns making them happy and he cummed at least 3 times in both Evelyn and Elena before the three of them became exhausted. Evelyn and Elena loved every second of it and they cuddled closer to him before they all fell asleep. Orion also fell asleep after seeing his mum and aunt sleeping by his side. The next morning, Orion woke up to see his mother and aunt still sleeping beside him. They rested their heads on his arm, using his arm as a pillow. But Evelyn was the first to wake up. She groggily opened her eyes to find Orion smiling at her. Orion slowly patted her head before kissing her on the lips. "Good morning, Mum." "Good morning, sweetie," Evelyn greeted him in return before kissing him for a second time. Elena had woken up as well, and she greeted Orion with a kiss before standing up from the bed. Orion noticed her walking towards the bathroom and he could see her beautiful perky butt jiggling as she walked to the bathroom to have her bath. However, this only made him wonder where his aunt could possibly be going for her to be taking her bath so early in the morning. "Where are you going?" "To have a meeting with the staff." "Is it related to what happened last night?" "Yes, dear. There's a matter that needs to be addressed with the staff. I couldn't do it last night because everyone felt sleepy and exhausted, so I intend on doing that this morning before spending the rest of the day with you." Elena intended to let the staff know the changes that would have to be made in the academy. Although Nordrassil was the one who manipulated Neil into attacking the academy, this didn't mean he would be allowed to return to the academy so easily. King Edward would be the one to make the final decision concerning this, hence why Lucille returned Phil and his men back to the human kingdom, so that King Edward could decide on what to do with them. Elena was interested in knowing what his decision would be, so she would like to visit Lucille this morning before the meeting with the staff commences. If Neil failed to return back to the academy, then it meant that the student ranked below him would have to take his ranking and every other student below him would rise by 1 rank as well. Orion nodded his head in understanding and watched as his aunt finally walked into the bathroom for her bath. Orion brought his attention back to Evelyn when he heard his mother asking him a question. "So, what about you? Will you be heading out as well?" "Yes, I will." Orion was going to head over to Sabrina's private study to continue from where he stopped the previous night. Last night, he was only able to decipher 5 pages. The 6th page proved a lot more difficult to decipher than the other 5 pages, and Sabrina noticed this as well, so she decided that they should both take a break and call it a night. She had been working on the journal for hours before Orion visited her last night, so Sabrina knew she had to rest if she wanted to feel more refreshed when she picked up from where she stopped last night. The journal had been with her for months, but last night was the first time she had made tremendous progress in deciphering the runes, and it was all thanks to Orion. Sabrina also recalled that Orion must have participated in the club registration task yesterday, just like every other student, so it would make more sense that he needed more rest before he could continue deciphering the remaining pages in the journal. Sabrina couldn't wait to continue working with him, so she was just as eager as Orion to head back to her study room. Since you've deciphered a couple of pages already, do you think that journal will be able to help us find the dwarves? Yes, it should. It's a shame Mama won't be able to help you decipher those runes. Is it because you will be returning back to the kingdom soon? Yes. Why don't you just stay here for another week or two? I'd love to, dear, but Mama still has a lot to do in the kingdom. I understand. Evelyn kissed him on his lips before saying, thanks, dear, and if you do manage to see the dwarves, let them know that they're more than welcome to call the Elf Kingdom their home. Evelyn said this because she wanted the dwarves to build a small village for themselves in her kingdom. You just want them to help your kingdom to forge new weapons, don't you? You fufu, you make it sound like Mama is an evil mastermind. Evelyn giggled before pecking his lips. Of course, she didn't deny what Orion said, and this meant that Orion was right in his conclusion. Of course you are. Orion kissed her once again, and the two slowly twirled their tongues around each other. Evelyn then slid her hand around Orion's broad chest, trailing her fingers past his chiseled chest and abs before descending down to his hardened member. Evelyn could feel how hard and warm his rod was, and she couldn't help but wonder how such a huge member was able to fit into her last night. She continued to kiss Orion while stroking his rod slowly as she recalled the intense sex they had last night, and this made her moan unconsciously into his mouth. Orion's hand also teased and pinched Evelyn's nipples, and she could feel herself about to reach her limit due to Orion's experience in touching the right places that made her feel good. However, Evelyn was interested in making sure she pleased her son this time around. Last night, it felt like she was the only one enjoying it, and that was why she was intent on pleasing Orion this time around. Evelyn gently separated her lips from his, then pecked his lips once again, almost as though she didn't want to stop kissing him. The two continued to kiss until they were both satisfied. Meanwhile, Elena stepped out of the bathroom to change her clothes. Seeing that his aunt was done, Orion decided to have his bath as well. I'm going to take a bath, Orion informed Evelyn as he stood up from the bed. Okay, sweetie, Evelyn replied but didn't get up from the bed. You're not coming? Nope, Mama would like to take a nap, Evelyn said, looking as though she was exhausted because of last night's sex. However, Evelyn wasn't exhausted, she simply wasn't in the mood to have her bath right now because she wasn't happy about being the only one left in the room. Evelyn had been expecting to spend the day with Orion and Elena. She wanted to kiss, cuddle, and do a couple of naughty things with Orion, but because Orion had made plans to decipher some runes today and Elena had a meeting to attend to, Evelyn decided to simply take a nap and wait for him to return. Hopefully, when he returned he would have enough strength to continue from where he stopped last night. This was what Evelyn thought as she forced a smile on her face while resting on the bed. Of course, Orion noticed the smile and he knew the reason behind it. Evelyn didn't say anything to him, but Orion knew that deep down, his mother wanted to spend more time with him. After all, they had all agreed to spend the week together, and right now, they only had a few days left before the end of the week and before Evelyn would have to return back home. This was the reason why she wanted to be with Orion and Elena. She wanted them to enjoy their time together as a family without worrying about anything else. With a smile on his face, Orion crawled over to the bed to kiss Evelyn on her cheek. Mum? Yes, baby? Let's do anything you want when I get back. If you want to play Nifatafel or Lubo, just let me know and we'll do it together. Okay, sweetie, Evelyn replied with a smile on her face. How about we watch a movie together? Elena suggested. She had dressed up and was about to leave the room, but she heard what Evelyn and Orion were discussing. A movie? Orion asked, surprised to see that movies actually existed in this world. Yes, it's something Lucille showed to me a few days ago. The movie I watched with Lucille was an hour long, but it was really funny, and I believe it's something we could all watch together as a family. What is a movie? Evelyn asked. She had never seen or heard of a movie, but she was interested in knowing what it was after Elena suggested they should watch it together. I'll tell you all about it when I come back, Elena promised. She wanted to explain what a movie was to Evelyn, but she also didn't want to be late for the meeting she had with the Academy's staff, so she promised to explain everything to them when she returned back from her meeting. Okay, Since Aunt Elena wants us to watch a movie, then I guess we'll start with that. Orion turned to Evelyn to see if she would like to watch a movie and she agreed to it. Elena had a smile on her face after seeing that her sister had agreed to it. She couldn't wait to watch a movie with her family, so she swiftly left the room to attend the meeting she had today. Meanwhile, Evelyn decided to take her nap as Orion finally walked into the bathroom to have his bath. The moment he was done, he stepped out of the bathroom to get dressed. He ate and drank a bit of tea before heading straight to Sabrina's study room. He spent a few hours with Sabrina, deciphering the runes before returning back to his room to watch a movie with Evelyn and Elena. Orion was familiar with what a movie was because he had watched countless movies in his previous life. In this world, there were a few others, just like Orion, who had reincarnated or transmigrated from Earth. Not every one of them was born into royalty, but a few of them were born as nobles, while others had to live as commoners with humble backgrounds. They all retained memories of their previous world, so they tried to use them to make a meaningful impact in their new world based on the few things they had learned and experienced during their time on Earth. This was how one of the transmigrators was able to use the concept of magic to make it easier for denizens of this world to watch movies. To watch a movie, all that a person needed was a crystal ball which would display a screen for anyone to watch from. This was similar to the crystal balls that displayed a screen for the viewers of the Elf Kingdom to watch all the activities that took place during the Noble Elf Tournament. To his surprise, the movie was actually funny. Although Elena said the movie was quite funny, Orion never expected the movie to be so funny, and he couldn't even count the number of times he had laughed with Evelyn and Elena. It felt nice and refreshing to watch a movie that brought a smile to his face and that of his family as well, and since that day, they began watching a movie together every night. Days went by and now it was the last day of the week. Orion had been doing nothing but spending time with his mum and aunt, playing games, watching movies, drinking tea, and, of course, enjoying late-night exercises on the bed. Currently, he was seated on a couch with his mum and aunt, cuddling up on either side of him as they watched a movie together. The curtains were closed because of the movie they wanted to watch, and right now, the room was very dark as they watched a movie together. It looked as though they were in a cinema. Unlike their first movie, which was full of comedy, the particular movie they were watching was a romantic movie. Surprisingly, the actors in the movies looked like they were very dedicated to what they were doing, and it reminded him a bit of his previous life and how exciting it felt to watch movies. In his previous life, Orion had loved watching action-themed movies. He loved watching movies that would fill him with thrill, make his heart beat faster, and make his blood pump with adrenaline. He loved the thrill and excitement of watching these kinds of movies. However, action-themed movies hadn't been created yet in this world. It's really a shame, but there's nothing I can do about this. I can only enjoy comedy and romantic movies with Mum and Aunt Elena. For the past few days, he had gotten accustomed to watching romantic movies with his beautiful mother and aunt, and he had even fallen in love with this new habit. He never knew women could become so emotional while watching romantic comedies, especially movies that were focused solely on romance. He had noticed how aroused his mother and aunt became whenever they had sex together after watching a movie. While watching the movie, they would hold him tightly and sometimes even wrap their arms around his waist while pressing their beautiful mountain peaks against him. Occasionally, Elena would slide her hand down his thighs before moving it towards his sleeping dragon to awaken it from its slumber. Whenever she did this, Evelyn would be preoccupied with his lips. The two would kiss as though they were the only ones in the world, blocking out everything and everyone around them, but Elena would entertain herself by sucking on his hard member, forcefully pulling him back to reality as he came into her mouth. The moment he came into Elena's mouth, that would be the signal for them to embark on yet another intense exercise on the bed, and whenever this happened, the room would be filled with the moans of his mother and aunt. He loved to hear the cute moans they made during sex, but to prevent others from hearing it as well, Orion always ensured to cast a sound magic spell, preventing anyone outside the room from hearing the sweet melodies that were made for him alone. Nights like these were always the best, and tonight was not an exception. Currently, Orion, Evelyn, and Elena were on the bed and they were completely naked. They had just finished watching a movie a few minutes ago, and now they were kissing and making love to each other as though they were sex-starved. Elena was currently sitting on top of Orion with her pussy positioned directly on his mouth and his tongue expertly dived into her honeypot, twirling and tasting her sweet love juice. Meanwhile, Evelyn was preoccupied with his hard rod. She was currently giving him fellatio, and the slurping sound of her mouth and tongue moving up and down his member echoed loudly in the room. But it was soon suppressed by the moans coming out of Elena's mouth as she cummed several times from Orion's tongue swirling inside her snatch. Breathing heavily after experiencing an intense orgasm, Elena tried to move her drenched honeypot away from Orion's mouth so that she could lay on the bed and catch a breather. However, while she was trying to move her body away from Orion's face, she suddenly felt his hands wrapping around her waist, holding her firmly and preventing her from going anywhere. Tonight was their last night together, and Orion was determined to ensure he and his women enjoyed all the time they had together to the fullest. He wasn't in any rush to end their intimate night because he wanted his aunt and mom to really enjoy tonight's experience as well. Orion grabbed a hold of his aunt's soft butt cheeks, kneading it slowly while enjoying the soft texture of her body. Elena moaned as she felt the warmth, moving from his hands and onto her body. She curled her hands into fists as she felt Orion's hands slowly spreading her pussy lips before he inserted 2 fingers into her slick hole. Elena moaned even more and she could feel herself becoming more aroused by the second. Thanks to Orion's skills, Elena could feel herself approaching her limit as Orion steadily inserted and pulled 2 of his fingers out of her pussy. His fingers continued to move in a forward and backward movement within Elena's dripping wet hole while his other hand pinched Elena's clit, making her moan loudly as she cummed for the umpteenth time. Elena's limbs became weak and she finally got the chance to plop down on the bed. However, it wasn't over yet. Orion slowly turned over on the bed. Now he was on top of Elena while her beautiful butt faced him. He grabbed her beautiful soft peaches and slowly spread them. Then he grounded his shaft against her lower lips. Mabroken Barak. Elena released a satisfied moan as she felt his huge size filling her up completely. Orion then began to move his hips and he was able to hit all of Elena's weak spots, causing his beautiful aunt to bury her head in the bed as she tried to bury her moans in the bed sheets. Orion groaned with pleasure when he felt a tight squeeze around his member as he continuously hit her sweet spot. This also caused Elena to instinctively move her hip in sync with Orion's. The intimate pounding continued and Elena's eyes became hazy. Her beautiful breasts jiggled as Orion continued to thrust deep into her cunny. His eyes stayed locked on her beautifully shaped breasts as they jiggled in front of him, almost as if they wanted him to grab them, and that was exactly what he did. Orion grabbed one of her boobs and sucked hard on it. He could feel the firm yet soft nub in his mouth, and as he bit on her nipple, Orion could also feel a reaction from his rod with Elena tightening her pussy around him once again. Orion placed his hands underneath Elena's waist and pulled them closer to him. This allowed him to penetrate deeper into her folds, and Orion didn't waste a second before ramming his dick deeper into her pussy. Elena instinctively arched her back and tightened her grip on the bed as she felt his rod slamming deeper into her body. "Yes, a broken bar right there," Elena pleaded. She wanted Orion to keep ramming his dick into the exact same spot and she was loving the way he was making a mess of her body. Of course, Orion wasn't going to disappoint his aunt, so he latched his lips onto hers and increased the pace of his hip movement. A lewd slurping sound echoed within the room as Elena's love juice dripped onto the bed. Elena swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck to reciprocate his kiss while moaning loudly into his mouth due to the intense speed and force Orion was using to slam his rod into her cunny. Her eyes slowly rolled backward, and her walls tightly squeezed Orion's shaft, indicating that she had reached her limit. Orion groaned as he released his spunk into her before pulling his dick out and causing a torrent of fluid to gush out of Elena's honeypot. Orion noticed his aunt gasping desperately for air as she tried to calm her mind after experiencing such intense and unforgettable sex. Orion had been a bit rougher than he usually was because he wanted tonight to be a night his aunt would never forget, and right now, Elena would definitely never forget the sex she had with him. Orion also noticed that his aunt was drenched with sweat, but unlike her, he wasn't feeling exhausted at all even though he was the one who did most of the work. He rolled to the other side of the bed to grab a cup of water which was on the bedside table close to the bed. Orion sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the cup, and then gave the cup to Elena to have a drink. Elena thanked him before accepting the cup. Meanwhile, Evelyn took a separate glass cup before pouring water into it. Then she walked towards Orion and sat on his lap. She drank some water from the cup and placed the half-empty cup beside her, leaving it to hover mid-air, as though it was waiting to be grabbed once again. However, Evelyn wasn't interested in grabbing the cup anytime soon. She was completely focused on her son right now and she wrapped her arms around Orion's neck before leaning closer to give him a kiss. While kissing, Evelyn allowed the water in her mouth to slide into Orion's mouth. Initially, she only wanted to give him water, but now, their tongues were twirling around each other in a tongue battle. The two parted their lips and Evelyn leaned backward a bit. She placed her hands behind her and rested them on Orion's knees to give her the support she needed to tease his cock, which was mere inches away from her dripping honeypot. Evelyn firmly held onto Orion's thighs before moving her hips so that Orion's monster cock could rub against her pussy. She continued to rub against his hardened member until she was certain that his rod was very hard. "Do you still want to take a break or do you want me to insert it now?" Evelyn asked while she was still moaning and rubbing her pussy against his cock. Orion didn't say a word but instead inserted his rod into her depth, causing Evelyn to gasp as she felt his rock-hard member piercing through her slippery but firm hole. Her eyes widened in shock when she felt the tip of his rod poking the entrance of her womb. Evelyn took a minute to get used to his length. Even though she had been having sex with Orion for the past few days, Evelyn still hadn't gotten used to his size yet. It almost felt like it was growing bigger inch by inch every single day, making it easier for him to discover new pleasure spots within her folds whenever he fucked her. Of course, Evelyn loved every experience she'd had with Orion, and she couldn't wait to experience another mind-blowing sex with him. Currently, her love juice was dripping onto his cock and sliding down his balls, indicating that she was extremely wet and ready to embark on what she had in mind. So, Evelyn slowly began to move her hips, watching as her pussy continuously swallowed and released Orion's cock. The pace at which she was moving was extremely slow and Evelyn really liked this pace. It wasn't as intense as the ones she was used to experiencing whenever Orion was the one in control and ramming into her, but she really liked this slow and steady pace. It wasn't too fast and it wasn't too slow, but it was definitely soothing, and this was evident by the sweet moans she was making while riding Orion's rod. This way, she could control the time she would reach her limit and climax. If Orion had been pounding his cock inside her, Evelyn would have definitely come 3 times already. That was just how good her sexual experiences with Orion were. But it was also good to experience a slow and steady pace while having sex. Of course, Orion wasn't against this, and he was certainly loving the view of his mother's beautiful breasts dancing up and down in front of him. Her nipples were standing erect and the more he looked at it, the harder his dick became, causing Evelyn to moan even more as she slowly began to increase the pace herself. Orion certainly loved to hear his women moaning while having sex with him. It gave him a sense of reassurance that the ladies actually loved what he was doing to them, and this filled him with a swelling sense of pride at the thought that no one aside from him would ever hear the moans of 2 of the most beautiful female loves in the world. Although he didn't want to stop looking at Evelyn's 2 beautiful marshmallows, he reluctantly lowered his gaze to see the point where his dick was entering Evelyn's pussy at a relaxed pace. He could also see how smooth and beautiful her pussy was, and Orion took his time to admire his beautiful mother's assets. He also noticed the shiny pink pearl between the lips in the lower part of her body, which seemed to look like it was calling out to him to touch it. So, Orion decided to tease it a bit with the hope of hearing a new type of moaning from his beloved mother. The moment his fingers grabbed hold of Evelyn's clit, her walls tightened around his cock like never before, and Evelyn tried her best not to climax from the sudden rush of pleasure coursing through her body. Regardless of this, she continued to move her hips slowly, but Orion noticed that her pace had slowed down a lot, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Also, ever since Orion allowed Evelyn to take control, she had been trying not to allow his rod to poke the entrance of her womb because it was one of her sweet spots, so it was definitely her weak spot. However, Orion was determined to tease this weak spot of hers, so he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close enough for his dick to ram straight into her womb. Evelyn's back arched as she moaned aloud, wrapping her legs around his waist while her fingernails dug deep into the skin on his back. Orion stood up from the bed while supporting his mother by placing both hands on her extremely soft ass cheeks before positioning himself at her entrance to begin a ruthless pile-driving movement that instantly sent Evelyn to cloud nine. Her moans pierced through the room, forcing Elena to wake up from her little slumber. After Orion had given her a glimpse of what he was capable of, Elena decided to take a short nap before going for another round with Orion, but right now, Elena couldn't believe what she was seeing. Orion was currently slamming his rod into Evelyn's pussy while Evelyn continued to moan aloud, not minding the fact that they were within the Academy's building. However, this wasn't even the weird part. The weirdest thing Elena was seeing right now was that despite how Evelyn was screaming loudly, she could clearly see how Evelyn also slammed her pussy into Orion's dick, matching his pace, and urging and pleading with him to go rougher. Orion had flipped a naughty switch in his mother, and now, red-shaped hearts could be seen glowing in her eyes as she bit Orion's neck lovingly to leave behind a hickey while she continued slamming her waist to take in all of Orion's length. Of course, Orion wasn't going to just stand around and do nothing. He reciprocated Evelyn's passion by slamming his rod even harder while biting gently on the red, sensitive ear. Evelyn's love juice overflowed as the two continued to have wild sex. Meanwhile, Elena had instinctively lowered her fingers to her pussy to match their pace while watching them at the same time. She was currently masturbating to what they were doing, hoping that Orion would do the same thing to her next. Elena had been filled up to the brim by Orion, but she was still not satisfied and she couldn't wait for Orion to ravage her next. Within minutes, Orion cummed into Evelyn's pussy before dropping her gently on the bed because she was completely exhausted and could not even move her limbs, but Orion still had a lot of strength left in his tank, so he turned his attention back to Elena. Orion turned his head to the cup, still hovering midair, and raised his hand in the cup's direction. The cup magically flew towards his hand as though his hand was a magnet, and he grabbed a hold of the cup before drinking the remaining water in it. Once done, Orion tossed the cup behind him and the cup flew straight to a small magic circle that appeared behind him. The cup entered the magic circle and appeared safely on the bedside table. Meanwhile, Elena could see Orion crawling towards her and it was easy for her to see that Orion was ready to go for another round. "Sorry, Aunt Elena, for keeping you waiting." Orion leaned towards her face, before pecking her on the lips. "It's fine, dear." "No, it isn't, but don't worry, I'll make it up to you," Orion assured her. Then he slowly rained kisses on her cheeks before moving down to her neck. Elena moaned as she felt his soft lips kissing her soft body, and she could feel herself becoming aroused the more she felt Orion's lips on her body. "Orion dear, don't you think a broken bar?" Elena tried to say something but Orion knew exactly what she was about to say, so he placed a finger on her lips. Elena was happy with how Orion was eager to go for a second round with her, but she was still worried that Orion might actually be forcing himself to please her and her sister. Although she and Evelyn's rank might have been suppressed to match that of Orion's, which happened to be a rank 10 mage, it still shouldn't be easy for him to continuously have sex with two rank 10 mages at the same time. However, Orion wasn't like any other rank 10 mage in the world. His stamina was far greater than all the other rank 10 mages combined, and this set him aside from all the other mages and knights in the same rank as him. Orion also had the skill to sleep and please goddesses who were in the same rank as his mother and aunt, so there was clearly no other mage that could be compared to him. He assured his aunt that there was nothing to worry about, and a few minutes later, Elena's moans echoed loudly within the room. Evelyn also joined in as well, and the sound of her moans, in addition to that of Elena, showed how intense their night was going. A few hours later, the three of them were now feeling exhausted, So Evelyn and Elena cuddled up on either side of Orion on the bed. Orion was currently looking at the ceiling while thinking about a couple of things he wanted to do the next day. His hand was slowly stroking Evelyn's hair while he was deep in his thoughts. "It's a shame Mia couldn't spend the week with us." Evelyn's voice dragged Orion back to reality. Just like Orion, Evelyn was also awake, and she was lying by his right while Elena stayed on his left side. "Yes, it is. But I'm sure she's just trying to spend more time with her mum," Orion replied while stroking his mother's hair. "It's been months since she last visited the spirit realm, right?" "Yes. I guess it makes sense why her mum would be reluctant to let her return to the human realm so soon." Evelyn sighed deeply when she recalled that she would be leaving the academy tomorrow morning. Orion noticed the sad look on her face and asked, "You're having second thoughts about leaving tomorrow, aren't you?" "Maybe," Evelyn replied with a smile. "But I know it's only a matter of time before you leave the academy, so Mama is going to wait patiently for you to return back home safely. Also, she's looking forward to the activity club tournament." Elena joined the conversation. Evelyn giggled and nodded in agreement. "Yes, and I can't wait to see how the academy will entertain us." "Oh, don't worry about that. The tournament will definitely be competitive and entertaining, and it won't be easy for my cute nephew to win the tournament." "Don't you mean, handsome nephew?" Orion corrected her and smacked her naked butt gently. Elena giggled and rolled her eyes as she corrected herself. "All right, fine. My handsome nephew. Happy now?" "Yes, that's better." "But does this mean you acknowledge the fact that you might not be able to win the tournament?" "Nah, I'll definitely win," Orion replied confidently. "We'll see about that." Orion nodded his head in response, but Evelyn's voice pulled his attention towards her. "Ariel will also be coming over to watch you participate in the tournament," Evelyn informed Orion. "I knew she would come." "Yeah. And you should be ready to give an explanation as to why you haven't visited her or asked about her for months." "I bet she's upset with me." "Yeah, but she has missed you as well, so you better act like a man and make her happy the moment you see her again." "I will," Orion assured Evelyn with a smile on his face, and Evelyn was pleased to hear his response. Orion wasn't really surprised to hear that Ariel was missing him because he also felt the same way about her, and he wouldn't be surprised to hear that Karen also felt the same way about him. He missed playing games and brewing potions with Ariel and Karen, and he couldn't wait to see them again. Aside from Evelyn, Elena, and Mia, the only other women Orion was very close to and had feelings for were Ariel, Karen, and a certain snow elf, so he intended to improve his relationship with these women before adding any other into his harem. As for his grandmother, Orion only saw her as his grandmother and teacher. His relationship with her hadn't improved beyond this, but that didn't mean things wouldn't change in the future. In a nutshell, it meant that Ariel, Karen and the female snow elf were the only women he was interested in having a relationship with in the near future. However, Orion was also interested in learning a bit more about his vampire maid. He hadn't really decided if he would like to add Dahlia to his harem or not, but he was certainly interested in knowing more about her and what it meant to be a vampire elf. Also, Orion couldn't deny the fact that Dahlia was extremely beautiful and that, deep down, he might actually be interested in her. Although, only time would tell whether or not he would decide to include her in his harem. But for now, he was happy with the 3 women he had in his life and was only interested in developing his relationship with them, including Dahlia. Of course, Orion was open to the possibility of meeting new women in the future, but that would be a topic for another time. "Anyways, I think it's time I call it a night," Orion uttered in his thoughts before noticing that Evelyn and Elena had fallen asleep already. Even when they are asleep, Mum and Aunt still look beautiful. Elves are simply the best. I love them so much. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at his mother and aunt one last time before deciding to call it a night. However, when Orion tried to fall asleep, he noticed that he couldn't. So he decided to think about something else. "Well, since Mum will be on her way back to the kingdom tomorrow and won't be returning back to the academy until the tournament commences, I guess I should make a mental note of the things I want to do before the tournament begins." Of course, My main goal remains to graduate as fast as I can, and that means I'll have to participate in the activity club tournament. Winning in every aspect of the tournament I participate in will surely increase my chances of earning a lot of merit points. Then, I guess this means I will have to focus on increasing my mage rank and knight rank as well. Orion knew he couldn't remain idle in the academy. Although he might be a lot stronger than any other student at the academy, he didn't want to use this as an excuse to not grow stronger during his time at the academy. Hence why Orion prioritized increasing his rank during his time here at the academy. However, if he desired to do this, Orion would have to dive into a dungeon or labyrinth. As one of the top 10 students in the academy, I'm allowed to explore dungeons and labyrinths, so increasing my mage rank shouldn't be a problem. Well, aside from increasing my rank, I have to focus on deciphering the runes in the journal. Orion hoped to do this so he could improve his understanding of runes, and he was hoping he would be able to find the dwarves as well. If he was able to do this, Orion knew there would be a lot of things he could learn from the dwarves. They could also help him to improve his crafting skills and runesmith skills, thereby giving him the ability to create powerful weapons and artifacts in the future. Aside from the two aforementioned life skills he intended to improve, Orion also had a strong desire to improve his beast taming skill. In short, he was interested in improving the levels of 3 of his life skills. These 3 life skills were the only skills with tiers lower than any other life skill he had learned. With nothing else to include on his current list of goals, Orion summarized his current goals in his mind once again, just to be sure that he wasn't missing anything important. Once he was done, a smile appeared on his lips and he closed his eyes so he could go to sleep, but to his surprise, a system notification suddenly popped up in front of him. Congratulations to the host, your current goals have safely been recorded, and a new tier of missions is now available for you. A total number of 5 Tier 3 missions of the Youngling Elf system are now available. Would you like to check them out? Yes, Orion replied, and his new set of missions were displayed in front of him. First mission: runes. This is your chance to improve your general understanding of runes. Once you've deciphered the runes in the journal, you'll not only be able to detect the rest of the dwarves hiding in the world, but you'll also be able to obtain valuable knowledge and resources, and this will allow you to be recognized as a future rune monarch throughout the world. Second mission: tournament. The host is currently ranked number 1 in the academy, and this means that you're currently the strongest student of the academy. However, the host shouldn't think the tournament will be easy to win. Remember that the professors and instructors know about your ranking, so you'll definitely be given tasks that are suitable for a mage with a rank higher than yours. In other words, the host should use this tournament to let the world recognize your talent and potential. Third mission: ranking up. The host has successfully conquered a rank D, E, and F dungeon and labyrinth. Now it's time for the host to conquer a rank C dungeon from at least 2 different kingdoms and rank up to a rank 12 mage and knight. Fourth mission: life skills. The beast taming skill, the crafting skill, and the runesmith skill are the only life skills with the lowest tier. The host should make use of his time at the academy to improve these skills. Fifth mission: graduate. The host's final mission is also his most important mission. This is your chance to make history, and the best way to do this is to ensure you are the first student to ever graduate from the Union World Academy. Looking at the list of missions that were given to him by the system, a smile appeared on Orion's face because he was pleased with the quests he was seeing. As always, the system gave him tasks that wouldn't be too difficult for him to complete. Also, there was no time limit attached to the quests, and this was because the system wasn't forcing him to fulfill any of the quests. In a nutshell, Orion was reminded of why he loved his system, and with this thought in mind, Orion closed his eyes and fell asleep with a smile on his face. The next morning, Evelyn and Elena said their goodbyes before leaving his room. Evelyn returned home to the Elf Kingdom while Elena decided to meditate in seclusion. Elena would continue meditating in seclusion until the club tournament began, which meant that Lucille would be in charge of everything that happened in the academy until Elena returned. Elena was going to achieve a breakthrough from her current rank soon, so she needed to meditate behind closed doors to ensure that she successfully ranked up to become a new Apex Knight, and once she became an Apex Knight, she would be equally as strong as Ariel, the Lion King and all the other Apex mages and knights. As a mage or knight, there were 3 ways one could improve their ranks, and that was by training, engaging in direct combat, and meditating. Most of the Apex mages loved the last method because it was always relaxing and soothing. If they wanted to meditate, all they had to do was head over to an area with a high amount of mana and spiritual energy. Mages needed to isolate themselves in places that were rich with mana and spiritual energy, while knights had to go through dangerous and hellish training in dangerous terrains for them to be able to achieve a breakthrough in their rankings. However, since Elena could manipulate spiritual energy, she could also rank higher by meditating in places with a high amount of spiritual energy, and the best place for this was the Elf Kingdom. Spiritual energy could be found anywhere in the mortal realm, but the amount of spiritual energy present in the Elf Kingdom was far greater than what could be found in any other kingdom in the mortal realm. This was why Elena returned home with Orion's mom to meditate in isolation, rather than doing it at the academy. Although the spiritual energy in the Elf Kingdom might be higher than that of any other kingdom in the mortal realm, it still wasn't up to 5% of what the spirit realm was made of. Orion was currently on his way to see Sabrina, and while he was walking along the academy's corridor, one could see a huge smile on his face. He was smiling because he understood the reason why his aunt wanted to meditate in seclusion, and that was because she wanted to catch up to her sister's progress. Surprisingly, his mother had ranked higher and was now above the mage rank. The sudden news caught Orion and Elena by surprise, and the two of them had their jaws practically hanging open when Evelyn revealed this to them. Evelyn had giggled at the expression the two of them had on their faces, and she had also teased them both about how hard they were going to have to work in order to reach the same rank as her. However, Orion and Elena weren't hurt by what she said. Instead, they were both eager to grow stronger and rank higher as well, and this filled them with even more love and respect for Evelyn. Orion was genuinely happy and pleased to hear about his mother being the first to rank higher than all the other Apex mages, and he couldn't wait to catch up to her, or better yet surpass her as well. Now, Evelyn was no longer an Apex mage, and she wouldn't be referred to as an Apex mage anymore. Instead, she was now an Omega mage in the mortal realm. Also, she was no longer a pseudo-god like all the other Apex mages in the mortal realm. Rather, she was now a true goddess, walking amongst mortals, transcendent beings, and immortal beings. Orion's smile broadened even more when he recalled that same goddess moaning countless times under his ministrations last night. There was no doubt about it, he was certainly going to be the subject of envy from a countless number of men around the world if they found out that he actually slept with two goddesses. Well, since he was an elf, it wouldn't take too long before the news became known to the public. As an elf, it was normal to see children getting married to their parents, but it certainly wasn't normal to see a transcendent being banging two gorgeous goddesses on a daily basis. Yep, the Council of Men would certainly declare war against him the moment this fact became revealed to them. As a rank 10 mage, Orion was not only a master mage, but he was also a transcendent being. The rankings of mages were divided into several ranks: the mortal ranks, the transcendent ranks, the immortal ranks, the pseudo-god ranks, the true god ranks, and one more rank which was unknown. The mortal ranks include mages and knights like Adrian, Arthur, and Aslin. Transcendent beings were mages like Orion and a few other instructors at the academy. Immortals were Professor Draco, Lucille, Daisy, and Sabrina. While pseudo-god ranks included the Apex mages and a few other mages like Elena and Karen. But now, Evelyn was the only mage in the true god rank, and this made her the strongest being across the 4 realms. With that out of the way, Orion hastened his steps towards Sabrina's private study. He could have easily teleported himself to the doorstep of Sabrina's study room, but he didn't because he was trying to recall something he saw last night on the system's screen. One of the missions given to him by the system requested that he clear a rank C dungeon and labyrinth with the aim of becoming a rank 12 mage. That shouldn't be too difficult for Orion to do, But if he wanted to clear a dungeon in a different kingdom, he would need to obtain permission to do so from either the headmistress or her deputy. Unlike the lifespan of mages in the mortal rank, the lifespan of transcendent beings was way higher than that of mortals. There are 9 mage ranks in the transcendent rank category. It's similar to how there are 9 mage ranks in the mortal ranks as well. However, the corresponding lifespans for each transcendent rank are far higher than that of mortals. Here are a few mages and knights ranks in the transcendent rank category with their corresponding lifespans. Rank 10 Master Mage or Knight, 10,000. Rank 11 Superior Mage or Knight, 20,000. Rank 12 Advanced Mage or Knight, 30,000. Rank 13 Legendary Mage or Knight, 40,000. These were the current mage and knight ranks Orion was hoping to reach before the end of the semester, and he was prepared to work hard in order to obtain the ranks. With his mind made up on what he wanted to do, Orion lifted his head and suddenly realized he had arrived in front of Sabrina's doorstep. He knocked twice before stepping into the room. To his surprise, he noticed Sabrina seated behind her desk while reading intently from the book she was holding. He greeted her before asking, "What are you doing?" "I'm trying to recall the name of a herb I saw in one of these books and what it was capable of doing," Sabrina replied before closing the book. Since Orion was here, she decided to discover the reason why he came to see her very early in the morning. Orion was meant to have a class this morning, so he wouldn't be staying in the room for more than a few minutes before he left. Once he was gone, Sabrina would keep searching for the name of the herb in one of the books on her desk. With this thought in mind, Sabrina lifted her gaze and asked, "You're having classes today, right?" Since classes officially began today, it was only natural for Orion to have a class today. "Yes, but I have just 2 classes actually. Culinary class and art class." "Oh, it's the dumb cow's class." "Dumb cow?" "Yeah, I'm talking about Professor Daisy." "Just try to be careful whenever you are close to the dumb cow." "Why?" "She's a demoness in the body of a beast woman. She also likes to lie about having a boyfriend and will use this lie to get anything she wants." Orion listened attentively to what Sabrina had to say, but he wondered why Sabrina was saying all these. As though Sabrina could read his mind, she explained what she was trying to say to him. "Daisy tends to be a bit clingy to those she likes and it is really annoying." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Orion's face as he took a seat on a couch. He could see that Daisy and Sabrina were close friends, or seemed to be, because that was the only reason why Daisy could ever cling to Sabrina. They didn't seem to be in any kind of relationship. It sounded like it was just a habit of hers to cling to those she liked. "It seems to me that she does this to you because she sees you as her friend." "Maybe, you are right, but you still need to be careful around her." Orion nodded his head in understanding. He wondered about the possibility of Daisy ever clinging to him in a way that he was used to seeing Mia doing. Based on what he had heard from Sabrina, Daisy seemed to be a beast woman with cow horns, ears, and a tail. So, he couldn't help but wonder if Daisy was as busty as the cowgirls he had seen in manga and anime, because if she was, then it wouldn't be that bad to have Daisy being clingy around him. "So, when would you like to continue working on the journal?" Sabrina asked, then added, "Wasn't this the reason why you came to see me this morning?" "Yes, it was," Orion replied. "Okay, but we can't continue working on the journal right now because I'm busy and you have class in the next few minutes." "I know, that's why I want us to decide on a day or two when we can completely focus on deciphering the runes." "What do you think?" Sabrina pondered over Orion's suggestion, and she could understand the reasons behind it. As a student, he can't come over to decipher the runes every single day. He'll have other things to do, like training for the sports club he signed up for and studying for the classes he registered for. I'm sure he would also like to focus on his personal training, meditation, and possibly dungeon diving, and if I were to consider all these, I guess it made sense that he would prefer to work on the runes once or twice a week. "All right, we can do as you've suggested." Orion was pleased to hear her response. "Okay, so when do you think will be the best time to work on the journal?" he asked. "I think you should be the one to decide the day you want us to work on it. Once you've made your decision, Just send me a text and I'll give you a reply once I've confirmed that it won't affect my schedule. Alright then, I'll give you a text tonight." Sabrina nodded her head in understanding before watching Orion step out of her study room. "So far, we've deciphered 10 pages from the journal," Orion thought to himself while walking back to his room. "This means that there's 90 pages left for us to decipher. I probably would have deciphered more pages by now if I hadn't spent the last few days with Mom and Aunt Elena, but I do not regret spending time with them. I had a lot of fun while with them and I really needed that. I guess it was a good thing I took a break from working on the journal a few days ago." The 11th page seemed a lot harder than all the other pages I had worked on, and it was looking like we would never be able to decipher it, so we decided to stop working on it for a while. "It's a good thing we did this because now I feel more refreshed and ready to decipher more runes from the journal." Orion couldn't wait to start working on the runes once again. But right now wasn't the time for that, so he refocused his mind on what was currently important. "I still have about 10 minutes before class begins," Orion muttered to himself while looking at the time on his smart bracelet. He was walking towards his room to change into clothes that were more suitable for class, but while walking, he was also checking the map on his smart bracelet to find out where he would be having his first class this morning. And it didn't take him more than a few seconds to find what he was looking for. After he was done, he lifted his head up to see that he had arrived in front of his room, so he swiftly teleported himself into his bedroom. The moment he was done dressing up, he decided to take a look at himself in the mirror. Orion was wearing a navy blue blazer with a white dress shirt and dark gray formal trousers, which had a thin silver stripe running down the outside of each leg. On the pocket of his blazer was a golden crest that was embroidered on it, and this happened to be the uniform of the academy. He made sure he was dressed properly and was about to teleport away from his room when he suddenly heard a knock on the door, which happened to be Dahlia. "Come in," Orion called out, and Dahlia stepped into the room to see that Orion was already dressed up and ready to leave for class. "Good morning, Your Highness," Dahlia greeted with a bow. "Good morning, Dahlia. How have you been?" "I'm fine, Your Highness," Dahlia replied with a smile on her face. If anyone else had seen this right now, they probably would have thought they were dreaming. This was because everyone at Stellar Hall recognized Dahlia as the attendant of the Elf Prince. They had seen her walking around the hall a couple of times, so everyone knew who she was. Moreover, everyone saw her with Orion the day he walked around the academy in search of the club of his choice. At first glance, Dahlia was usually recognized by everyone as a beautiful elf with a blank expression and who seemed to have a dangerous aura around her, and this was enough to keep anyone from trying to have a conversation with her. However, the look on Dahlia's face right now was completely different from what everyone was used to seeing. She had the most beautiful smile she had ever made in her life, and this was because Dahlia was so happy to finally get the chance to talk to Orion. Ever since Orion removed the runes on her body and introduced her to the young female elves a few days ago, Dahlia had been trying to find the right time to thank him for what he did, but she hadn't been able to because Orion hadn't wanted anyone to disturb his bonding time with his mum and aunt. He also gave her the week off so that Dahlia could use it to become closer to the new friends she made, and Dahlia was grateful to be able to do so because she had learned a lot from the girls about Orion, Mia, the Queen, and the changes that had been made in the Elf Kingdom. After hearing so many stories about Orion and the things he had done for his kingdom, Dahlia became even more proud to be his maid. The smile on her face widened even more and she noticed Orion walking in her direction, but while Orion was walking towards her, Dahlia suddenly recalled something.